The Brewing Network Sunday session is brought to you by the crown jewel of the East Bay, home brewing superheroes, the innovative folks at More Beer. Visit them online at morebeer.com.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle, especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I have not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really hard.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
All right, welcome back to The Session, everybody. It's another great week here in Pacheco. The sun's not shining, but Chad is.
Always.
He's sitting in JP's chair tonight, actually. No JP. Called in sick.
I can feel him sitting here.
Must have been in the middle of some pretty heavy questing this week. So, no JP. But we do have the return of Vinny. It's the Vinny Show, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back, man.
Thanks. It, took you long enough to invite me. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for years.
Is that right?
For an invite.
We've just been sitting by the phone?
I have been. I can't believe how long it took you to call.
I thought I told you never to show up again without Natalie. What happened?
You did. Yeah, her bum knee. She's at home keeping it up, elevated.
I see.
So we can go to Belgium in about 35 days.
Okay. It's a lot of rest between now and then.
Yeah.
She just had another surgery or what?
She did have another surgery.
That
sucks.
About
6 weeks ago.
Oh, man.
So,
poor girl.
Yeah. But, I think she's probably listening.
I hope so. I told next time I'm not letting you in the door. I'm going to look out the window if I don't see Natalie.
She gets enough beer geek talk, though,
I'm sure she does.
Probably everywhere you guys go.
Everywhere.
Pretty
and, you can't turn around at our brew pub and not run into someone that's from out of the area that's, beer enthusiast.
Plus, I'm kind of serious here. Working together, you guys are partners in the business and working together, being married. That can't be easy all the time. Do you guys have to go and just say, let's go do something that has nothing to do with beer?
We did that yesterday.
Okay.
Actually, we, I take it back because we started at the Tornado.
So, sort of.
But afterwards, we went to Cirque du Soleil.
Okay.
And that was...
How was that?
My
wife really wants to go there.
That was so freaking cool. Yeah, it's the third show I've seen. I'd go see any Cirque du Soleil show. And Ovo.
They are always awesome.
Yeah, they were climbing walls, like running up walls and trampolining, and those people. I just want to know who says, like, I have this idea. I'm going to weld together this crazy ass metal frame,
and we're spinning it around,
and then we're going to put a guy on a 2 inch by 2 inch 2x4, and he's going to do tricks on it, and, and then probably 6 months later, so I'm like, I did it. It's like I double dog dare you to to try this, to climb a wall on a trampoline.
It's true.
The cool thing is Ovo is all like flowers and bugs and all this stuff, and so they have these giant, different flowers and whatnot opening up. They're mechanical. And as they do, all these fragrances come into the room. So
really?
It's like one point you smell orange blossom. And at the very end, and I have to call someone at Cirque du Soleil, there's this giant hop cone opens up on the stage. I swear, it can't be anything else.
Really?
It was a giant hop cone.
What smell did it do?
Yeah, they didn't do that. They should have.
And everybody in the room lit up.
But one of our buddies, one of our friends went to the show a month or so back, And he texted us. He goes, "Oh my God, there's a giant hop cone in the show." And I didn't know what he meant until the very end. It was like, "Holy shit!"
And there
is a hop cone.
That's cool.
And someone there has to be in the beer. I don't know what else looks like a hop cone.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So it looked exactly like a hop cone. Wow. Left side of the stage. The thing was like, there's a hop cone in Pomperain, Belgium, in right downtown at a roundabout with all these trellis. Or not trellis, but the posts that the hops climb up, and they're kind of leaning over it, and it's at the main roundabout, and that's a pretty big hop. But I mean, that thing's like, I don't know, 10, 15 feet tall. This thing was like 20 feet tall.
Really?
And, at the end of the show.
Now that might be worth going just to see that.
Pretty cool.
Well, yeah, you should call them and get some.
I gotta find out.
Yeah.
So.
But Natalie's a beer lover too. You guys are both. I mean, she doesn't mind a stop at the Toronado on a day off of beer, I assume.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
See, that's good.
It was a good. It was a good little drinking session before.
You got to do that
before the show.
Makes every show more enjoyable.
It actually made it pretty interesting.
Yeah.
A little buzz on.
Right. That'll help.
Really.
All right, so today's the Vinny Show. He's back with us. As always, you can join Bevo in the chat room. Just hit the Chat Now button. She'll get your questions over to me, or you can call 888-401-BEER. The phone line will be as open as possible. We don't have any phone guests today, so 888-401-BEER. We'll keep that open for you. You can call in and ask questions. We got a few topics we're going to talk about with Vinny today. Of course, the new brewery. We haven't spoken to Vinny since then, so we're going to talk about those challenges and what we can expect coming out of the new brewery. We're also going to be talking about barrel aging beers. More to the point, we're going to be talking about how you can get barrels, use barrels, clean barrels, and get the most out of your wood for beer. And we're also going to be talking about hops and Belgian beers. So I know you've heard Vinny, and even on this show, talk about IPAs and being the hop master. And then you've heard Vinny talk about just souring beers. And we're going to try to blend a little bit of all that, but really mix them together. And I, for one, am real curious about the use of hops in Belgian beers, and I think that Vinny's a guy who can really help us with that. And especially with the taking off lately of these kind of Belgio-American styles. Vinny was a pioneer here in the U.S. with that, and talking about how those are different from regular Belgian styles. So any of these questions will get answered for you. We'll get as much out of Vinny as we can, since he clearly won't be back for another 3 years. That's
the plan.
It's Vinny's new MO. He's busier now than ever, too.
Oh, wait a minute. No, he's not, I hear.
Yeah?
Well, the new brewery's done, right?
Oh, that's true. It is done now. Last time we were there, Vinny was working the brand new centrifuge at the new brewery, and it looked like at any moment it could take his head off.
Those things are dangerous.
It is a fierce piece of machinery.
It is fierce. That's a good description.
Yeah. And so just kind of watching you work that thing, I was standing back, man.
You got to put pilings in there to mount that thing or something.
Yeah.
The thing gets out of balance. Look out, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 8,000 RPMs.
Ooh, man, I have trouble working my washing machine on when that thing. When you get it lopsided on the spin side?
Yeah, you don't want that with a centrifuge, I don't think.
It'd be like the big time machine that Jodie Foster was in.
Yeah, that's right. In Contact, that's right.
Yeah, when you get the centrifuge going, and before that, you read the manual, and the manual is bigger than a phone book. Oh. But every other page is a warning about vibration. Yeah. Anytime a vibration, stop the machine. Stop the machine vibration. I remember calling the guy when we got him, do I really have to read this whole manual?
And he's like, yeah.
Just watch.
What if there's an earthquake or something?
I just called Ken Grossman at Sierra Nevada, because he knows more than anyone at Alpha Laval does.
He read it.
About centrifuges. So,
man.
He's your guy.
But,
it's tough to look out for vibrations in California, man. There's always a vibration going on.
Yeah.
It's earthquakes.
Good vibrations.
Earthquake Central. Yeah. All right, so all of that and more with Vinny today, so stick with us. A few announcements I have for you. The BN Winter Brews Festival is coming together very, very nicely. And we're looking at 40 breweries, I think we started to tell you last week. In fact, we met with Adam down at Linden Street this week just to wrap things up, and everything's coming together so nicely. We've got some extra features going on. Tasty is going to have his own tasting room at the BN Winter Brews Festival. Right. Tasty's tasting room. And we're going to be serving homebrew, too.
That's going to be homebrew all the time, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So, if the BN's going to do a beer fest, we have to do it BN style. So we're not only going to have all these rock and roll craft beers out there by pro brewers, but we're going to have a homebrew room that Tasty will be heading up for us. So Tasty's tasting room. Sean Paxton, of course, I told you we're not doing the beer dinner beforehand. Instead, since we are kind of a for-the-people type of company, we're bringing him right into the festival. He's going to be cooking food for you. I have his menu in front of me already.
Is he going to make the Tornado bars?
I don't know if he is.
Have you had those yet?
Yeah, last time he was on the show, he brought them for us.
Those things kick butt.
They are pretty damn good. He should make them for us.
He brought us some samples because we're like his local brewery.
Right.
Guinea pig.
I know.
And
lucky bastard.
They were so good. About 2 weeks later, the California Small Brewers Association was having their quarterly meeting or whatever it was at Lagunitas, just down the road from us. And the Tom McCormick, who runs the California Small Brewers Association, set up a deal ahead of time with a tour and just a little pre-meeting get-together at our production brewery.
Okay.
And so instead of us just getting regular old Danishes or whatever, I had Sean make the Tornado bars.
That's great.
And they were a huge hit. Yeah. So.
Guy's amazing. Anything
10 in the morning, those things along with Consecration, they were a perfect combo.
That does sound great at 10 in the morning. I could eat that every day.
Yeah, those things were deadly.
Well, he's roasting 2 pigs for us. He's going to roast them right there at Linden Street. So I don't mean that he's kind of doing this, cutting it up and bringing it in. He's roasting 2 pigs during the festival. Wow. You're going to get to see that. He's getting local pigs, whole Hudson Ranch Harridan pigs, injected with Lagunitas brown sugar, dry rubbed with brown sugar and spices, roasted in, I don't even understand half the stuff Paxton tells me sometimes, but he's going to make basically barbecued pig sandwiches that you're going to be able to get. All very affordable, good stuff. He's making a cassoulet, which is like a Belgian soup, which is just perfect winter dish. It's going to have Sonoma duck legs confited in Russian River Consecration. How about that?
Yep.
Russian River beer.
Yeah, we have the best ducks around. We got this Jim Reichart, the local duck guru.
Is that right?
Really? Jim's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to Italy with him a few years ago. Natalie and I went for a slow food event.
Okay.
And we run into him every now and then. But
I love
Jim.
duck, man.
Jim is the man with Sonoma County duck. Wow. That's what he does.
It'll have barley cured local pork belly in it, cherry wood smoked pork shanks, simmered with beans, organic vegetables, herbs, and stock, and garnished with a tasty arugula centennial hop pesto. So you're really getting the full Paxton experience here.
Really,
you know why he can do all this?
Why? Is that what you said?
You know why?
No.
Because he's a stay-at-home dad.
Yeah, that's a good point. I always try to get that out of him, too. Like, how the hell are you pulling this off?
He's a stay-at-home dad.
Yeah. I follow him on the Twitter, and he's always cooking up something in that kitchen.
He is.
Just for himself. He just experiments all
day. Not much
day.
on TV. It's just Oprah. So, hey, you got to cook.
And he always has his daughter with him.
Yeah, that's true.
He comes
strapped
by the
to
brewery
that big belly of his, and that's true.
Yeah. There was one time they came by to get some Consecration. We're emptying barrels.
Yeah.
He needed to cook with it. And then he likes to use the sour cherries that we put in supplication as well. And,
after the fact? He takes
before. He just likes the specific ones we get, the ranch that we get them from. But, one day his daughter was running the pump for me. I'd be like, start, stop. Start, stop. So,
that's great.
She's about 50%, but she's well on her way to getting some pink boots. And
there's really no way that she won't be in the food and beverage industry. It's nearly impossible.
Hard to avoid.
And then 2 different types of handmade sausages he's bringing down there. So it's really a nice menu. Emergency barbecue will also be there to round out the crowds if we end up with the thousands of people that,
in case of emergency,
that people expect to be there. So come on down. That's Saturday, January 30th. It's from 1 to 8. $25 gets you a glass and 5 tickets. I think another $5 gets you 3 more tickets, and then you can buy tickets after that. But keep in mind, this is a winter brews festival, and a lot of these beers are going to be big. We're also giving you a 10-ounce glass. Again, this is all BN style, so we're not going chintzy on these little 4-ounce dealios that you pay a lot of money for. We're really trying to get the most bang for your buck. And the brewers have been very cool. So you'll have some session beers there, but being that it's a winter brews festival, I think we're getting a what are we getting from you, Vinny? What did I just say?
I think we're going Rejection.
That's right.
Which we will hopefully taste here tonight.
Great.
Our black Belgian beer for Valentine's Day.
Beautiful.
Yep.
And what's the percentage on that, for example?
6. That's actually that's low. 6.1.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
not too bad.
A great beer.
We've also got
I love it this year.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'll be the judge of that, Vinny.
You guys are buying the beer too, aren't you?
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
And I will say that from the brewer's side.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal. I mean, that will gain you guys so much respect.
That's what
from the beer world, because we donate so much beer.
Yeah.
And, for every event we do, there's 10 that we turn down, you know,
Right.
I'm sure that's tenfold for someone like Lagunitas who gets hit up way more than we do
all the time.
And so to do an event that, you know, and it's your first year. And it actually means a lot to the breweries.
Well, I'm glad, because we really, we planned it that way. Even ourselves, we've had a lot of donation events where we've asked you guys to donate beer to our anniversary party and different things. And because we go to festivals so often, I really did learn the ins and outs about how these things are done. And I thought about it, that while it might not be, the festival planners tend to think, well, it's not a big deal for a brewery to give a barrel of beer, half a barrel of beer. And while that may be true on a one-time occasion, it's not true when you get 15, 20 requests a year.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden now you're giving out 10 barrels of beer. And it really ends up being a lot. So there was that side of it that we thought, there's the margin on beer is good enough that really we should be able to buy beer and then sell it to, as long as you have enough people showing up. And the other deal is, let's be honest, we are a for-profit business, and it's not a not-for-profit event. Now, we did do our anniversary party, and we do fundraisers throughout the year where we try to make them, non-profit and give some money to charity. But in this case, that's not the deal. The BN needs to stick around for a while, and it's just a way that we can do it. So since we're a for-profit, we just thought, well, fuck it. These brewers deserve to have their beer purchased. We can figure it out. And Adam at Linden Street's just been great helping us do that and plan it. And anyway, I'm glad it works out good for you brewers, too, because we just thought this is the way to go. And so what's happened is, we've got space for 40 breweries. And once people figured out that that's how this festival's rolling, we must have gotten 100 requests. Can I be a part of it?
Sales calls, I believe those are called.
Can I? Yeah. And there's a couple of sides to that. For one, it's exciting that brewers want to be a part of our festival. On the other hand, it's difficult because since we're paying for the beer, we really only want to pay for beer that we love. You know what I'm saying?
It's true.
And so sometimes we get contacted and we go, I really like you as a person.
In fact, I see you all the time.
Yeah.
This is going to be awkward in the future.
This is going to be strange later, but sorry, we're all full up. We've got our 40 spaces.
Out of taps.
And that's just the way it goes.
You might want to call earlier next time.
Yeah. And maybe send us some very special samples. That might help, too.
Change that recipe a little bit, too.
That has been a response, though. No jockey boxes. Brewers are always worried about that. That's a pain in the butt to have to come out there and, set that all up. So, yeah, I think everyone's pretty excited that we have a pretty good setup,
How are you guys going to pour?
We've got we're using a beer trailer. Nice. Did you go to the Eat Real Festival that Dave McLean did?
Yeah, I didn't, but
neither did I.
Yeah.
But apparently that's where this beer trailer. It's a box. It's a container.
Yeah, I know exactly. I saw pictures of it.
So we're using that, and that's the way that you guys don't have to show up and pour and set up your stuff. So we're just gonna have volunteers pour right off of that thing. It's got 20 taps on each side of it. It's all refrigerated.
It's a reefer.
It's a reefer box. And so we'll be able to get the beer in there on Friday night, have it settled, pouring properly, so that when you guys get there, I hope I'm not jinxing us. The idea is that when you guys get there on Saturday, everything will be pouring right. It'll already be cold and settled.
It'll be perfect.
And,
just have a good time.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm a stickler for these details, believe it or not. So I'm in there. We're having this meeting with Adam yesterday, and he's just going, you got to settle down, man. You got to relax. Everything's going to be fine. And I'm going, this is how I relax, by knowing that every single detail has been taken care of, and then I'll relax, and I'll be having a good time on Saturday.
And the thing about it is that, if a beer pours bad and you're under the gun and there's people waiting, there's nothing more frustrating and nerve-wracking. And, we on occasion have gone to festivals in other markets where we had to use their jockey box. We didn't have our own that we knew was reliable. And get there, man, when it pours bad, there's nothing you can do, and there's people looking at you going, "What, aren't you brewers? Don't you?" But when it's equipment that you can't control,
that's right.
It's nerve-wracking.
Sure. And even if you guys are always on a tight schedule when you have to show up with your beer too and pour it yourself. You got a long drive from Santa Rosa to some festival. That thing's been shaken up in the back of your truck. You make it just in the nick of time. You put it on tap. You're going to have some pouring issues. So all this stuff, we kind of went, like I said, we go to festivals as part of our gig all the time. And Chad and I just sat down and went, what do we want when we go to a festival? What is the ideal type of thing for us? And that's how we tried to plan most of this. So should be a good thing. You can go to thebrewingnetwork.com/ontap for all the information that you need about this festival, or send questions to Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com, because I don't care anymore. He'll answer your questions. He's doing email all day and night, that kid. Sits in front of his laptop doing emails.
He's got no friends.
What else is there to do?
Yeah. All right. So, do you think you can make it to the festival?
We're gonna try.
Okay.
Yeah, we have
That's a no.
No, that's not true. We have dinner that night with the mayor of Santa Rosa for some reason.
Oh, is that right?
Does he like Beer Fest?
You getting into politics?
She will bring her along.
Our health inspector hangs out at the brewery, which says a lot about our kitchen.
That's true.
And her husband hangs out at the brewery a lot. He's an attorney, but he's like a sports attorney and stuff like that. Anyways, they bought at an auction dinner with the mayor.
Oh,
for 4, so they're taking Natalie and I.
Is that
which
right?
I kind of want to, chew on the
grease some palms,
chew on the mayor's ear.
Yeah.
You know?
How about some free parking back there?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
All right.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
At the
McDole knows what the
Tasty's serious about that.
Don't you have a beer called parking ticket or something?
Parking violation.
Parking violation.
Yes,
Oh, is that right?
It's brutal.
We got one there too, Shat. Actually,
Everybody
when we
gets
went to film
Not
during
one,
when
many.
you guys did Janet's, we got a ticket right. I'm telling you,
Pain in the
2.5
butt.
minutes that thing wasn't paid for, and we got a ticket.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and you must have had to deal with all sorts of city regulations with the new brewery too. So
yeah, it's always a handful.
Oh, this poor mayor. She's expecting a nice dinner. She's gonna have to listen to you.
I think it's at her house too.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
The mayor's mansion.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, that'd be great. You won't be invited.
You're open-minded.
Back.
It could be a mansion.
Yeah.
All right, subscribe to the BN and join the Army. You just hit the donate page, and you can do one-time donations. But if you sign up for $2 a month or more, you're automatically entered to the More Beer donation giveaway each month. We'll be doing that at the end of this month also. And no matter what the cost of raffle tickets are, if you are a recurring donor, you're automatically entered. So it's just a good way to stay involved and get free shit. Also, buy Brew Your Own magazine from us. You can hit the BYO logo right there on the homepage or the banners that rotate, or you can go to byo.com/brewing network. The subscription price is the same as if you bought it anywhere else, but we get a chunk of that change, and you get a great magazine, and it just really helps us stay in biz. And it's one of Doc's favorites. Between that and I think he likes that new beer magazine because it's got all the hot chicks in it. But between those two, he really likes it. So there's your recommendation. Plus, Jamil Zainasheff writes the style profile in it every month, and John Palmer writes for it often. It's just really a great mag. So please do that for yourselves and for us by Brew Your Own Magazine. You can follow us on Twitter and Facebook. You go to twitter.com/Brewing Network or facebook.com/Brewing Network. Vinny, you don't do any of those things, do you?
We don't do any of that shit. We don't Facebook. We don't MySpace.
I've heard that
Twitter,
about you.
We don't tweet.
We
nothing.
don't, YouTube or MyTube or whatever.
Do you think it's a fad, or will you be eating your words one day?
I don't think it's a fad. It's just not what we do.
I see.
It's just not our style.
Yeah, you don't need to. You can't make enough beer as it is.
Yeah,
there will be a long thing on Facebook, or not Facebook, on YouTube. Somewhere down the line, we're doing an event at Google.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, they've already done one with Sam Calgione and Rob Todd.
What do they do? What is the Google event?
It's a private event for employees at Google.
Oh, I see.
And normally I think on YouTube it can only be like a 10-minute video or whatever.
That's right.
They do like a whole hour beer video.
Oh, okay.
So you can.
Well, they own them, don't they?
Yeah, they own it. That's why. So you can look up Rod Todd or
I think I saw
Sam
his.
Calgione, and they have like these 1 hour
Wow.
segments on beer.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of homebrewers that work at Google.
Got it.
And they bring in one of their chefs, and
Wow.
so we're doing it. And after it's done, they post it, the whole event on YouTube.
Okay.
So
we're the same kind of geeks, those tech geeks and us beer geeks.
In fact, if you need an entourage, let us know.
Yeah, we'll Twitter it for you if you want.
Yeah, no, we don't do any of that stuff. Never will. It's not our style.
I like
Never
it.
say never.
I'll say never on that one.
Somebody's got to hold out. I held out as long as I could.
I won't do it. It's,
Yeah.
I don't want people knowing when I have to go take a shit or whatever,
So what's this for?
That is a problem I have with it, too. People put everything. Yeah.
You don't have to be as
I
bad
just
as
ate
Sully.
bad oatmeal.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? and it's brewers, too. And some I won't name any names, but there's a couple of very popular Twitter account brewers out there who literally do that. They Twitter everything.
Everything.
My plate's dirty.
Yep.
I ran out of laundry detergent. So did I. I'm not going to tell the world.
I've learned to not follow all of the people that follow me.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the key. Use it sparingly. Just give out. I do like it for giving out beer information. Like, for example, if you're launching a new beer that night at Russian River and it's a small batch, I like to be notified instantly. That way I can call Tasty to drive me to Russian River and have the beer that night.
Just call me and I'll post it.
Right.
What's the difference?
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, all right, you can send your show ideas to Chad at thebrewingnetwork.com, CHAD at thebrewingnetwork.com. You send your feedback to feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com, and I'm sure that Chad has some announcements for us.
I do. Actually, I have a hot one here that I'll share at the end, but just in from Drew Beecham, some results from a homebrew competition.
Okay.
Also, Philly Craft Beer Week is actually being moved from spring to June. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but they're still going to have the Philly Craft Beer Festival, which is on March 6th. But all those events that were going to happen in the month of March will be moved to June.
How do you just move a week?
I don't know. I guess some of the local brewers had a problem with, just the events or something. I'm not sure.
Very controversial.
That is controversial. Yeah.
I have no idea.
In the Philly beer world.
yeah. Sure, there's an uproar.
People started tweeting about it.
Yeah. But also this month, January 30th, is, of course, the BN Winter Brews Fest, 1 to 8 at Linden Street.
What? Where?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And also on the 30th, the Central Florida homebrewers are going to be holding Meadlenium. Entries are due tomorrow, so if you haven't gotten them in, it might be too late. Quaff's also going to be holding a festival coming up on the 19th and 20th of February. Entries must be received by February 13th. You can go to quaff.org and check out all the information there. Also on the 20th and 21st, the Homebrew at the WEB competition in Michigan is taking place, which is put on by the Cass River Homebrewers. And go ahead and check out all the information at cassriver.org. And then we got an AHA rally in February as well at St. Arnold Brewing Company on the 28th. That should be a good time. Make sure you go out and support the AHA.
You know that you can pay to name one of his tanks at St. Arnold?
Really?
Yeah. All their tanks have names.
And he charges for that?
And he charges for it. And I asked him, I said, so this goes to a non-profit? And he goes, no, it goes to the brewery.
Wow.
That is so smart.
What's the going rate? Do you know?
I don't remember.
He probably has to auction
That's
it.
pretty cool.
Yeah, he only have so many tanks, right?
Yep.
Wow, neat.
And do they have an amount of time, like 3 column park or something?
No, it's forever.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow. And then, of course, in February is the SF Beer Week. And there's a lot going on. For one, I know there's a big beer judging 101 class going on with beer judge Dave Teckham and Brian Cooper of the Mad Zymergists. That's going to be taking place at the Englander on February 7th. Make sure if you want to learn about some beer judging and just learn a lot about beer, check that one out. A lot of Meet the Brewers dinners going on and things of that nature. Vinny's got a couple events going on. So make sure you support all those different events if you can get to them. And the last announcement is the Doug King Memorial, homebrew competition that was going on with the Maltose Falcons.
Yeah.
A BN listener actually won it.
Oh, best of show?
Best of show.
All
so
right.
Donnie Hummel won it, and he actually gets to brew with Eagle Rock Brewing Company.
Nice.
This recipe, I guess.
Good job, Donnie.
So pretty cool.
And he put us down as his club?
That's it.
Attaboy.
Way to rock.
All right, good work.
That's all I got.
All right, Shat's announcements brought to you today by Williams Brewing. Go to williamsbrewing.com. You can order online. Great brewing company. They've been with us for a long time, so support them. All right, we didn't even do this last week, but we do have feedback this week.
Oh, my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
All right, a quick question came through from Chris in South Central PA. He says, would something that's nickel-plated be okay to come in contact with finished beer? Said, I don't want to do it if there's going to be a metallic off flavor that would result. Anybody know anything about that? Can you use nickel-plated stuff? What the hell would be nickel-plated that you'd want to...
Call Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer's the metallurgist guy.
45.
I can put that on Brew Strong for you if we don't get an answer here, but nobody has any experience with that?
Stainless steel.
I could just speculate. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be nickel-plated that you would want to put finished beer in anyway? Have you heard of anything?
Pretty much just a handgun. That's about it. Nickel-plated handgun.
Must have got some container that, I don't know, that'll take pressure or something.
I don't know. My gut tells me no, but what the hell do I know? I'll put it on Brew Strong for you, see if Palmer knows the real answer.
I'm all about stainless.
Yeah, for everything, right?
Yep.
That's the way to go.
My kitchen, everything. I want my bathroom. I want everything stainless.
Underwear.
It can't be.
Trash cans are nickel-plated.
Toothbrush.
Yeah.
That's a good example of why not to use it.
Maybe he's going to ferment
in a can.
I wonder if it's one of those ones with the slow retractable lid, you know?
Yeah.
and it's dual, so it has the trash and the recycle.
I would love to see that. At least post
primary
pictures.
and secondary.
Of course, they're plastic inserts, so...
Yes.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. I'm already getting feedback. I haven't even begun to say what we're doing, and we really haven't done it yet, but about tightening up the show. I guess I've mentioned in the last show of 09 and the first show of this year that we're going to be doing some work to tighten up some of the segments and the format of the show. I'm already getting feedback about don't touch it, don't do anything to our show.
Don't mess with it, huh? Okay, I'll become more unprepared than ever. How
yes,
about that?
Please keep coming and doing nothing, everybody.
Yes, that's right.
That's how people like it.
Right.
So, no, we are making changes. It's going to be a good show in 2010. You'll probably hardly notice any of them.
Yeah,
we'll feel them here, and we're just going to tighten things up a little bit. That's all.
I like being tighter.
Yes, everybody does, especially at your age, Doc. Tightening up
tighter.
It's impressive to people then. All right, Ben writes in, hey, I've heard some commercials on some of the Jameel shows that I wanted to share with friends. Do you guys keep them available separately, like the Northern Brewer 10th Level Beer Nerd ads? So, no, I don't make those available for download. I guess I could, but I just have to get permission from everybody. Essentially, we make the spots for our sponsors, and then they belong to them. So a lot of times what you can do is email our sponsors, and you can start that email by thanking them for supporting the Brewing Network, and then asking them if they have any copies of their ads, because I do give them all copies, and they can put them on their own websites. Probably get them that way. All right, Kyle from Nashville, Tennessee wrote me a big, long email. I think he was drunk. Either that or he's just one hell of a storyteller. But essentially, he was listening to me on the Sunday session. I was hawking my outdated anniversary wares and spewing discounts that would make a used auto dealer proud. He was slightly intoxicated, and finally, after the chat room decided that it is okay to buy a T-shirt that for a festival you didn't go to, he went and bought one of our BNA4 shirts and a BNA4 glass.
I disagree with that.
Fuck you, Vinny.
That's kind of like going... That's like,
I was there.
You wearing an AC/DC shirt and you didn't go to the show.
Yeah, I have a Rolling Stone shirt that says, 1969 tour.
Yeah, I got a Woodstock shirt.
Got it at Target.
But, somebody was going to buy you a shirt from there and take it home to you and give you as a gift. Were you not going to wear it?
Yeah, But a festival, though?
Yeah.
There's something about a festival.
Yeah.
If it's not my merchandise sitting on a shelf, I tend to agree with Vinny. And I will say that you can wear it on Brew Day. What the hell?
You can make up an awesome story.
That's
brew
true.
with it.
Yeah, just lie. That's what we do.
It works.
So he bought the shirt and the glass, and apparently his neighbor saw some homeless guy running away from his porch. And the neighbor went over to see what was happening, and there was an open box on the porch. The postman had delivered a box, and laying next to the box was a BNA4 shirt and a BNA4 glass. Apparently, the homeless guy didn't even want our shit. He came over there, he opens the box, probably hoping it's a, digital camera or something from Amazon, who knows. And he found our stuff, and he just left it there.
Wow.
He wouldn't even... The homeless guy didn't want it. I know.
I feel bad. I wear mine all the time.
I always struggle with this. Should I give my outdated brewery shirts to, the homeless shelter? And then
that's a good idea.
I do, actually.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, so I haven't run into anyone with an old, ratty Russian River shirt. But
why don't you just go hand them out at AA meetings next time, Vinny? Yeah, I guess even the homeless guy doesn't want our shit, so...
Wow.
Oh, well. What are you going to do?
Can't win them all.
Hey, Justin and the Brewcasters, I'd like to thank the BN for all the information and entertainment you've provided over the past 4 years or so. With your help, I've come a long way. This year, I pulled off a first, second, and 2/3 at NHC Old West Regionals, and placing fifth overall brewer in the Lone Star Circuit, which I guess is a whole thing where they count a bunch of festivals together, and then they have standings for who did best. Let's see, 2 second places at the Blue Bonnet Brew-Off with Jameel's Oatmeal Stout and a coffee-infused version. A third place at the Lumar Rendezvous Houston with Jameel's Dortmunder export recipe. 2 first places at the Alamo City Cerveza Fest in San Antonio with Jameel's Wee Heavy and Belgian Wit recipes. First place and second place with 2 yeast variations on a hop-modified version of Jameel's Belgian Pale Ale recipe. Apparently, he bought Brewing Classic Styles.
Who's this Jameel guy?
Yeah. 2 first places in California Common and Oatmeal Stout. and several awards, including a Best of Show with Jay-Z's Double IPA at the Austin Zealots. So a whole bunch of stuff. He says, I couldn't have done it without you, and of course, Brewing Classic Styles and the Jameel Show. So that's thanks from Chris in Austin. Good job with all those medals. That's a
lot of medals. Wow.
That's one hell of a year. And the last thing is about you, Shet. This is one of the emails I didn't get to last week.
Go easy.
Stalker.
Eric says, I finally got over to Captain Lawrence Brewery this afternoon in New York, and they do free tastings every Friday night. We pulled onto the street and saw cars parked everywhere. We parked behind a van with Connecticut plates and a BN Army sticker in the window. We had to wait to get in the door because the brewer, Scott, who's also the owner, was wheeling a keg out. But as soon as we got in, I saw a Hop Grenade hoodie, and it was your boy, Chad. It was great to meet Chad and his dad, who introduced himself only as Chad's dad.
Oh, yeah.
which he does everywhere. He never says, hi, I'm Bob. He says, hi, I'm Chad's dad.
He loves listeners, man.
Yeah.
He does.
He said, we got to try some excellent brews and talk about New England breweries. Hear some stories about the rock star treatment that Shat and his dad get everywhere they go. And apparently it's not just college girls that are excited to see the big guy come to town. How about that?
That's right.
Shat? Did you only?
It was a great time. They were really cool.
Did you only get laid in New Mexico?
That was it.
On your whole trip?
Well, no, but...
You got laid back home?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
But that was expected.
Yeah, that's expected.
Sure thing.
You got some old girlfriend tale?
Always.
You gotta love going home for the holidays.
He tweets that he's coming
One in every town.
Yeah.
He knows.
Hey, but Captain Lawrence is really a cool place. If you get the opportunity to make it to upstate
Change
New York,
the subject,
or just outside the city,
Right.
Yeah.
check it out.
I want to go.
It's awesome.
I love his beer.
Yeah.
Scott's a good dude, too.
It was cool.
Eric says, I never did get any of Tasty's beer or cookies that Shat's dad claimed to have out in the van. But he says, I'm not falling for that old cookies in the van routine again.
Yeah.
What else did he get in the van?
What'd you have, a suitcase of Tasty's special cookies
No,
with you?
not really.
No?
A handful.
Just a little bit.
That was
and your dad's doling them out to people?
I guess. I don't know.
Did you give your dad any?
No.
He didn't eat any?
No.
I would love to see that. What if you got Shat's dad all wrecked, Tasty?
I don't care.
I offered.
He just
It's not my goal to get everybody wrecked.
Chad's dad's giving it out to the college girl.
Yeah. All right. Just
So
checking.
did you had Vinny's beer there, right? The Janice Brown?
We did.
Yeah.
Yep.
You brought that out with you?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
I actually tried it with Scott.
Oh,
as
nice.
well. Yeah.
Okay.
Scott and his father.
Was it any good?
Oh, yeah. It was great.
Still good.
Yep.
What did you think of the bottle I gave you last week, Vinny? How did you get to taste it?
I didn't drink it.
It's remarkably hoppy.
I think the guys drank it.
Oh, it got
The guys.
Probably did.
SOBs.
It's
And there is no more.
it's okay.
Two of your beers, Vinny. Hang on. Feedback was brought to you by Downtown Joe's today. You can go to downtownjoes.com. It's a great brewery in Napa. And if for nothing else, go to hang out with Colin because he loves meeting listeners and homebrewers. And half the time I'll let you brew with him right then and there. So stop by Downtown Joe's and say hello to Colin. You get discount on your beers. And if you have a BN tattoo like Bevo does, you get $1 beers forever. All you have to do is show up with BN ink. Not the fake stuff. Real ink. Which is a good... couple dozen of you out there now.
Just for the record, that shit hurts.
Not anymore, right?
No, not anymore, but it hurt for a long, long time.
Has Sam had any experiences where he's looking down at said tattoo and thinks about me?
You're done.
Okay. Just
No more talking.
All right. Just asking.
Can I also just say that we have a listener named Boo Boo Kittyfuck who just wants to tell you he loves you, and I promised him that I would tell you that on air. To Vinny, yes.
Okay.
He loves you, Vinny.
Like in a gay way? Or
Probably.
Yeah. Like in a come and hang out with me tonight kind of way.
Thank you.
I had another guy in the chat room already saying, Vinny, that you helped his club, the Sonoma Bureaucrats, with a barrel-aged Belgian project.
Oh, yeah.
Said you gave him house bugs, stored our barrels in your brewery, gave tech help, and he really wants him to pass on his thanks, says you were great. And that's from Cameron.
That's what I can do for the local club.
Yeah, that's very cool. You've always been helpful to the homebrew community. In fact, that's where we met you the first time on the show, but every time I saw you after that, it's always at homebrew events. So you do a lot of that. All right. So before we go to break, so that we don't forget it, you poured us this Redemption first, right? But is this a special batch?
We drank it all.
I was saving mine just to ask you
I just finished it. Just smelling it.
It's really beautiful.
Yeah, that was batch 1 Redemption, so it's probably about 5 years old, and it's the only time we've ever finished it with Brett. And
it's just so delicate.
Yeah, it's
so
super
nice.
Soft and finesse, but it's just got that kiss of Brett in it, and it's probably still my favorite beer we've made out
Is that right?
in a long time. I absolutely love this specific batch of Redemption. And
how does the Brett stay subtle like that and not take off?
Well, if you do it right, although, did you see me open it? It started foaming.
I did see that, yeah. It was,
I saw a little panic on your face.
Glass, quick. Oh, wait, there's a camera.
Oh, yeah, you can't hide from that.
No, it's going to keep going in time.
Oh, okay.
And, but if you bottle it with a gravity, at a low enough level, it's going to ferment to a certain point, and then the fermentation that does continue is going to be at such a snail's pace that, yes, in 5 years it foamed.
Yeah.
But probably 3 years ago it probably wasn't foaming.
Right.
But just the Brett in it is so delicate.
It's beautiful.
It's so ageable. That's my new thing, is to start working on beers that are just finished with Brett.
Oh, is that right?
I absolutely love, Orval style.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone that knows me knows how much I love Orval.
So when did the Brett go into this?
Just in the bottle.
Just in the
when
bottle?
we bottled it. Yeah, that was... You could go on our website and see exactly when it was bottled. I didn't look, but it was probably 5 years ago.
But
because our pub is 6 years old in May, or April, or whenever it is in spring, and we bottled it 6 or 12 months into the pub opening.
Oh, wow.
So it's quite old. We only have a few bottles left of it.
And one less now.
Private, yes. Yeah,
I didn't realize that you started right away with these complex beers. I thought I knew you had the hoppy beers. And in fact, Blind Pig kind of came with you to the location. Is that right?
Yeah.
But I didn't realize you started right away with these projects.
We were actually making Damnation out at Corbel.
Okay.
We were making Temptation, our first barrel-aged beer, out at Corbel. When we made Redemption for the first time, it was draft, probably the first few times. And then when we bottled it the first time, I said, we should do something really special. Let's just hit it with Brett. I had no idea what I was doing. I don't even know how much we added.
Right.
I just took a carboy and probably dumped it into the, a Brett starter. It was definitely Bruxellanus. That's all I know.
Okay.
And we don't have any notes on it. I don't know what the pitch rate, like how much. We could probably never duplicate this.
Right.
And just smell it. I love just smelling the Brett that's in the Batch 1 Redemption. So
this can only...
in my little weird geekiness, the label, you can see there's a black line that runs the frame of the label, and then I switched it to white, so it says Batch 1, but I did something. I just did a really subtle change on that first label, and after that, the border on the label became white.
Got it.
To,
so that's how you can tell right away if you've got Batch 1.
Without even looking at the batch number on it.
So this only exists in people's cellars right now, and maybe on somebody's eBay right now as a Batch 1.
They probably didn't even know at the time how good it was going to turn out. So.
Right.
But
thanks for sharing.
those that know me know how much I love Orval and that style of beer, and it's a very difficult type of beer to do because of the Brett potentially getting out of control and having bottle grenades.
Yeah, that's the difficult. I've had those myself, and I didn't even use wild yeast.
Yeah. But Brett's not a wild yeast.
Oh, is that right? It's just what a bacteria?
A yeast. Yeah, no, it's a yeast. It's just not wild.
It's not wild.
Winemakers will tell you it's wild,
right?
But
it's not. It's a very controlled yeast. You're saying.
It only gets out of control if you let it.
It's a semi-domesticated little animal.
I see.
It's like I think it was Michael Jackson that said that Brettanomyces is like a cat and Saccharomyces is like a dog.
Okay.
You can train your dog just like Saccharomyces. When it's it's predictable.
Yeah.
For the most part, and then on the other hand, Brettanomyces is like a cat. And if you ask your cat to come, he or she will run the other way, and when you pick your cat up, just when you think your cat's going to love you, it scratches you and goes crazy on you.
That's a perfect comparison.
And it's a great analogy, and something Michael Jackson wrote or said once that I picked up, and I use it all the time because it's so true.
Yeah.
I mean, Brett, just when you think you get to know it does something. It goes the other way.
You can't trust it.
No. So.
Well, I have lots of Orval-esque and Brett questions for you for later in the show, so we're going to be getting that today. I'm going to take a quick break right now. When we come back, we're going to talk about the new brewery and what's been happening over there. Oh, do I have to take that phone call right now? Oh.
No, gee.
I was already.
I was only a listener.
Right. Hey, and by the way, November 30th of 2005, it was bottled, according to your website.
Look at that. It's on the website.
Pretty cool.
That's right.
It's Donnie, the guy who won the competition's on the line. Donnie, what's happening,
That's
brother?
why you have to take it now.
Yeah.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, congratulations. Good job today.
Where's Donnie going?
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks for the BN, man. That beer was all BN through and through.
What was the beer?
Well, actually, all my beers are pretty BN, but I don't exactly know which one won. I entered a few different beers in that competition. Does Chad know?
So you have the results
I don't know. I could find out probably.
So what, was Drew just on the judging and just this hasn't even been released yet?
We're breaking in here first.
If Drew's not listening, there's some other people down there mouth those fucking...
So Donnie, did you even know about this till you heard it here?
Yeah, I was listening live and I heard it.
Oh.
The judging was just today. And
Man, that's quick.
They didn't have any results posted or anything yet.
We're plugged in, man. Well, congratulations. Is this your first Best of Show?
Yeah, it's only my second comp that I've entered.
Nice.
So,
attaboy.
Yeah, I mean, I entered their Mayfair last year, put 2 beers in, 1 medal, and then this year, for this comp, I put 3 beers in, and one of them went Best of Show. I don't know which one.
What were the 3 bears?
I did a sweet potato Scotch ale.
That wasn't that one.
Well, it's like an extreme beer in competition anyway. It's like you have to use different ingredients for it. And then
right.
I did like a double imperial red ale with rye, and then a Russian imperial stout that I brewed last year.
Nice. Oh, a nice aged one. That could be your winner right there.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
We'll get
so
Drew
I'm
on
not
here.
sure
He'll
which
tell
one
us.
won, but
And how long have you been brewing?
about 2.5 years.
You brew a lot, or is this like, do you brew
No,
like...
well, you know, if on a good month, maybe twice a month.
Okay. Well, good job, man.
But I mean, it's been all, Jay-Z and Palmer, I mean, I've been building my water ever since that water Ganza you guys had. And
Yeah.
things kind of seem to turn around because my water's pretty shitty where I live.
Where are you at? Where do you live?
Ventura area.
Okay.
Like north Los Angeles.
Yeah, got that
And
shitty
the water,
river
it's all
water.
like weird well water from the agricultural field, so it's all full of sulfate.
Cancer.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, but I don't know, I'm pretty stoked. I kind of freaked out when I heard it, when I heard Chad at that announcement, so I thought I'd call in. It's the first time I've even called, so.
Sweet.
Congrats, man.
Well, I'm glad you heard it here, and I'm glad that anybody listens to Chad when he talks.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a first right there.
Acknowledgement.
We're not listening.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, brother.
Right on, man.
Good job.
I appreciate
Congratulations.
all the help from you guys.
No problem. Glad we could do it.
Way to rock. Whoa.
All right.
All right, there you go. That's Donnie from Ventura.
I like that he heard it first here.
Yeah. Gotta love that.
Breaking news.
Good job, Drew. Thanks for the heads up. All right, now we're going to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about what's new at Russian River Brewery. We'll find out if it's distributed in your town. I see those questions coming in. Don't worry. I'll ask Vinny if you're on the distribution list. Also, you can go to justin.tv/Brewing Network and look at Vinny's pretty face while he's talking to you. Got the whole webcam thing going. So hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of 13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of 25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess.
The More Beer deal of the day.
Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
There's an app on the iPhone for just about everything, including beer. Apps for finding a pint of beer.
apps that look like you're drinking a pint of beer. And now, there's an app for brewing a pint of beer. Introducing BrewPal, the most all-inclusive beer brewing app for professionals and hobbyists that fits in your pocket and goes wherever you do. Recipe formulation that can be imported and exported with a customizable database. Mash and sparge calculations, yeast pitching rates, carbonation tables, and more. Available right now for less coin than a pound of grain. See BrewPal in action at brewpal.info and download it for your iPhone at a special introductory price right now. BrewPal, all the brewing software you need, right in your pocket.
What's going on, man? Oh my God, it was the best time. We hit like more than 30 breweries and totally the best of the best, you know. Russian River, Firestone, the brewery dudes, 21st Amendment, Lagunitas, friggin' Triple Rock, the Double Daddy guys, Speakeasy, Linden, and Firehouse, Gordon Bees, Drake's, dude, on and on. Ale Industries, Moonlight. It was totally awesome, and it was the first annual. You know, I got to be at the birth, the inception. You only get one first time, baby. What's that? Oh, it was the Brewing Network's first annual Winter Brews Festival. Live music, great food. Oh man, it was Saturday, January 30th. You really should have gone. Check out thebrewingnetwork.com on tap to see what you missed, or did you?
The first annual Brewing Network Winter Brews Festival is coming up January 30th. Don't miss it. BN Army members, are you looking for a discount on hops? Keep listening. Nico's Homebrew Supply at nicobrew.com has hops by the ounce and by the pound. Choose from varieties like Amarillo, Centennial, East Kent Goldings, Hollertower, Simcoe, Summit, Tomahawk, Warrior, Willamette, and more. And adding new varieties all the time, many for less than $20 a pound. Whether a couple ounces at a time or an 11-pound bag, all hops are shipped vacuum sealed and frozen straight to you. Nico's Homebrew Supply offers store-wide $5 flat rate shipping and won't waste your money on unnecessary overhead or advertising. They're going bare bones and passing the savings on to you. The staff at Nico's Homebrew Supply loves to brew and is committed to keeping homebrewing affordable and accessible to anyone who wants to join in this great hobby. And for a limited time, use coupon code BNARMY at checkout for a Brewing Network discount. Visit nicobrew.com. That's Niko brew.com for your hops and more. nicobrew.com, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. And now back to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
All right, welcome back to the program. Vinny's hanging out with us. Vinny,
hola.
You want to pronounce your name for one last time for the entire beer world to hear?
Salurzo.
See? No one can get it right.
Yeah, but if you've been drinking, Salurzo works.
That's what you get mostly, right? Salurzo.
Yeah.
Chalurzo.
Yeah, it's kind of like Pliny or Pliny. Depends how much you've been drinking.
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't care anymore, do you? Because everyone just says it a different way.
Probably haven't cared since 6th grade.
No.
Tomato.
I forgot that we have theme music for you, Vinny.
Ooh.
Only one other guy in the room has theme music. I'll play his next, but...
you have the song. It's funny you have this.
Only a short clip. I need the whole thing.
You don't? I actually have it in my car.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's been in my car because I feel weird when I listen to this.
Yeah.
But I like the other 6 songs on the CD. They kick ass.
It's called Vinny's Beer, right?
Yeah, by Huge Large.
Okay.
Which they're actually just coincidentally they're playing this Saturday at the pub. Saturday coming up.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, with another band called Freudian Slip. And they're a Pink Floyd cover band.
That's
and
awesome.
They're actually really cool. Huge Large is really the only band we let play at the pub that's a cover band.
Okay.
But the stuff that Huge Large does is like most of it you wouldn't know. You'd maybe know a Ramones song.
Yeah.
Possibly a Iggy and the Stooges type stuff. But most of it's like weird, obscure,
Eclectic,
like garage type rock.
Okay.
Virgin on punk.
Got it.
And they're really cool.
But they wrote a song about your beer.
Yeah, they have two. They've only done 2 original songs, and the second one was this one they did because we make them a beer called Huge Large Sound Check Pills. It's a Czech Pilsner. We release it once a year at one of their shows. And
didn't you release that at your birthday party?
So
the song I was there. I saw them play, and they released that song.
Yeah, so we released the beer, and they gave me a song. And then they've done 3 CDs. And all their 6-song CDs.
Okay.
They're 2-minute songs, 2.5-minute songs. Their whole thing
like
is
good garage rock should be.
It is, absolutely. And they just, for 2 guys, they make such a great sound.
Yeah.
And Matt, the drummer, is the winemaker at Preston Winery.
Oh, okay.
So they never play from August until October, November because he's always in harvest and crash press and that sort of thing. And then Bob, the lead singer, who's he's 90 pounds soaking wet. I don't even think he's
so he's not huge large.
No, he's not. But man, the noise that comes out of the sound that comes out of his guitar is huge large. Is huge large. and it's capital HUGE and then large, all lowercase, and it's all one word, huge large.
Oh, got it.
So for those of you that have ever emailed me and I say something like, "Oh, the flavor was huge large," I always use I try to use the word huge large as much as possible.
Well, heretofore we will play it when you enter the room on subsequent shows when you come back. It's almost as good as this theme song. Almost.
It's been a while.
Tasty's into hip hop.
That's so me, the hip hop. Yeah, for sure.
I have another song that someone wrote for me. My buddy Dennis and a former roommate of ours who's since passed away. But Dennis and Steve wrote a song called the Vinny song. It was about being born in 1970.
Okay,
and it's all the things that I missed. I didn't know McDonald's served less than $1 million. I never had a crush on the Bionic Woman. I never wore a string of puka shells. I never thanked God for the Sex Pistols.
Right.
And it's I guess he's lucky he missed disco, John Travolta and the Village People.
Yeah.
Time slips away. And back then I was 20 years old, so they gave it to me as my gift for my 20th birthday.
Got it.
And then every year they would have to change the lyrics because at one point it says he'll be old enough to drink in the bars next year, and then it was this year, and then it was last year. Every year went by, and then after a while it was he's been old enough to drink in the bars 4 years, or
right.
However. So every once in a while, so there's. That band was called CLA, Carnivorous Lunar Activity. Nice. They were a San Diego band, so that was their song originally, and then Steve Poltz, who we were talking about before the show, his band, the Rugburns.
Yeah, we play that all the time.
Yeah, Steve's played it before, and then there's a band from San Diego, a cool rock band that's no longer, called the Dragons.
Okay.
With Mario Escovedo. Mario's related to Sheila E., back from the Prince days, and
nice.
His brother is Alejandro Escovedo.
Okay.
Who's a kind of a adult contemporary cool singer, but Mario's band, the Dragons, done the Vinny song too. Not the huge large one, the other one.
I say
kind of weird to have a song.
It is,
with you.
or 2. I mean, I say forget all this beer success. You've made it if you've had songs made after you. 2 of them even.
Well, that huge large one. There's a line where Bob goes, even aliens like drinking things, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. And it's just the premise is good that we're so lucky to be drinking Vinny's beer, and this will be a topic of today's show too. In fact, in this segment, because it's not available everywhere, and you must just get hounded on a daily basis.
We do, and I still reply to every email at info@russianriverbrewing.com.
I call bullshit on that, Vinny.
It's true. It's true.
Chad, does he reply to every email you send?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
No one else gets that info.
He does actually eventually.
Yeah, he does.
I do. I answer all of them.
Good.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's something I'll try never to give up. I'm a big believer that
it's important.
We wouldn't be where we're at without a great consumer base.
Right.
And a part of that is being in contact with them. And
sure.
Plus, Natalie didn't want to answer the emails. What's the lobby bond on the crystal? And
the
elder, and what's the bittering units, and blah 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 blah.
That's what the interns are for.
Man, maybe
the interns are for cleaning kegs.
Sweeping the floor.
Cool, I get to be an intern at Russian River.
Yeah, if you want to intern at Russian River, our brewers love it because they don't have to. Interns usually run for 6 weeks.
Okay. If you go to the BN Army blog, the not very often updated BN Army blog, you actually will find a video interview with your last intern.
With Stooley?
Yeah.
Stoolager.
Stooley. From when, we went there
Iceland.
for Tasty's Brew Day, and we toured the new facility, and I got, while you were off doing something else, I was like, hey, Stooley, I need the dirt, man.
Yeah.
Tell me what it's like working for Vinny.
Stooley was one of the 2 best interns we ever had. The other intern, he now works for us.
Okay.
So he interned for us. He was the first intern we ever had, Mike Guilford. And then he left and got a job at Kona. And then I stole him back from Kona.
Oh, good.
And now he and his family live back in Santa Rosa, and he's one of our brewers.
Yeah.
But Stooley was awesome. He was
loyal. I wanted to find out if you were a dick to work for, but he had nothing but good things to say.
Good. Thank you, Stooley. Stooley could be listening to us in Iceland right now. We don't even know it.
That's true. Do they have the internet there now?
Yes, they do. But beer only became legal there like 20 years ago.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's only 3 breweries in Iceland, and there's only like 300,000 people that live in Iceland. We learned a lot about Iceland, and we will go. Natalie and I are going to go.
Oh, cool.
His Stooley's family they're a fishing family, and they smoke a lot of fish and whatnot there. You thought I was going to say something.
I was saving you. It's what I was doing. I was saving you.
One of the things they do is they smoke their fish over sheep dung or sheep shit.
Really?
And he's going to make a smoke. He's going to smoke malt.
Like a peat,
over sheep dung, over sheep shit.
Wow!
And he said he'd send us some bottles because I want to taste a beer that's got the malt smoked on sheep shit.
Shit, that'd be a big hit in Iceland. I guess
he's also talking about making his own isinglass. From the fish bladder, from the innards of fish.
Yeah.
And I set up a little get together with him and Ian Ward, who's the president of Brewers Supply Group.
Yeah.
Well, when Ian came to America, he was selling kettle finings and fish bladder, isinglass. So Natalie calls him isinglass Ian, and it's stuck. And I called him fish bladder Ian. But Ian's gone on to bigger and better things. Lives in Napa still, so he lives in our area. And he's a great resource for
He is great. He's been on the show, and he was a plethora of info.
Yes, he is. And so he and Stooley had been emailing.
Okay.
And but I got them together.
They're going to be new fish gut conglomerates. Be great.
The corner of the market.
Yeah. So he's going to make his own isinglass. And I saw Ian later. He's like, I can't believe that guy wants to make his own isinglass.
Yeah. Like, of all the dreams one could have.
Yeah.
Dirty jobs.
Yeah.
All right, well, what's happening over at Russian River? Because like I said in the beginning, we haven't spoken to you since the new brewery.
It's been a while. We are now in May, we'll be 2 years away, or 2 years into the new brewery.
Since it opened its doors?
Since it opened, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So May 1st.
Didn't realize.
It was a 2-year anniversary.
Okay.
And you want some more of the Dead Leaf, or do you want some Rejection?
I think let's finish off the Dead Leaf. Yeah,
that's
what
good.
is
that's good because we need to.
Let's move on to the next one.
We need to take the growlers. I need to take the growlers home. I'm leaving you all the other bottles of beer except the growlers.
We have 10 of them. I think it's fine.
Can I actually take them?
You need ours
we
back too?
We have a growler shortage right
now. Do you really?
Yeah.
Take them?
Yeah.
Need some more?
We'll loan them out to you.
Yeah.
You just have to return them full.
I'll return them full of younger.
Don't we have like 6 of them or something, Chad?
Did you hear that?
Take them all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we're drinking Dead Leaf Green right now, which is one of our brewpub only beers. And
nice.
It's an ESB.
5.5% alcohol, kind of ESB, English pale ale type of beer. It's a beer that I was telling Chad at the break goes all the way back to Blind Pig.
Okay.
And it was one of the recipes that carried over to Russian River.
All right.
And one of the proudest things for me on this beer is the late, great George Fix loved this beer from us.
Really?
He was a fan.
It was like the biggest compliment I ever got.
That is cool.
In the early days of a beer, and he was just like an idol to me.
It's really well balanced. It's not too much of anything.
Yeah.
It's just
it's a little bit floral.
And it's bittered with Magnum, and then it's Kent Goldings in the mid-boil, and then just a pile of Styrian.
Yeah, you can really get that.
And a little bit of Kent's in the finish, and then it's dry hopped with probably like a 3-to-1 ratio or 4-to-1 ratio of Styrians to Kent on the dry hop. And just like a 5 or 6 day dry hop, though, not a really long dry hop. And but we don't distribute it anywhere. It's virtually a brew pub only beer, maybe a one-off kegel slide out to an account in the Bay Area, in the East Bay or San Francisco. But it's sort of a part of our pale ale series that we just rotate through the parking violation that we make whenever we get a parking ticket. That's an American pale ale, and this is more of an English style. And then we do a beer called Happy Hops that's it doesn't really have an identity yet. I think every time I make it, it's something different. But
isn't that one of your new favorites? Was it the Happy Hops that I heard you say that you really liked that one, or was it another? It was a lighter beer, but
it's probably the Happy Hops.
Okay.
And
see, this is the beauty of the brew pub, and that us. Sorry for most of our listeners, but that locals here know about you that the rest of the country doesn't.
Yeah.
That you have these wonderful mild pale ales that are very well balanced.
They're session beers. The Happy Hops. We've got a tank full of Happy Hops fermenting right now. I revamped the entire recipe. We do another pale ale called Hop To It. That's 100% of a hop. And last year we did a couple batches of it with just Sterling hops.
All right.
And Sterling's it's not really well known. It's a kind of a Czech sauce with a tiny bit of Cascade kind of bred into it. So you get a little bit of floralness. And I had done the 100% Sterling years ago at Corbel, but did it again, and it was just fantastic.
Okay.
So we're now kind of revamping the Happy Hops recipe with the Sterling hops and some Crystal hops, and then another hop that is usually pushed to the side by, I think, both homebrewers and craft brewers is Willamette.
Yeah.
And it uses a pretty good amount of Willamette in the finish. And the Willamette's got this great, like, for me, it's a 20-25% Willamette, and then to whatever hop. It has this way of accentuating other hop flavors, particularly floral, citrusy hops like Crystal and Cascade. And I don't know what it is. It's something that we've done for years, going back to Blind Pig.
Right. See, that's an interesting thing to think about. We a lot of beers, especially with homebrewers, use several different hops that maybe blend well together, right? But one that actually accentuates another hop that pushes it up.
That's what Willamette does.
That's interesting.
That's what I would tell people when they'd ask me about, like, the Pliny, that Pliny clone going for a while there.
Yeah.
Had some success. And I'd say, well, I think what's happening with all these hops, it's just like one is building a base for the others. I don't know which is what, but there's like a base there, and then the other is just adding on that.
Got it.
I don't know, something.
Yeah. And there's an unknown there. That's that's the beautiful thing of layering hop flavors, as Mike was saying, is that it's not taught.
Right.
It's all experiment, and that's why we for years made this beer when our brewery was out at Corbel. For the 6 years we were out there, we did Hop To It. It was the same malt bill. It's a great thing for home brewers to do, and homebrew clubs as well, especially if you do a group brew and then you split it into multiple carboys or fermenters.
Yeah.
And each of you, could even mess with yeast too if you wanted, but really the idea is to do an entire brew and keep the yeast the same too. But you could do some fun there. But for us, we made Hop To It. It was the same malt bill, and then the only thing that changed in the ABV was the alcohol was the same. The bittering units was virtually the same. So the only thing we ever adjusted was the hop variety, and then the first hop addition quantity, only to hit a certain bittering unit level.
Yeah.
So like when we did it with Crystal hops or Santium, which are both really low alpha acids, you had to use a crap ton more of hops for the bittering addition. Not really efficient,
right?
Because you could easily just go with something like Magnum or Chinook. But it also goes to show that bittering hop will affect flavor in the beer, just like Chinook will leave a lasting impression on the beer. So we did this with every hop variety. We started with some like throwback varieties like Bullion and Brewer's Gold, and just some crazy old school hops that there's probably people listening going, what?
Boo, what?
Yeah, just super old English hops. And, but Brewer's Gold was the one for me that I don't even know if they still grow. I think they do because I know John Harris at Full Sail Brewery loves Brewer's Gold. But if you look at the heritage of some of the greatest hop varieties out there, Brewer's Gold is a part of the breeding program too at Cascade.
Is that right?
And Brewer's Gold is kind of I think it's, if I'm remembering correctly, it's got some relation to Fuggles, possibly. So it's an English hop, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And yet this hop helped develop some of the hops that we love now. Cascade is a perfect example.
Why do they fall out of favor, do you think? Is it
usually it's disease resistance.
Got it.
Everything is, to the hop grower, is disease resistance first. If it can't resist disease, it's gone.
Okay. So it wasn't a brewer's choice. It was a grower's choice.
No, but it'd be cool for the hop growers to have heritage hops or antique, like there's antique roses. It'd be cool for them to bring back there's one called Eroica that Tony McGee, the owner of Lagunitas, really loved.
I've never heard of that.
They used a ton of Eroica, as did Anderson Valley.
Really?
And it got pulled, and those breweries had to change their recipes, and they had nothing. Now Lagunitas, for example, is probably big enough. They could say, plant 10 acres for us, and we'll commit to buying it.
Yeah.
But if it's not disease resistant, they won't do it.
Sure.
So
that
anyway, so we did this beer hop to it, and that's how I learned about all the different hops. And that was back at Corbell, and then we moved to open the brew pub, and now we've got the production brewery. So we don't brew hop to it as much, but it certainly has shaped some of the beers we're doing.
Yeah.
And
well, so there you go, brewers. We get these questions all the time where everyone wants a simple answer.
Yeah.
What do I do? What do I use? And it really is. You had to go through all that experimenting to figure out how it worked.
There was one time where we it was all Simcoe, and then the next batch was all Warrior. And if you know Warrior, it's super clean. Not a lot of characteristics or personality that pops out one way or the other.
They don't care. It doesn't care over to the flavor side.
Yeah, and one account took the Simcoe, and then a month later they took the Hop to It Warrior, and they said, we don't mean to be rude, and there's nothing wrong with the beer, but it's not selling after the Simcoe. It was too bland compared to the all Simcoe, which had just tons of personality. And this was back when Simcoe wasn't even Simcoe. It was just a number. I was getting hops from Yakima Chief as research hops. Like
I see.
YCR 004 was what is now Palisade. Simcoe was YCR 00. They were just numbers.
Yeah.
And then eventually they get a name given to them.
What's your hop situation now? Is all of this hop business behind us where you can't get what you need?
Yeah, they're all available now.
Everything's
There's no hop
there.
shortage.
Got it.
They shouldn't even they planted, I think, 5 to 6, 7, 8,000 acres last year. They should have not even planted those hops because now there's too much.
Oh, is that right?
There's breweries out there with contracts, at huge dollar amounts.
Yeah.
And the spot market's lower. Oh, no. And so now a brewer has to decide if they're going to renege on their contract, or if they're going to just suck it up and
So none of these contracts came back and they said, hey, listen, we made you sign up for a big contract. We were wrong. We're going to go ahead and work with you? No, you're locked in.
They called it the perfect storm. Don't even get Natalie started on it.
Is that right? Told you to bring her. God damn it.
Yeah. You'd have to bleep every word.
Great.
And this is internet radio.
We still have to bleep it. Wow. She is passionate about it.
We'd bleep whoever she's talking to. We'd be bleeping that.
It would be who she's talking about.
Yes.
So you're in one of these big contracts, I assume, where you're paying more than you would be on the spot market.
We are.
I see.
Yeah, but we're going to honor them.
Do you feel like that honoring a contract like that is a way to help you in the future if there is another problem, or are you just being a good dude?
We're just being good because I know some breweries that aren't going to.
They're just going to say, "Screw it."
Yeah,
right.
But,
interesting. Now, you don't think that it was, or do you? Was it a lie? I mean, was it a big
hoax?
A hoax, or
I've met some hop growers that have told me. I've met 2 hop growers in particular who have said, "I never saw the money."
I see.
So.
You mean when the prices went triple, quadruple, they weren't getting paid for that?
When they went from $6 a pound to $16, $18, $20 a pound.
Yeah.
I've had 2 hop growers tell me they never saw any money.
Wow.
Because the joke amongst the brewers was, all the hop growers are sitting at the Starbucks in Yakima picking out their new jet ski and their speedboat.
Right.
Their new Lexus or BMW and
girlfriend's new.
Yeah, and the next year looked even better.
Yeah.
And we did a lot of looking into it and a lot of interviews about it. We had Ralph on talking about it from Hop Union, and I was so
caught up in the moment,
so caught up in all of it that I predicted, and especially because I thought it was strange how cheap hops were to begin with. I predicted the price would never go down again. That this would now be the new, like gasoline. It would now be the new standard of hop prices. But are they back down to where they were?
They're not where they were,
okay,
and they probably never should be.
Yeah,
those were
cheap.
Those were too low for hop growers to survive.
Yeah.
So there's a middle ground there, somewhere between what we were paying, which was 2 years ago was $5 a pound,
right?
And then we were all paying $20 a pound. In truth, some of the hop purveyors had such long contracts with regional craft breweries up to large, industrial brewers.
Yeah.
And in some ways, the craft brewers are making up for those contracts.
I see.
It's the truth. The truth hurts. But I know of some regional breweries, size of brewery, or say regional to national.
Okay.
Like national being industrial breweries, that still have contracts for like $2.5, $3 a pound.
I see.
And the small guys making up for it, which is sad.
That is real sad.
I mean, there are small guys
who
too.
Of who has the money to make up for that. That's ridiculous.
And someone in the hop industry may say that I'm wrong.
Okay.
But I know I'm right. I've had brewers tell me what they're paying.
Yeah.
Some larger breweries, and it's like, so you're paying, $3 a pound, and I'm paying $20 a pound for something that should be probably 10 to 12 to make everyone happy.
So we should be looking for some early retirement from some
Well, it's ironic because Ralph's retiring right now.
Oh, you're kidding? Is he really?
Oh yeah,
he made his nut.
I think he was just in town. He wanted to come back.
He just visited our brewery.
I'm
gonna get in trouble.
You didn't punch him, did you?
No.
I love Ralph.
No, I'm just kidding.
What would Natalie say right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
But what do you know?
Did he pull up to the brewery in a Jaguar?
Check my new car.
I don't know. I'm just curious.
Big cash.
Did he Learjet down?
Yeah, exactly. Flew into the Santa Rosa airport, as we call it, the Snoopy airport. So.
How long will you be paying these high prices?
Actually, our last year's contract was the peak.
Okay.
And then this year is a little lower.
Okay.
And then after that, next year it drops pretty significantly.
Okay.
A part of our contract we did get relief on, as some of the listeners know, we use hop extract.
Yeah.
We got big relief from Ralph on our hop extract.
Okay.
But we couldn't get relief on anything else.
I see.
So, and there's some deals going on where the hop purveyors are taking your 2 years left on your contract. Let's say you have 2 years left, and then they're adding another year to it. So they're taking the third year, creating a third year of your contract, and those would be at current pricing. And then they're taking 2 years remaining, and then they're figuring out what the total dollar amount is. Yeah. They're blending it, and then they're averaging it out so that it averages the price per pound down to something more reasonable. Natalie and I are approaching it a different way. We're just going to pay the high price. We're just going to get it.
Take
get
the
it
low
off
price
our books.
Yeah.
I just want to get it off. We just want to get it off our books this year.
So what about the consumer side of it? Because as we were following both the malt and the hops and the goddamn glass shortage, which, by the way, I call bullshit on the glass. How do we not have enough sand? As you know, all these things. These things happen at once. The consumer price of craft beer went up pretty much instantaneously too. It really will our price reflect this new reduction, or
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't see that happen.
I mean, I realize there are other costs to incur, but some of it we were told was directly related to these price increases.
Yeah, I mean our prices went up because of our malt and our hops just going through. I mean our hops tripled to quadrupled. Our malt went up significantly. It has come down this year. But, for instance, in California, our CRV went up 30 cents a case.
Okay.
But that's not consumer. That's not what you pay, which is it's 5 cents for a 22 ounce or smaller.
Yeah.
And 10 cents for something bigger than that. I think I may have the size wrong.
But you pay it too.
But we pay a manufacturer's fee or tax. It's already been set, and that went up 30 cents a case. That's every brewery in California that produces beer that pays that. And so we ate that because we just, Natalie and I decided that our malt went down.
Yeah.
Our hops went down slightly. We have raises to give, that sort of thing. But we just thought, for one, our prices are already pretty high. I mean, we're a highly priced beer because of our yields, the low yields we get. Our cost of goods are pretty significant. We just felt that in this economy that we shouldn't raise our prices. So last year, 2009, we took our brew pub pint prices up a quarter, so they're $4.50 a pint, which is
it's still good in California.
Yeah, very great price. Our pizza prices, we ate anything that went up there last year, and this year we're doing the same.
Okay,
we won't raise our prices at our pub, but our business model is always to make the beer very reasonable at the pub.
Yeah,
and you can come in and Sundays are happy hour all day, and we have some great deals. And
we're going to move the Sunday show one day so we can just go enjoy that.
Pint of Pliny, is $4.50 every day of the week, and happy hour I think's $3.50 or whatever. I'm not even sure.
Yeah,
but
that's a good deal. So let's talk about Pliny a little bit too. Let's get on the positive side of things. Also, the new brewery. As I understand, and this is what I want to know, what's being brewed there and what's being brewed at the brew pub. As I understand, part of the impetus for the new brewery was everyone in the world wants Pliny, right? So you have to find a way to put this in bottles for the first time ever, make enough of it to move around, and none of this you could do at the brew pub.
Look at that. There's a magnetized.
We're really moving up. You get a new brewery, we got a new bottle opener, Vinny, since you've been gone.
It's funny opening a bottle with a headset on because you can't hear the hiss.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, oh my God, it's not carbonated.
At least they're not gushing.
Yeah, like the first one.
Yeah.
So, I guess we'll skip rejection and go to...
we can come back.
Go to Pliny.
Plenty of room to come back to.
We're drinking... What's the date today?
It's 17th.
14th. That's just 3-day-old Pliny.
Is that right?
Okay. Just bottled it on the 14th.
From the big brewery, of course.
From the big brewery, yeah. So at the production brewery, you're exactly right. We built our production brewery pretty much to make Pliny. We have 400 barrel fermenters there. We bought Dogfish Head's old 50-barrel brew house, and let me tell you, that was a piece of shit.
Is that right?
I feel like Sam bent me over.
He's probably still laughing about that.
Wow.
He
strapped it on for you.
Yep, exactly.
It needed some work, huh?
It still needs work.
Really?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what the funniest thing about the system was? I went out there several times, and like 2 of the 3 trips, Sam was never even at the brewery.
I see.
So he's just out,
being Sam
around, doing this and that, and
got gene nads to do.
The when I actually bought the equipment from him, went out and they took me into the conference room, and I was on one side. I felt like what's the show with Trump?
The Apprentice.
I felt like it was the end of each show of The Apprentice, where I was on one side of the table, on the other side was Sam.
Really?
I think it was Nick, the CFO.
Yeah,
and then. I can't remember the third guy, their production manager. He's no longer there.
That's called the smart side of the desk and the dumb side of the desk.
That's creepy in beer, man.
So Exhibit 1 was like the list of equipment or whatever. It was a pretty standard.
Okay.
Neither of us got lawyers involved.
Right,
we're such good friends. But Exhibit A was the list of equipment.
Okay.
Exhibit B was the actual sales document that wouldn't officially get handed over. It was like the deed of trust. You wouldn't get handed over until the money was in their bank. And then Sam threw in Exhibit C, and he was all giddy, like sitting there, and he had this little smile. I could tell something was up, and I rolled to Exhibit C, and all it said was, I was wrong and Randall was right.
And you had to
I had to sign it.
You had to sign that.
And he's like, sign it, bitch, or I won't sell you the equipment. So
That's great.
So I'm still waiting to, like, someday I'm going to open the Celebrator.
Laying low.
And there's going to be this giant
Right there.
full page ad from Dogfish Head. That,
But
because
if
if you know the back of our Pliny the Elder shirts say no Randall required.
Well, if the system has turned out to be a piece of shit, this might be a breach of contract. You might be able to ask to tear that little piece of paper up, my friend.
Yeah, the problem is it does make pretty good beer. So,
yes, I can tell.
I just like giving Sam shit.
Yeah, of course.
That's good hopperuma for a bottle of beer.
So,
well, it's 4 days old, right?
So we bought Dogfish Head's old 50-barrel brew house. They moved up to a 100-barrel brew house. So they've I think they're going to brew like 80 or 90,000 barrels.
That's incredible.
This year. Yeah, it really is. And all their beers are big, and they've got a beautiful facility, and so they gave us a screaming deal on this 50-barrel system.
Yeah.
And quite, all joking aside, honestly, we couldn't have done the production brewery without the good guy Italian, American-Italian deal that
you
that
Guineas
Sam,
stick together.
Yeah, Sam's the East Coast American-Italian brewer. I'm the West Coast guy.
It.
So, Calagione and Cilurzo.
Yeah. How
so
many barrels will you produce this year?
In last year, 2009, we made between both breweries, I think about 9,000 barrels. 3,000 of that comes out of the pub, and then just about 6,000 or a little over 6,000 comes out of the production brewery. I think we were a little more than 9,000 barrels, but we didn't hit 10,000 yet.
So you're not.
Total.
You must not be at capacity.
We are at capacity.
How is it you're only producing double of what you?
We built our production brewery not to just produce. Yeah.
Okay.
We have a business model not of a small brewery, but of a boutique winery.
Okay.
We really do have, and our distributors, they're probably nice to me and be like, oh yeah, they're probably cursing me
because they just can't get enough.
Because they still can't get enough.
Yeah.
But our business model is that to just not grow and grow and grow. I was in Oregon about 2 months ago, or a month ago. I did a presentation at a Master Brewers event up in Bend. And I came back into Portland because I had an early flight the next day. And a buddy of mine in Portland took me to this bar called Cerveza. And the gal that owns its name is Sarah. So it's kind of a play on Sarah and Cerveza.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have our beer on tap that day, but she did have bottles. And I was drinking like 2-week-old Pliny in Oregon.
Wow.
So that's our whole business model, is that we ship once a month to each of our distributors. And so the beer is always fresh in whatever market we sell in. So we distribute in Oregon, Washington, mostly that's Portland and Seattle.
Okay.
Colorado into Denver. In California, we distribute in the Sacramento area, the South Bay. Obviously, the Bay Area is our biggest market. We do our own distribution here. And then in Southern California, Stone is our distributor. Okay. And Stone does a rockin' job for us down in Southern California.
I've heard good things about them as a distributor.
They're an amazing distributor. Because they're a brewery first, and they run their distributorship from the mindset of a brewer, not from a distributor. So, like, their new warehouse is going to have, I think it's a 20,000 square foot cold box.
Wow.
Their current cold box is 7,000 square feet, which is as big as you guys have all been to our brew pub and brewery at the pub. That building, our building, that's a standalone building at 4th Street, is 7,100 square feet. So their current cold box is that size. They outgrew it. So they just took on, I don't know how many millions of dollars they spent to do this new warehouse that's separate. And so then the current, I guess, cold box will go away. They'll probably put more fermenters in. But it's their commitment to not just their own beer, but to the beers they distribute.
Sure.
They deliver cold, so all their trucks are refrigerated. We do the same thing,
That's
too.
That's a godsend.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
But again, Stone approaches distribution from the brewer's eyes, not a distributor's eyes. And,
it's a good model for other distributors to follow.
It is.
It's got to be why you're with them.
And I absolutely love them for that, and they hire good people. And then we ship a little bit of beer back to Philly.
Okay.
And people always go, why do you send? If you go to our website, there isn't a link under brews that's account list.
Okay.
And you can look and see what accounts. We actually do have a list of accounts, like actual, bottle shops. And
oh, good. RussianRiverBrewing.com, folks. So, check it out there.
And But Philly, we don't ship bottles.
Just keg.
Well, no
counts.
hoppy beers. So Pliny and Pig don't go because we can't control them.
Yeah.
They're too far away from us. We make trips to Oregon, Washington, Southern California. We know what's going on there, but Philly's just too far. So we send draft Pig and Pliny, and then we send bottles of the Belgians and the sour barrel-aged beers.
And people can kind of beat the crap out of those for a while, and they'll still pour good. Is that right? I mean, they're pretty resilient.
Yeah, they're more resilient than the hoppy beers, which for us, the biggest change in what I think's made our hoppy beers in the bottle, the Pig and the Pliny, have always been good.
Yeah.
From the inception of the production brewery, but we started out with a filler that got us to where we needed to go. We bought a used German 12-head filler that we've since sold to another small brewery, and then we bought a brand new filler, an Italian filler called a Gai. And that's been the biggest difference in our hoppy beers. Is that
really?
It's more gentle on the beer. There's less oxidation on the beer.
Okay.
We figured out the centrifuge. We were joking about it earlier.
Yeah. When you say it's more gentle on the beer, does that literally mean how fast it pours it into a bottle?
It's funny. We're running faster now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we used to run 40 cases an hour, and now we're at 100.
Okay.
And it seems slower now, because it's a less frantic,
more deliberate
pace.
and
consistent.
Yeah.
But it's just it's the way that the machine is built. It's the fact that the way that it evacuates the bottle. The rinser component is the bottles come through, they get rinsed with sterile water. That's not so much to clean the bottle. It's more to get any case dust or whatever out.
Chip of glass.
And the beer.
Thanks for that.
The beer also flows better in a wet bottle.
Okay.
Because it's not dry and there's not these protein nucleuses. It's just like when you pour a glass or some champagne or sparkling wine into a champagne glass. There's etches and there's imperfections in the glass, and that's what makes it foam.
Right.
If you have a totally clean glass, champagne
new clean glass.
That doesn't have any. Champagne glasses are made with imperfections. Or if you look at the bottom of a Duvel or Chimay, and New Belgium's doing it now, they've got the little fancy crest and etching in. Well, that makes it to nucleation exactly.
I have damnation glasses that have.
Yeah,
the
we
etches
started out
that
doing that with just like Xing it, and I still would love to do that someday.
Yeah.
But so the rinser rinses the bottle first. From there, they suggest that you purge the water out, blow it out with oxygen. Well, we connect CO2.
Yeah.
And then I took it, and instantly, there's these little chips that these little buttons on the rotary rinser hit that'll tell it to water, CO2, or whatever.
Okay.
So the distance of this little chip, as the button's going by, it hits it. And when the button's engaged, it says, if it's water, it's going to spray water for the entire amount of time that it's running by this chip.
Okay.
So I took the water one, which was really long, and moved it to the CO2, and then took the shorter, smaller CO2 one and moved it to the water.
Yeah.
So we're getting less water rinse, which is fine because we don't need that much rinse.
And more
CO2. And then after that CO2, there's another CO2 rinse. So we're doing dual CO2 rinses
great.
CO2 purges before it even hits the filler. And then once it hits the filler, it has a vacuum. So the vacuum actually sucks what should be just air. We're basically vacuuming CO2 out of the bottle. Right. And then it hits it with CO2 again, pressurizes it. That gets removed. And then it gets hit again.
Wow.
And then it's filled. And then the beer replaces the CO2 at that
Your
point.
Your bottling machine is a beer Nazi.
Yeah, it is. It's all about CO2. We use so much. Even the
How
guys,
can you breathe around there?
Even the guys at Prospero think we're crazy for the amount of CO2 that we use.
Yeah.
But there's just no way you can use too much CO2 in bottling.
Not in a hoppy beer.
Yeah, especially in a hoppy beer. And then it comes off, and all fillers have these things. It's just a matter of utilizing them.
And maximizing
and doing the little things like more CO2 in the bottle. The jetter, which is most bottlers have a little jetter that will jet a small stream of water as the bottle just before it hits the crowner, and that makes it foam up.
Oh,
and so you have to, and then just as it's the foam of the beer is coming out of the bottle, it hits the crowner and puts the crown on the bottle. So those are the last two things that we focus on. The operator or the filler is either myself or Mike Guilford, my quote unquote lead brewer.
Okay.
And so that whoever's running the machine is always watching the jetter, and to make sure that that it's foaming
capping
properly,
on foam.
that it's capping on foam, because it's easy to just let it skirt by and not do anything, and then but you actually want it to foam. You want to lose a little bit of beer, and you want to see that jet. I mean, for the bottles here, it'll be this much foam when it comes off the line.
Wow.
It looks like a damn near like a low fill.
Yeah.
And we're actually packing the boxes when the foam's
They
only
look like
here.
that. Wow.
We have to know. We know when they get to
You
the pack-off
trust now,
station.
yeah.
We know exactly. We have a sample bottle that's got a mark on it. But those things, and then also the crowner is, you wouldn't think it, but if your crowner isn't crowning tight enough, isn't crimping tight enough, and we have this little device that measures, like the inches of how, whether you can slide it down and get it over the crown. If the crown isn't crimped enough, there's oxygen getting in to the bottle. And Sierra Nevada did like 7 years of research on this.
Really?
And that's why they switched from a screw top to a pry-off. And now they have these special, barrier caps. And we use a similar cap that they do. That's an oxygen barrier cap, and they have the scavenger ones that absorb oxygen. So, all those little things. The bottling line is probably it's way more important than any other piece of equipment in the brewery. And we preach freshness, and with our new brewery, that's everything. Plining Pig is fresh. And so that's
so
why
if you can't back that up, then
So we dropped $250,000 on a new filler last year.
Okay,
just that was only a year after we opened. So.
Now, do you send it off to a lab for measurement to see if the?
We have our own.
And okay, Nick, you be able to compare the before, the new bottling line, the new bottling line.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, we spent $12,000 on a dissolved oxygen meter that measures. You can measure.
Well, your vacation
tank.
money, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, you can measure. You can measure in the tank and in the bottle. You can measure the actual dissolved oxygen in the beer, and then we have another lab device that measures just the headspace air. That's the amount of air. So all those little things have made the hoppy beers just so much. I think better tasting. They give them a better shelf life.
Yeah,
and those are all things that trying to relate it to what homebrewers can do. Just gassing, CO2ing the shit out of your anything.
Yeah,
I mean, we gas obviously tanks. Most small brewers that I know of, they purge their tanks once with CO2. And then they move beer into it. We purge twice, and then typically we're cleaning the tank the day before. So then we purge it up to 15 psi, leave it overnight until we're going to use it the next day, and then that gets gassed out. So really we're degassing our tanks 3 times.
Wow!
And we gas all the lines. I think even as a home brewer, you should be even your tube, if you're siphoning from a carboy to a keg or another carboy or
CO2 your line too.
I think you should even CO2 your line. You should CO2 everything. Even and if you're a home brewer that's not kegging yet, and I know kegging equipment's very expensive. I mean, you buy the keg and the CO2 tank and the regulator and
the fridge.
Yeah, I mean all
that's
that
30
stuff.
kegs.
Corny kegs and the fittings and and if you decide to venture into funky beers and you need to buy a whole new set of parts so you don't cross contaminate and but I think one thing that every home brewer if they get serious about it, they're not quite ready to do kegs. I think you should at least buy the CO2 tank and the regulator so that you can be gassing
everything. Carboys, everything.
Carboy. I mean, we don't gas our fermenters because the oxygen is the yeast.
You needed it first,
but after that point, everything gets gassed, and our bottles. As a home brewer, I used to even gas. My bottles with a CO2 line, even when I was bottle conditioning, and even with our Belgian style beers, we still gas all those bottles. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, packaging couldn't have been your only issue with the new brewery.
The centrifuge was a huge. We were joking about it earlier. Getting out of balance. Luckily, that never happened. I'm sitting here.
Yeah.
But no, we had some major oxygen issues. We dumped 200 barrels of beer, 100 barrels. That's 4 batches of beer.
Wow.
That's 6,200 gallons of beer that we dumped. 100 of Pliny, 100 of Pig, and it was because of the centrifuge. The centrifuge has a hermetic seal inside that's supposed to, not have any TO pickup, and we were getting DO readings off the centrifuge. And granted, we had this sort of B grade DO meter back then.
What is that?
Dissolved oxygen.
Dissolved oxygen. But we still knew, like, even this DO meter, dissolved oxygen meter, it's not the Cadillac like we have now, but it had to have been close.
It's measuring a high level.
Yeah, and it was like, shit, what do we do? So we ended up going back to Alfa Laval, and in the end, they took care of us like you can't believe, and we got cash back, service contracts, parts. I mean, they did finally. We finally found what was wrong with it, but ironically, it wasn't necessarily. I mean, yes, they are the ones that physically found it, but I had had a visit. Brian Grossman from Sierra Nevada is a pretty good friend of ours, and this was back a year ago, and he was down, and I was telling him some of our issues, and he goes, "Well, I'll ask my dad." And so Ken ended up helping me a lot, just troubleshooting it. And he basically said it's either this or this. It's one of these two things. It has to be.
Okay.
And I told the Alfa Laval people, I'm like, it's either this or this.
And they found it.
Yeah,
then.
and they found it. Because even the Alfa Laval people once said to me, well, the guys at Sierra Nevada have forgot more about centrifuges than I know specifically. And Ken was like, I remember 20 years ago when I had a similar style, and in the end it was one of the two things that he suggested. And the interesting thing was that the Alfa Laval crew came out. They had already been out once already and had taken the machine apart, and they didn't catch it the first time. And then I said, you guys have to come back again because it's still not working. So for a long time there, we weren't filtering the beers at the production brewery. We were doing them all gelatin fining, which is what we do at the pub, and that works okay at the pub because the batches are smaller.
Yeah.
But the tank geometry just doesn't work for gelatin at the production brewery, the way that our bright tanks are built.
So you had some cloudy beer
and
coming
so
in.
Well, we were just taking huge losses. I mean, we were losing compared to, like, on a 100-barrel tank of Pliny, we'll net typically 94 barrels right now. So that's 2 batches off the brew house. But, one tank full. With gelatin, we're at like 88 to 90 barrels.
Wow.
So, I mean, it was a huge amount of beer that we'd lose each batch. And we would take that cloudy beer off the bottom of the bright tank and pump it into a fermenter. So it wasn't technically getting lost, but at some point that ends.
Yeah, of course.
And we got the centrifuge fixed, but it was a huge headache and hassle.
Yeah.
And then we would test the machine, and we would run like 5 barrels through the centrifuge, and it'd be like, nope, high DO. And then we'd stop the centrifuge,
yeah, sure.
and then we'd take the remaining batch and just gelatin it.
Okay.
And there was a whole extra step involved, an extra tank cleaning, and
what about just brewing a beer like Pliny on a different system? I mean, here you have it all dialed in at the brew pub.
Yeah.
And even as homebrewers, if we buy one new piece of equipment, a new kettle, a new mash tun, things are different. Everything changes.
Yeah.
Did your batches come out different just to start with?
Yeah, they're pretty, and I can still taste the difference.
You can.
Yeah.
So could we, Vinny.
Yeah.
I can't. Not on this batch. I'll tell you that.
This one here.
These guys are. They are
it's taking me back a ways.
They're like Pliny connoisseurs.
Taking me back to the olden days.
I got to tell you, they can taste the difference in every Pliny you put out.
In fact, pass that bottle over here, will you, Vinny?
I can't taste it though. I didn't notice.
You mean the one right in front of you?
Right in front of me. Yeah. It's really good.
No, it was. I underestimated the time and trouble that would be. I had no idea how hard and difficult that would be to scale a recipe up from basically our pub is a 20-barrel system to a 50-barrel batch size. And if you look at the recipes now, it's not just, let's say at the pub there's, 10 pounds of Simcoe in the finish. It's not that we just times it by 2.5. to get the.
It's not linear like that.
It's not linear,
yeah.
no.
Yeah.
And the recipes look pretty different now. It's pretty interesting to look at the recipes side by side and say, no, they're not. And I still think the production brewery is the flavors aren't as rounded. They're a little more sharp.
Okay.
And we still haven't. I'd say they're 90% there. If you said. It's like 90% of this. Same. So it's only like 10% off.
So you could go back to the pub and make a batch and find out, right?
Well, that's the nice thing because say who can we use? Stone.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah, they can't look back.
The only way you can look back is to drink a beer that's been aged.
Right.
And I'm not saying that in a negative way.
No, it's the situation.
It's the reality. It's the situation of it. Whereas when you have a brew pub like we had, the brew pub kept going. And it still does, we can still taste side by side what it should be. And I still think that the brew pub is just a little softer and it's, if you're looking at it on a graph, it's just more rounded at the pub where the production brewery is a little more hard. But the production brewery is becoming more rounded as we just make minor tweaks. And I'm very conservative when it comes to tweaking a recipe. We rarely make changes, and if we do make a change, we'll probably run 2 or 3 months with that and not just make a knee-jerk reaction and make another change because
you're getting close.
There's that unknown of the hops, and the dry hops.
Other variables.
There's so many variables that you hear people at big breweries, from Sierra up, or even like regional breweries like Firestone Walker with Matt Brenelson, who's like he's a hop chemist. I mean, he worked in a hop lab at one point in his past, and these guys still don't know the ins and outs of hops.
Yeah,
and so
it's tricky.
You don't. I'm a firm believer in not making too many changes too quick. Make a change and ride with it for a while. I mean, it's been tasting good. It's just I think we've made it taste better.
Okay.
And then the bottling line has certainly helped. And
so I've got some listener Pliny questions, of course.
Yep.
You've always been really forthcoming with the Pliny recipe, and it's out there quite a bit. Anyone can search for it.
Yep.
So somebody says they're brewing their Pliny clone. It was out of, he says, Brewing Classic Styles. Jamil's book was based on an early version of Pliny the Elder. Plus, there's a version at Beer and More Beer.
Yep.
You had done a kit there.
BYO too.
How has the Pliny recipe changed from then to now?
More recently, in Zymergy, the Brewers Association's homebrew, I wrote an article on making double IPAs, and I sort of gave a pseudo-updated version. I think the biggest difference, to answer your question, between what we do now and what the homebrew recipe is the extract.
Okay.
Is that I'm not sure if there's hop oils available to homebrewers.
Yeah.
And we don't use any hop oils in the aroma. Everything you smell is from pellets. We don't use any flowers either right now.
Okay.
But the bitterness, the first and second hop edition, so the 90-minute edition and the 45-minute edition are all extract. It's a generic extract.
100% extract on those.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Pliny is a 90-minute boil. The Pliny recipe doesn't see hop pellets until 30 minutes to go in the boil.
Got it.
There's a 30-minute edition, end of the boil edition, and 2 dry hops. So
when you say it's a generic, that you mean it's not like Magnum? You don't know what it is?
I used to get CTZ, which is Columbus, Tomahawk, Zeus, and Warrior. And so I would actually manipulate the recipe. So like the bittering edition was 80% like Warrior and 20% CTZ or whatever it was. And then the 45-minute edition was CTZ. Now they don't. You have to be pretty big to get a actual varietal.
Well, you don't want a varietal. You just want bitterness.
You just want bitterness.
Say it tasted like Chinook. You wouldn't want that.
You just want bitterness unit.
And I think this is a good point in that sometimes it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the Eroica hop that I knew Anderson Valley and Lagunitas both loved. Sometimes you, as a brewer, have no control over the ingredients. You're getting what the market is offering, and that was a perfect example. We are the largest purchaser of hop extract from Hop Union.
Wow.
And I mean, we bought like almost $100,000 worth of hop extract last year.
Okay.
And
what does it come in? I've just never seen
they're
it.
little
when
tins.
You guys...
They look like large, soup cans.
Okay.
Big can of beans.
Yeah, like if you took the what I think are like a double can of beans,
the baked beans.
Yeah, and it's just it's take that same actually
Cylinder.
more like the diameter of like, I don't know, do they still have like high C cola in the big?
I know what you're talking about.
Like that. It's that same diameter but just smaller. And
it's super concentrated.
How would that
hot,
equate to equivalent pellets? For instance?
that's how we haze the interns. You say, here, taste this.
That's what I want to know.
And then
what is it? I mean, it must be unbearable.
Oh my
right?
God, you taste bitterness till
week.
the next day. Yeah,
really, that's
funnier. It's funnier than shit, though.
Do you give them a shot of it?
No, you just you got to taste this. Have you
just
ever
a finger,
and then they just, I mean, it's just a dab,
and that'll do it,
and that's it. Yeah, that's pretty funny though.
That's
crazy.
The distillers
beer
do
hazing.
That.
Yeah,
the distillers do that to the new guys when they're distilling. The first runnings, and they just hit the bathroom.
Yeah,
a day.
So,
Vinny, I got to ask you, how many pounds of CTZ pellets are in that?
I think about a pound. I'm going to just guess. It's rough because it depends how many grams of alpha acid, but about a pound of extract is about 10 pounds of pellets.
Wow.
It's pretty significant. I may be slightly high there. It's a lot, though. And that's why we use extract for a couple reasons. One is because the yield is we gain so much wort.
Talking about the knockup.
Because
it doesn't suck up from all the vegetable matter.
Exactly.
And you don't get the vegetable flavor
and
either.
That's exactly the second reason is that vegetal character is gone. And when we started making Pliny, it was done out at Corbell, and it was when Vic and Cynthia at the Bistro over in Hayward did their first double IPA fest.
Yeah.
And he came to me and said, have you ever thought about making a double IPA again? Because he knew about the one we did at Blind Pig. And I said, sure, well, that'd be a lot of fun. And Corbell would let me brew whatever I wanted. And when we started doing it, it was all pellets. And it was super vegetal. And then the extract thing came along, and we started using it at the 90-minute edition. And then I don't think it was until Natalie and I took the brewery over ourselves in Santa Rosa in 2004 that we made the 45-minute hop edition extract as well.
Okay.
And then a more recent edition, which is in this batch, and we've made the change now at both breweries, is we are throwing a little bit of Amarillo in.
Nice.
Every once in a while, I add something to the Pliny recipe.
Just to fuck with it?
No, just to give it a little,
I feel like he's brewing.
Just keep it up.
Probably every time you give it away, you change it.
So, exactly.
I like that.
Yeah. So from a homebrewer's perspective, the extract thing is very difficult because even on a professional scale, we used to get cans, a 450-gram can, and you'd split it between two batches.
Yeah.
And luckily, both batches were going in the same fermenter. But you can't do that if the batches were going to separate tanks.
I was going to ask you, how do you measure this?
It's the tiniest amount.
Do you measure by weight?
Half ounce makes a big difference.
You measure by volume?
We use all whole cans now. So let's say for the first hop edition in Pliny, now we're trying to get, and I'm kind of talking out of my ass because we don't measure BUs or anything like that.
Just say for instance.
Yeah, for instance.
Yeah.
Let's say you're going for 50 bittering units, and the 450, that's 450 grams of alpha acid, not extract. So they come in 150, 300, 450 gram tins. And
you're firing them in there.
And they're just huge amounts of bitterness. But let's say the 450 tin and 150 tin will only give you 40 of your 50 BUs. We'll make up those 10 BUs with pellets. Because another 150 gram tin maybe would take us to 60 or too far over. So the first hop edition is a combination of, I said there's no pellets, but that's not true.
Okay.
There's a tiny bit of pellets just to dial it in. And some years we don't need those pellets, and some years we do.
Depends on
depending on the year.
I was just thinking with that concentrated. A milliliter one way or the other is
it's a lot for a home brewer.
That's gonna make a lot.
It could be a huge deal, and it's like molasses too.
Of course.
So
I'm not. Rinse out. Do you rinse out the cans?
Absolutely. Yeah. Because if you leave it behind, it's
a difference.
It's a ton of. And it's a lot of money left behind too. So as a home brewer, even if you had, let's say, a vial the size of a yeast pitch, like you get from white or whatever. Yeah. You'd have to figure out a way to rinse it, and because you'd be leaving not only money behind, but
honey.
It would affect your recipe. Yeah, just like honey as well.
Yeah.
Here's a specific question about this difference from a home brewer, and I think it assumes that maybe he can get hop extract. All right, and he says between the older Pliny recipe, which he says had mash hops and a Chinook 90-minute edition, and the newer recipe, which he states is rumored to have less dry hops and use hop extract, like you're confirming there. What would you recommend home brewers brew?
No, there's no less dry hops.
There is no less.
Yeah.
That's still
if anything,
the same.
we've gone the other way. Because like I said, when we just started adding Amarillo, we didn't lower anything else. We just topped Amarillo.
Well, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Vinny.
Yeah. But I mean, if it seems like if we could get the IBUs out of pellets, which you have more difficulty doing on a larger batch, would it taste the same if we just use pellets, or if we could get this extract?
It's hard to say because of the vegetal flavor.
Right.
That changes things dramatically.
Got it.
But at the same time, a couple things here. I never intended for when we put the Pliny recipe out there for it to taste exactly like Pliny does. I just always figured it was a good foundation for a home brewer to start. Making a double IPA.
Got it.
I mean, I'm sure Mike's
I can say,
it's not.
You can tweak it and actually get
move towards people that want it exactly.
I mean, and in Mike's case, he made it to what he wanted.
Right. Something I moved in my direction rather than your direction.
I'm stating the obvious, but that's the beauty of homebrewing is you can make.
Yeah, but not for everyone, man. Some people are like, I want Vinny's beer.
And and if that's the case, I'd say the general guidelines is, dry, and that's probably something that we've been better at the production breweries. We've been able to dry the Pliny and the Pig
I've
out
noticed
more.
that. We've all noticed that. Yeah.
And so it's more Russian River, because that's my thing is dry beer.
Yeah.
The use of sugar helps with that, dryness. Not a lot of crystal malt, which really stomps on some of the the hop character. Crystal malt and American hops. There's a crazy thing. Why does crystal malt meld really nicely with English hops, just like on the Dead Leaf Green, but with American hops it's just a train wreck.
Yeah.
And I don't. You don't
know the answer. You just know it does.
Don't do it.
It's that a part of it is the myrcene, which is one of the components of the American hops. They're high in myrcene.
Okay.
Which is the floral, citrusy. Obviously those they don't meld well with the. With crystal malt.
Okay.
Whereas, the oils in English type hops, Styrian, Fuggles, Golding do better. But going back to the Pliny thing,
stay low on.
Crystal malt is I think for any hoppy beer with American hops, it's a train wreck if you get too much crystal malt and too much American hops.
Yeah.
So
and you can taste that. Even I can taste that. I wouldn't know how to describe it to you as a brewer, but I know when I talk to brewers and they tell me how much crystal is in their beer, I can almost always know that I don't really want to try it.
Part of it too is as the beer ages, it's sometimes not even so much when it's fresh. It's when the hops start to drop out.
Yeah.
It's the oxidized hop flavor of a really hoppy beer like Pliny or Blind Pig or something similar. It's those oxidized hop flavors with the crystal malt that
I see
that
are even worse.
That do the beer disjustice.
Okay.
And what about carapils? You use carapils in the recipes?
We do, yeah. And I always get a question. I always get it from homebrewers. So why? And I don't know. There's no answer to this. But why do we use carapils in the recipe and sugar?
Yeah.
And the original reason for that was at Corbel when we created the Pliny the Elder recipe. The size of the brew house wasn't big enough, so we needed to get a certain yield, and even then it was short of what a normal batch would be. So instead of shorting the batch even smaller with less with the volume of wort that we took from the mash tun to the kettle to have a certain gravity, we added sugar. And that's why Pliny has sugar in the recipe, was at the mash tun. We can only get so much volume out of it and so much sugar out of it to a certain gravity, and it still wasn't quite enough. And so instead of giving up volume to have a more concentrated wort, sort of like making barley wine, taking just more first runnings, we added sugar to the recipe. And in the end, the sugar dried the beer out pretty nicely, but the carapils was still there, giving the body and leaving a little bit of mouthfeel.
Now, your decision to add that sugar, that was done pretty much in a vacuum? Did anybody tell you should add sugar?
No.
So you did invent the double IPA at that point?
That's what they said. Well, we had made double IPA out at Blind Pig in 1994. Back then, it wasn't
as good as what we're getting as double IPA.
I think it's better now.
Really?
Yeah. The Pliny's way better now than the
first
double IPA I made out at Blind Pig.
Nice.
And we did not use sugar at.
Did it get like barley wine or was it?
No, it was blonde. It was the same color.
Oh.
It was way more bitter though.
Really?
Yeah, the inaugural ale and then the second anniversary ale that we did at Blind Pig were really probably about the same color and 7% alcohol.
Wow.
Our regular IPA Blind Pig IPA was 6% back then at 6.1 now, so that's still the same.
Got it.
But that was such a lower gravity than what Pliny is.
Right.
But if you took the sugar out of Pliny, it's probably 7% alcohol beer. I think we get about 1% of alcohol from sugar. So
the alcohol sweetness comes through too to help balance it. So.
But the idea behind it was sort of thinking of Belgian beers.
Yeah.
Like Belgian beers, they use sugar. It adds alcohol, but there's no mouthfeel.
But not a lot of body.
Yeah. And it ferments through. And that was the exact idea behind it.
That's what you needed.
Yeah.
And you've probably said it, but at what point do you add it? The sugar?
Sugar goes in at the beginning of the boil so that we can then check the gravity. And
Makes sense.
now that we're using bulk malt, we have a silo, and we get it filled about every 3 to 4 weeks. The malt isn't as consistent as it was back when we were all bagged malt. So we often do adjust the second recipe of the double brew at both breweries to get the gravity right on the first use of the new silo malt.
So you're adjusting it in the fermenter?
No, in the kettle.
In the kettle, you're adjusting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So let's say the
first one comes up low. You can bump up the second one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
a lot of home brewers are adding sugars in the fermenter. Particularly Belgian beers, but there's no reason you couldn't do it on IPAs as well.
Yeah, no.
What do you think about that?
Could be. It would work. For us, we're just going for consistency. And so adding it at the beginning of the boil.
You can measure it for sooner.
Yeah, because we run 90-minute boil, and we'll take a gravity 30 minutes into the boil before the first mid-boil hop edition.
Right, I'm laughing at because when we brewed at the brewery.
That's right, they did it all day.
They call it at 5 o'clock. I guess this clock he has there.
It's my internal clock. All boils start at 4:30 at Russian River.
Yeah.
I see.
If a brewer can't do that, they can't work at Russian River.
So your 60-minute gravity reading is your 5 o'clock reading.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. It's like 2 in the afternoon. I'm going, what the hell is this 5 o'clock thing?
You know why it's like that? Because at Blind Pig, I had a clock. And it would start the brew day at 12. Okay. We would set the mash at 12.
All right.
And then by the time it got, and we had a really slow, had a small burner, so it took a while to get it to a boil. Once it got to a boil, it was fine, and it would be 4:30 on this brew clock, and so it's always stuck. I always have 4:30 in mind, so I make our brewers.
No, yeah, I was Eric and I were brewing when we brewed the Janet's Brown. He kept talking about the 5 o'clock and the 5.
But it works because. Any brewer any of our guys can walk in,
know what you're talking about,
and if you were to go on by regular time, and you write it down on the brew log, if you forget,
right?
But all you got to do is set the clock to 4:30.
Right.
That's when the boil starts.
That's your major points.
And if there's a shift switch, Eric's leaving, guys coming in.
They all speak the same language.
They all speak exactly.
Who took the 5 o'clock?
So, yeah.
All right, I got to get us to break.
Oh.
Let me do that. We're going to come back. We're going to talk more hops and Belgian beers. I do have a couple more questions in front of me. I'll try to get everybody's questions answered. But we've got 2 more great topics to talk about with Vinny tonight. So stick with us. 888-401-BEER or join Bevo in the chat. Also the video, justin.tv/Brewing Network. We'll be right back with more from Vinny.
listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Tasty. Tasty. Tasty can. Tasty. Tasty can. Tasty. 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 Eco Freight can. Eco Freight. Eco Freight. Eco Freight. Hi. I'm Freight. Sean O'Sullivan. Cans. Sean O'Sullivan, brewmaster at 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant on 2nd Street. Brewery and Restaurant. Well, the neighborhood has really changed over the years. Well. Tasty. Brewery and Restaurant at Cans. Tasty. Cans. That's right. Tasty. Packaged. Tasty. Packaged. Cans. That's right. Hi, I'm Sean O'Sullivan, the brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. Crack open a cold 21A in San Francisco. Crack 21A. Crack 21A. IPA in cans. Crack longer in San Francisco. Longer, pressure. Packaged longer. Pressure, longer. In San Francisco. Brewmaster in San Francisco. That's right, cans. Tasty packaged. Cans. Local neighborhood brew pub. Hi. Well, I'm Sean O'Sullivan. Tasty crack cans. Tasty crack cans. Brewmaster and co-founder of the 21st Amendment Brewery and Restaurant in San Francisco. San Francisco. Tasty brewmaster. That's right, master. Well, that day has come. Cans.
Do you support the Brewing Network? Do you brew your own? Are you looking for an economical, fun, and legal way to do both? Subscribe to Brew Your Own magazine and do just that. All year long, Brew Your Own will surprise you, entertain you, and educate you with articles on beer and brewing from authors like the Brewing Network's very own Jamel Zadashev and John Palmer. Each issue is a full pint of brewing techniques, homebrew stories, tips and photos, projects to make yourself, and recipes for the avid home brewer. Get your tough questions answered by Mr. Wizard and polish your style accuracy with Jamel. A portion of every subscription goes to the Brewing Network, so subscribe today at byo.com/Brewing Network, or just click the BYO logo on the Brewing Network homepage and support a fantastic hobby and your favorite broadcaster. Brew Your Own, the how-to homebrew beer magazine.
Have you ever noticed the pathetic look on the face of the Brewcaster poster boy? That's the look of a child that survives on ramen noodles and home brew. Subprime Meltdown doesn't even begin to describe what this kid has been through. He lives this grim existence for his army, the Brewing Network Army. Times are tough for everybody. It's like getting stuck in time 2 days before payday. Cash is tighter than a posted IOU stuck in a stripper's sweaty G-string. The unicorn's horn is limp and the rainbow has lost its color. But you can help change all that. If you were to take that sparkling change in your pocket and plop it on the table for the BN instead of that extra pint at happy hour, then the world could be a brighter place. When you buy a round for the BN, you buy a round for yourself and your fellow soldiers, and that's what it's all about. That and being entered into the reoccurring donor monthly raffle. So step up and start your own economic stimulus package. For just a few bucks a month, you can stimulate the unicorn, the rainbow, and a brewcaster. Hit that donate button just like you'd hit on that crazy bitch at the bar right after last call. You'll be really happy about it in the morning.
Philo, what's it feel like?
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Yeah!
Spraying live beer radio all over your face.
Can't get any better than this, baby.
It's the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back to the program. Lots more to get to, even though we're pretty deep into the show already. We've got some more topics to talk about. 888-401-BEER if you want to use the number to talk to Vinny yourself, or just hit the Chat Now button on the homepage. The Beeve is passing over the questions to me. And, Vinny, I'll have you know you're the only brewer on earth, save maybe Jean if he ever comes over from Cantillon, that I will allow to eat in my studio.
I thought you were going to say that brought food.
That actually, too, which might be the reason you're allowed to eat in here. You brought the food.
Your pizza.
Is that Russian River pizza you brought?
No, I went to Costco and got it.
I love
Of course
that.
It's Russian River
He's
pizza.
Sweet. He's on the way here. God,
Shit.
where can I get pizza?
Pizza places? Well, I'm getting beer at the
I wonder who makes good pizza to bring.
We're going solar right now at our production brewery.
Are you?
We're putting on 600 solar panels on the roof. And the construction, the crew that's doing it, the company that's doing it, they had pizza delivered there the other day.
Ah.
It's pretty funny. At least it wasn't at the pub.
Yeah, that's true.
Really.
That's fun. Yeah, that would be even better. Yeah. What a kick in the nuts that is. All right, some things we need to get to with you, and I've got a few more questions from the chat. I'll try to get to everybody's questions as I can. Some of them, if it's stuff that's been covered a lot and that you can find out there on the interwebs, I may skip a couple of them, guys. So just because we only get Vinny every now and then, and I want to cover as much as we can of the new stuff. I want to start talking about hops and Belgian beers with you because there's not a lot of information out there about it, and I think that even Belgian breweries are really starting to experiment with it now. We were talking a little bit about it before the show. Yeah. You and I, Vinny, were like La Chouffe. I don't know how the hell you say it. Yeah. It's spelt La Chouffe. Like they have their Hopgoblin beer, and they just really tried to make a hoppy. In fact, I think they used Amarillo and things like that.
Yeah, it's Columbus and Amarillo, and it was brewed for the United States market.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Not for there, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it's available there now, but I know initially that beer in specific was
for them.
Yeah.
For us. Well, so I want to get into that in a second. But that's really what I want to talk about this segment is using hops and Belgian. But first, I have a question to ask for Tasty. And I'm asking this for Tasty because it comes up all the time. Tasty is our homebrew filter guru. All right? He filters almost everything. And he's also obviously one of the best brewers in the room. He always is. And his beer looks great, tastes great, the whole thing. But a question that we always encounter is, does filtering strip a beer of hop character, flavor, aroma, any of these things? And being one of the experts that you are,
asking me or
I'm
Tasty?
asking you. I want to know it because Tasty. We know Tasty's
I was
answer.
at a homebrew club meeting the other night, and somebody asked me about filtering. And
what was your answer?
I said, my pat answer is, well, if you feel that your filtered beer is not as hoppy as you'd like it, I would add more hops. My other answer is
awesome.
That's a really good answer, isn't
it? Right. The other answer is like, I don't know what hop flavor, how big it is, but I don't think it's like that big that it wouldn't slip through a 5 or 7 or 1 micron filter. Right. It's not like a glob of hop flavor or hop aroma. It's smaller than that. I think what's more to the point is the yeast that you carry over, the proteins you carry over, grab onto that hop particulate. To me, they give you hop flavor, but I don't think it's a pleasant hop flavor. I think it's an annoying, muddled, get in the way of the rest of the taste of the beer kind of flavor.
So there you go.
I'm sorry.
Ben.
I'm answering.
Well, that's you. No,
what do you think?
Your answer.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, if you run a filter and you have filter pads, you pull the pads out and there's color on there. So
gooey stuff.
You're removing
stuff.
You're removing something.
Okay.
So, that's interesting because here we are filtering at one brewery but not at the other. And I'm pretty upfront and honest about, we're gelatining beers at the pub.
Yeah.
But
you're not filtering it.
At the production brewery, we filter it. The pub, we don't.
Okay.
So I think you do remove a certain, element of flavor if you get too tight of a filtration.
Okay.
Do you think you can compensate for that?
On the front side?
Yeah, the front
I think
side.
you
You want a filter, and it's pulling something out of it.
Right.
Can you compensate
by adding
side?
more on the front end? You absolutely can. Yeah. But to kind of bring it all back home, this is a homebrew show.
Yeah.
I don't know why a homebrewer, minus a yeast that just won't settle out.
Yeah.
I don't know why a homebrewer would want to filter when you can just use gelatin.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone that's been to our brew pub sees how bright, even the rejection we're drinking now it's dark, but you can see right through it, with a light, and it's gelatin is an amazing, unless you're a vegan, unless you're vegetarian,
right? Unless you're not from Iceland.
So, but gelatin does a great job, and for 5 gallons, it's been a while since I've gelatined that, but I think it's a tablespoon.
It's not even that much.
Or couple teaspoons.
I use the packages that comes in.
Yeah,
it's really effective.
Half a package per 5 gallons.
And you mix that in 150 degree water. Add it. You can either do it one or two ways. If you have a kegerator at home and you're carbonating in the keg, maybe you're just putting top pressure. You're shaking the crap out of the corny keg.
Yeah.
You can add the gelatin, and when you rack the beer, get the CO2 in, however you do it. And as long as the keg doesn't move, you can just draw right off the gelatin. And if you ever made Jell-O, you know how tacky
it stays in the bottom.
Sticking stays in the bottom. Or you can gelatin in, say, a secondary, a carboy, or a bucket, and it's amazing. It only takes like 24 to 48 hours for it to really fall through. And then you could rack off that into a
brighter tank.
Into your bright tank, keg. You could go to a bucket and bottle from it. Back when I was homebrewing, before I went professional, I would add gelatin. So I did a primary fermentation. I would typically rack to a secondary, and then after a secondary amount of time that was, I would go to a bottling bucket. And when I was adding the priming sugar, I was also adding gelatin at the same time. And then the gelatin would fall to the bottom of the bottle, with the with the yeast or whatever it was pulling out.
Sure.
And that was it.
See, this is the general consensus that you get, Tasty, from other great brewers, too, that they say, I don't know why a home brewer would filter. I personally have a hard time arguing with any of Tasty's methods, even though half of them are ridiculous.
Plus it costs money. Filtering costs money.
Yeah, it costs me like $4 a batch. No, I mean that's not insignificant. I'm not minimizing.
If I were to go back and redesign our production brewery, I would have built at least one of our bright tanks in a different geometry, so that we wouldn't have to filter.
So you wouldn't have to filter.
I see.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And who knows? Maybe I'll do that someday, because our current bright tanks make great fermenters because they're so fat and squatty.
Yeah.
It's like having an open fermenter.
I remember talking to you about those while we were there.
Yeah.
Hey, Vinny, I got a couple questions about this rejection. One, can you pass it over here?
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah. I have some.
And two, is this a new beer?
Rejection this is the 4th year we've made it.
That's wow.
We make it usually not usually, always just once a year for Valentine's Day. And
notice it's black.
Yeah, it is black. There's a reason
Valentine's
for it.
Day.
This is the one for the beer fest, right?
This beer got started, though. Yeah, we're going to pour this at the...
Great.
Well, it's really good.
This beer got started. A lot of our shun beers, which a lot of them have religious names,
Yep.
come from Tommy Arthur at Lost Abbey.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because he grew up Catholic.
Okay, perfect.
So,
I knew he was miserable for a reason.
Well, it was his idea.
Oh, I see.
And we made Damnation first, and then Redemption was second.
Chronicling Your Life.
Salvation and Temptation were the next two. Those were Tommy's ideas.
Right.
And several years ago, he called me and he goes, and it was about a month before Valentine's Day, and he goes, I just had a great idea. You should make a shun beer for Valentine's Day and call it Rejection. So all we had was a Grundy, little 200-gallon tank available. Doesn't have any glycol on it or whatever, so it wouldn't chill. And I just took ingredients. I brewed it that next day. Leftover two-row malt, whatever was sitting around.
Kitchen sink beer.
Had some black malt. And
you had to buy that because you didn't have any black malt sitting around.
Made it a black beer. And
I like it. It's got a little bit of Janus in it.
That was
I'm
Rejection.
A big fan of this.
And we ferment it with a Belgian yeast, with the 530, the Abbey Ale yeast from White, or something equivalent.
Yeah.
And this year is probably the most subdued. In the past, we fermented it a lot warmer, and I like it now. It's a little softer. And
I prefer it subdued also.
I could drink this all night. This is really great
I'm a
beer.
Belgian fan, but yeah, when it gets too estery...
It's kind of like a Belgian-style porter.
Yeah.
And
I'm glad we're getting this one. I will say this. Everyone, you're going to enjoy this beer at the festival.
It's a great
nice.
session beer, and yet how often do you drink a dark beer that's Belgian yeast?
Yeah.
It's not. There aren't that many.
I will say this: of the list of beers that we got to have at the fest, now my first choice is that sour brown. Which one's is that?
Supplication.
The Supplication. This beer. But here's...
You mean this?
Oh,
yeah, that one.
Thank you.
With our new bottle.
So we had the option of the... And I'm just going to be honest with the listeners at home. We had the option of the Supplication. I'm looking at it, and my mouth is watering.
Did you look at the price?
But the goddamn price on this thing. But I'm going to say this. Here's what... And the listeners, you're going to hate to even hear this. Here's how you're going to judge if our beer festival was a success, Chad. I'm getting that keg for home if we do well at the beer fest.
Perfect.
We are going to have this beer on tap.
No profits on a keg of that.
Festival's going to be great.
Well, the whole thing, huh?
If the beer fest goes well and you hear us talking about Supplication on tap, you know that we were a huge
Keep in mind,
success.
that was a half barrel price.
I know,
so
that's
5
what
gallons
I'm saying.
only a third of that.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Well, then I don't know. No, I'm going for the half barrel.
Might as well.
I just... we
have a lot of work to do.
I love this beer. It's a wonderful beer.
It's one of my top 3 beers.
This batch of Supplication is the best batch we've ever made.
Is that right?
Yeah, batch 4. But it's getting released on February 4th or 5th, the same day as the Younger.
Okay.
So,
and here's the other thing about this beer is, so I'm white trash. And this is how I've grown up. It's who I am. So I am a stickler about prices. I'm cheap. But in your case and in other breweries' cases, it's a select few. I actually really get it now when the prices are high, when it's an expensive beer. I know the labor, the amount of time you had to sit on this beer, all of those things. So I actually never complain about the prices anymore. It doesn't mean I can afford them any better.
Right.
But with certain breweries, I get it. It bothers me when other breweries just kind of jump on the high-price bandwagon and they spend a quarter of the time.
Corky Cajun is that
yeah, because they bought a nice bottle. Yeah. But this is definitely... I'm just giving you respect that I definitely understand when you're doing things to a beer that most breweries don't do.
Yeah. It takes a long time to make those, and I mean, even like the Younger, where it's $4.50 a half pint at the pub.
Right.
It's $36 for a growler refill or $42 for it new.
Wow.
And you can look on the surface and say, well, the hops are more, but that actually has the least to do with it. It's the fact that it takes 6 weeks to make, and that we have 2 fermenters of Younger going at the pub right now.
Yeah.
It's 6 weeks, and Elder, though, is a 3-week beer. So we've lost basically 2 tank worths of beer because of the Younger. And that's really why it costs
takes so much of the overhead.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money if you consider...
Double it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to cost twice as much.
I just see that blue label. I just kind of get shivery.
Okay. Well, let's talk about hops and Belgian beers a little bit.
Actually, I want to say one thing, too, about the Rejection, is that the black malt in it is the Carafa 3 Special from Wireman, which if there's any homebrewers out there that are making... You can use it in... to add a little bit of color, like the new Happy Hops that we're coming out with. I needed a little bit of color, but for those that know me, I I dislike crystal malt to a point. Little is good, and then beyond that, it can be too much. So we used a little bit of this Carafa 3 Special to give it a little color. And this beer, all the colors coming from the Carafa 3. And Consecration and Salvation, all the color comes from the Carafa 3 Special. And Weyermann, the German malt company, makes regular Carafa malts. They have 1, 2, and 3. 1 is more of a brown color. 3 is black. I don't know what the Lavibon level is. But then they have the special versions of the 3, and those are all dehusked. So there's the husks aren't there to leave astringency behind, and they are beautiful malts for adding just a tiny bit of color or going black.
A lot, yeah.
But yet keeping it super clean.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if the first time we made this, we wouldn't have had that malt sitting around. We probably used chocolate malt the first year when literally Tommy called me on a Tuesday with the idea, and I said, well, if it's going to be ready for Valentine's Day,
tomorrow,
we better brew it tomorrow.
Yeah.
And because we didn't have Carafa 3, that's how I learned about it, was after the fact. They said, okay, the first batch was good. Granted, we made it in a non-refrigerated. It got really warm, but there was flavor things. It was like, there's got to be something out there.
Mm-hmm.
And
so the chocolate, it was just too astringent? Is that the
because we were looking for something really clean.
Yeah, that was
and this has that smooth character instead of a bite.
The Carafa 3 Special it's a beautiful dark malt, and it's rare to walk into Russian River and see. As you guys know, the OVL Stout is on all the time, but it's rare to see anything more than that. Right now, we have 3 black beers on. We have our Porter on, and the Rejection, and the OVL.
Well, when the Janet's Brown was pouring there, it was kind of unique, and it was dark.
Yeah, and we don't do that, and we'll definitely brew the Janet's again.
Oh.
So,
you was going to
bring...
You heard it here, folks.
I was going to bring the...
what do you got?
The recipe. The judges' sheets.
Oh, you had
for it.
Oh,
yeah, I got it, and then
what did they say? What you remember?
It ended up getting lost, and we have cats at the production. We have Ferdinand and Growler, and I think one of them teared over it, and it ended up just not.
Think this is a sign about your beer tasting?
We will have to make it again, otherwise we won't.
No, it was.
Were they good comments?
Yeah, they were all good comments. And when you GABF judging, there's the blue sheet, as it's called, and it has all these different criterias or suggestions that the judges can make for, and it's only during first round. After that, they don't have the blue sheet.
Right.
And one of them is great beer, but others are better. Basically, it's saying the beer is good, but it.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if it went on to the second round or not.
But it didn't win. That's all we care about.
We're losers.
Yeah.
It was a good beer.
It was good.
That's all that we care is.
We still get requests for it at the pub.
Oh, you do?
Right.
We get requests for it here.
Let's satisfy those requests. Yeah, that's right.
Let's brew more.
Yes.
I have a marketing suggestion for you. Next time you're going to have so many black beers, you're early a month. You might as well have them in February next year. It's Black History Month, and you can do a whole thing out of it. It's Black Beer Month at Russian River.
That. Yeah.
Why not cash in on these sorts of historical events?
Get Terrence to kick it off.
We'll have Terrence the Black come over, our BN rep.
He'll legitimize us.
Every Sunday we'll get a phone call from Terrence the Black at Russian River.
Nice.
Those beers are available for the holiday tomorrow.
That's true.
Yeah.
They're available for Martin Luther the King Day.
Yep.
I said the King, Doc.
Yeah, you did.
All right, listen.
Didn't have to correct
That's right. That's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
It's a big
3
day.
black beers on tap at Russian River.
It's a big day for basketball. Daytime basketball.
That's right. Warriors are on 1.
It actually is.
I just know I got to entertain my kids tomorrow because they're not going to school.
I'm looking forward to the Lakers Magic game tomorrow night. Or maybe it's day. I don't know.
Could be.
Tebow.
UConn got beat today.
It's all day nighttime for you.
Their ass is kicked.
It's a shame. Okay, hops and Belgian beers. And this is a good example of a nice beer with that Belgian Abbey yeast to it. And in my opinion, when a brewer, Le Chouffe is just my most prominent example.
It's the easiest example to use.
And it's an easy target for me. My palate does not enjoy the taste of big American bitterness and hops up against a Belgian yeast.
Me too.
They just don't. They don't mesh.
I think it's a train wreck.
I can't wait for that to die away. That fad.
Me too. I can't.
I know who I'm knocking, and you're knocking them too.
Yeah. I absolutely. There's tons of breweries doing that.
What's it rhyme?
More American breweries.
A lot of them on the West Coast
doing it.
Right.
And there's a couple in Belgium, and.
Oh yeah.
And it rhymes with?
It doesn't. It was like I was saying earlier about crystal malt and American hops. Well,
right.
Most Belgian yeasts, it's a train wreck, and it all goes to that oxidative character. When American hops oxidize, the flavor is just it's terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know what other adjective to use. It's just
horrible.
It's not a positive thing. And
it's not a plus.
And it's the myrcene again. It's those oils that give you that floral, citrusy type. And you get some of those type of flavors or similar flavors, whether it's CTZ or Amarillo or Centennial, Cascade, Simcoe. I mean, all those things are, they're pineapple, floral, citrus. And for me personally,
there's got to be some chemical conversions.
Just my
going
opinion
on there
that the flavors don't meld.
Still mesh.
Well, now on the flip side is, Redemption that we had earlier. It's certainly not an IPA, but that's Styrian Golding in there and some Sterling. And that was a 5-year or 4.5-year-old bottle of beer we had earlier. And
but it's not a hop forward beer.
It's not super hop forward, but those types of hops, and that's we did a beer recently called Empirical 7 that was a blonde saison-y type of Belgian beer. We used a saison type yeast, and it was all Styrian Golding all the way through. And we brewed it and released part of the batch, and the rest of it's in barrels right now to make probably something new, a new beer or whatever it's going to be called.
Oh, wow.
But like Styrian hops age really well.
Okay.
And you think of Orval, for example. That's a really hoppy beer.
Right.
And if any of you have had Orval in Belgium, really fresh. The Brett is almost non-existent, but the hops are just super forward. And sometimes you almost get a Cascade floralness from. There's no Cascade in Orval, of course. It's Styrian Golding and I think some Hallertau's or whatever else. But there's a lot
you get
of
that flowery.
But yeah, I mean there's a
or
hop.
Just the aroma level.
Yeah, exactly. Just the aroma level. And on a beer like that, it ages. I've had 25-year-old Orval, and it's beautiful. And yeah, it's still not an IPA, but
sure.
To me, if and we've done it before. We did a beer for the elections 2 years ago, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was a Belgian-y IPA, but instead of using the the floral citrus hops, it was all Sterling and Styrian Golding,
and it worked better.
Yeah, it was called defenestration. It literally means to throw a politician out a window. So we did it for the elections 2 years or a year ago, I guess, the presidential election.
Didn't make the national media. It should have.
Yeah. Actually, it did. Someone wrote about it once. Really? But in that case, we were trying to make that type of beer, but there was no way we were going to do it with Amarillo or any of those hops. So I guess it's personal preference. But there's a great beer bar in Sebastopol called the Hop Monk, and it's owned by Dean Biersch of Gordon Biersch. It's his little side project, and Dean lives up in Sonoma County, and he has some of these beers on sometimes in draft or bottles, and they taste terrible after a couple months.
Okay.
Because the hops oxidize. And it's probably worse on a Belgian beer because it's got to travel all this way. It'd be like us selling Pliny in Belgium.
Yeah.
You ship it all that way.
Via Japan.
And it's got to, it's on a ship for 6 weeks, a month probably, 6 weeks, whatever. It gets tied up in customs, sitting on a dock. It's warm. There's probably someone out there going, well, I love those flavors. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Again, it's the beauty of homebrewing, but if you're going to do that type of beer, it's my suggestion that you go with something like Styrian that has great flavor and great personality.
Okay.
But
doesn't oxidize as much.
It doesn't oxidize. And when it does oxidize, I mean, it can get really cheesy when, like, Styrian, for example, does oxidize, but it doesn't have, to me, a rancid,
it's not
offensive flavor, and if you put that type of beer in conjunction with a little bit of Brettanomyces, then it turns into a totally different animal.
So here's a question then, as it kind of directly relates to you. I think that they actually dry hop Orval.
Orval is dry hopped.
So here's one of your favorite beers.
I will be at Orval in a month. I can't wait to drink it.
You can see it, check it out.
Yeah.
You seem pretty excited about that, Vinny.
I am. I love Orval.
Have you dry hopped? Do you have experience doing this with any of your beers? Your Belgian beers, of course. I mean.
We did dry hop the defenestration.
You did that one, okay.
Empirical 7, which was this Saison yeast blonde hoppy beer.
Yeah.
I call it a hoppy blonde beer. Some people call it a Saison. That was not dry hopped, but we added a ton of hops to the finish.
Okay.
And it was probably a 50 BU beer, and it's still, I taste it from the barrels now, and it's been in the barrels for 9 months now, some of the barrels, and it's still super fragrant and floral and orangey. Steering Golden gives a big orange flavor.
Okay.
Mandarin orange sometimes.
Because I guess I'm a little surprised with it being one of your favorite examples of a big, beautiful Belgian beer that we're not seeing a lot of, especially because you're a dry hopping guy with your other beers.
Yeah.
That we're not seeing you experiment too much with it with these Belgians.
It's probably a bit of respect for Jean-Marie Rock at Orval, the brewer.
Okay.
Is that I'm not going to set out to try to copy Orval.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's my respect for Jean-Marie.
Yeah.
Is that, we've, guess you'd say we're friends or whatever, but I love Orval. We're now messing around with Brett finished beers, not necessarily barrel aged or like the Empirical was Brett finished.
Yeah.
Of course, since I found out there was 2 other breweries that use Empirical in their name of a beer, so we've stopped doing that. So it's going to kind of come back as a different name. I don't want to get into a trademark.
Sure. Just change instead of sue.
Yeah, there's
Monster.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And I eventually want to come out with a line of beers, like 2 or 3 beers that are just Brett finished. They're primary fermented with whatever the yeast is, and then finish them both in the bottle and in the keg with Brettanomyces, and kind of go in the Orval direction, but not copy Orval. And their redemption, the first beer we had tonight is something. So we've been doing this over the years. We made a beer probably 2 or 3 years ago, a couple times, called Deification. Of course, people would come in the pub and they'd see, I'll have a pint of defecation.
Why would you order that, by the way? But
it was like, it tastes like, Travis, our old brewer, his thing would be like, Deification. Oh, I'll have a defecation. It tastes like shit.
It's a brown beer.
It's a good T-shirt.
But so we have been messing around with this type of beer over the years. Hoppy, Belgian yeast. I also think that it's yeast driven too. For instance, we've done it with the Abbey Ale yeast. We've made these types of beers with the Abbey Ale yeast, and that yeast just doesn't meld well with the big hop character. But the Saison yeast we use, which was really spicy and peppery, and we didn't add any spice to it, worked great with the big hops.
Okay.
So I wonder too if it's yeast driven. So something like the Abbey Ale yeast or the Trappist ale yeast, they're probably not right for it as well.
Okay.
But I still stand by American hops shouldn't be in.
You do?
Oh yeah, I stand behind the American floral hops, like IPA hops. Sterling's amazing in it because you have more saws and there's just a tiny bit of Cascade bred into it. But to me, Styrian is still the go-to. Kent Golding's, I think works well.
So what about
I want to start messing around with some Northern Brewer mixed in there. I think the kind of rough
it's kind of rough to me.
It's not a clean flavor, and I think that would some of that kind of rough. Coarse flavor,
harsh, kind of coarse.
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would meld nice with some of the fruitiness you get out of the Belgian yeast, and it could be that maybe like that fruitiness out of the Abbey Ale yeast that I don't like.
It might fix it.
It may fix it right there. Yeah, and I keep thinking about Northern Brewer, and that's been a part of. We were talking about the hop crisis earlier. Didn't they make a beer? Didn't someone make a beer? Didn't 21st Amendment make hop crisis?
I think so. Yeah, it was 2-A. Yeah,
but that was a part of the hop crisis too. Was you couldn't just buy like I want a box of Northern Brewer,
right?
As a brewer,
you need a contract.
You just couldn't do it, and it had to be all pre-thought out and contracted. And it's like, oh my god, you
couldn't even experiment.
There was no spontaneity to it. You couldn't be spontaneous, and there was a time when I was really pissed off because it was the hop brokers telling us what we could use, and it's like that's the tail wagging the dog,
right?
And that's not right.
It's like you want to paint a picture and you can't get blue.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
come on.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good analogy.
Limited palate.
All right, so given that description about what hops to use, I have another question about the freshness of hops in Belgian. So in, my favorite beers, lambic, sour beers, things with funk in it, it's aged. They're old hops. They are cheesy hops. Yeah. Are you using all fresh hops in your beers, or are you aging hops as well?
We use aged hops in just our spontaneously fermented beers. Yeah, so we make a beer called Beatification. That's our spontaneously fermented beer.
Love that beer.
And we
that's a good beer.
make the base beer to that we call Synambic. And the Synambic is a contraction between Sonoma and Lambic.
Okay.
Because Lambic's a protected term in our respect to our Belgian friends that we shouldn't use the word. It's kind of like champagne and sparkling wine.
Yeah.
And so we use the word Synambic. And
it's not as catchy.
No, it's not.
Come up with something better.
Anyway, so we use all aged hops, and right now we've got a bale of I think they're Spalt hops that we got from Ralph Olson from Hop Union, and then he sent me the very last bale, so he doesn't have any anymore. But we're now aging our own hops too for this.
Okay.
But we do not use aged hops in, say, supplication.
You don't?
No.
Only you're 100% spontaneous?
I
see.
Kind of follow tradition.
And aged meaning they've just been like hanging out, room temperature, funky.
Where do you have them sitting? Just in a closet?
They're on the rafter 16 feet up in the warehouse, so they're at the hottest part of the
Okay.
I've got stuff that I've had that I don't use all my hops every time, so they'll go in my freezer. I put them in a bag. I'll label them. I got stuff that's pretty old.
Cheesy.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I love it. I love that sound.
Put a hole in the roof.
That's a hole that we will accept in Studio B.
Oh, yeah.
Look, it didn't gush either, and, go everywhere.
Really still.
That's beautiful, too.
Nice bottles, too.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go.
Cha.
Point it at Chad next time.
So, would you say that these, the ones I have in the freezer, they're not going to be like cheesy old from being hot and dry?
It's a good question.
But they've been there. I've got some.
Will they still have that
old,
age character?
I got some really old stuff.
To a degree, they do, because when I got these, the first bale, well, both of the bales from Ralph Olson at Hop Union, he had them in one of his warehouses that, like
stores
0 degrees, or it's freaking cold. and they, although they weren't as cheesy as I thought they would be, so the cold temperature really does slow down the aging process, but it's not going to slow it down 100%.
Well, I got some things from 2001.
Yeah,
I got some old. So it's been in the freezer. It's been in Ziplocs, but
that's how the first bale was from Ralph. And then we put it up in the rafters, and we're just about done with that bale. They're 200-pound bales, so it takes a lot.
And they're just open up there.
Yeah, we just cut the sack open, and they just sit open. If we've had hops where we wanted to try pellets, and we put we took a bus tub from the kitchen, cleaned it up, and we just put pellets in it, put it in our boiler room for a week. just super oxidized it. Yeah.
Now, Vinny, this bottle, I've never seen a bottle of this shape. It's got the neck of a 750.
Look, you can
the
just
body,
show the camera.
Yeah.
It's a first, by the way.
This is kind of unique. This is a brand new bottle?
This is actually the debut of the bottle. We still haven't released it yet. This is our brand new bottle. We own this mold with two other breweries, North Coast Brewery up in Fort Bragg, and Lost Abbey down in San Diego and San Marcos specifically. And we for you guys may remember our original 375 bottles. Sleek, sexy, champagne bottle. Really expensive. And when we started with that bottle, it wasn't too expensive, but in time, little by little, they just kept creeping the price up. And we finally just said, when we opened the production brewery, we can't pay $1.50 just for the empty bottle. And for some of the local homebrewers, I know they were getting them at More Beer.
Yeah, you took all my bottles.
Yeah.
I went in there to get some. So, Vinny came in and took them all.
That's not true. But anyway, so we then started putting our sour barrel-aged beers in 750s, just like the rest of our Belgians. And it was when we opened the new brewery that I started working on this bottle with a glass manufacturer.
So this is affordable.
And then, it is. It's affordable for us, and we own the mold the three of us together.
Yeah.
It's just like a little mini-me version.
Yeah, it is. Of the big one.
The capping will be the same, exactly.
Yeah.
They're really awesome.
Now, the interesting part of it is that we own the mold. No one else can use it without... Well, one of two things can happen. A brewery can go out, if they wanted to, and spend the $24,000 that the three of us spent together. I think we each kicked in $7,000 or $8,000 to buy the mold. So another brewery could do this, but they'd have to lay out the entire
$24,000.
Yeah, the mold cost. Or we, as a group of brewers, can let them in to help pay for it. And I'm not sure where that's going to go. I actually have no feelings towards why we should keep it exclusive, but I know Tommy and Mark are a little more protective of it because it was a year project.
Yeah.
I mean, just us designing it and testing.
Your hours and sweat
There's a lot
into
of
it.
time into it.
They're awesome,
but they're beautiful bottles, and we're releasing this, in another few weeks here.
The cherries are really coming through this beer. I would. Sitting on a case of this beer for a couple years, oh, good Lord. This is going to be just beautiful.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think it's my favorite batch of supplication. It's the fourth bottling of it.
So
and,
now
the cherries are really up. They're bright right now.
In your face.
The barrels were if you saw these barrels, they didn't even look used unless you put the flashlight inside and saw the red, from the Pinot that was in there. Because supplication it's 100% Pinot Noir barrels. And
they new barrels? Well, new
to us.
Like one.
No, the winery used them for 3 years.
Okay.
And
but it went from Pinot to you.
Yeah,
and you haven't used them twice
because our barrel program is Temptation is all Chardonnay barrels.
Okay.
The supplication that we're drinking is all Pinot barrels, and Consecration is all Cabernet barrels. And the Consecration definitely needs to age more because the cab that's being contributed to the beer through the barrels has so much tannins in it that it actually does need to age, almost like a Cabernet needs to age.
Drop that out.
Where the supplication is a little softer and more subtle, just like a Pinot Noir is softer and subtle, and you get some of the cherry notes and the oak and everything that's coming into the beer.
We now vote a best beer here on the BN every year during our annual Brewing Network Awards. And nobody does because it's a bullshit award. But but 2 Russian River beers were nominated this year.
Really?
Janet's Brown and Consecration.
That's cool.
And there was 5 beers on the list.
What else was on there?
Firestone Walker 13.
That's cool.
15. Wasn't it?
Whatever.
No,
some year.
It's 13. Pretty sure it's 13.
Oh, yeah.
Monk's Blood.
And Monk's Blood. So that's right. So 4. So you made up half the list.
What's Monk's Blood is
2-1A.
2-1A, yeah, I thought.
And Firestone 1. 13 is an unbelievable blend of beers. But it was a tough...
I taught Matt everything he knows.
I'll tell you, the whole debate was between Consecration and Firestone.
Yeah.
It was those 2 beers.
I've done some tastings before where I used... It wasn't the 13, it was the 11 or 12 or whatever. But, those blends that Matt does...
when he brings in the vintners to help him do it, I think it's a smart move.
Yeah.
Guys who really know.
He's invited me down to do that, and it's not just a 1 hour drive. Like
no, it's not.
Here. It's a bit of a haul to get to.
Like 4 hours
Paso.
from your house.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, and that's with no traffic.
And you have to drive back.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to keep.
But
this,
I will do
it.
I will do it sometime because that would be a lot of fun to be able to be a part of that blend. It's the Firestone anniversary beers are such a beautiful. And
And he's won 2 years in a row now too. His Union Jack won last year.
Yeah.
Love that IPA.
I taught him everything he knows about that.
About that too.
I'm serious.
You taught the hop chemist everything he knows about.
What do you think of that beer?
Yeah, he said to me after he beat me at the GABF the last 2 years, you taught me too much.
Yeah. He does. The guy's making amazing beer.
Yeah, and he's always stroking his little beard.
I think that's a secret.
His conniving thing.
You might have to grow a beard to get back on top.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
Yeah, one time he was tasting my beer and doing that, and I knew at that time he was stealing something from me.
It's his theft move.
I just knew he was something I'm doing. He was getting.
It's that devil move.
It is. It is kind of devilish the way he does it. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
We must have a hat on so we don't see the horns.
Yeah, that's why he always wears a hat.
Yeah,
that
horns.
explains it.
All right, so here's a good question.
I just got to finish it. Matt's one of my favorite brewers in America.
Ours also. We love the kid.
He's a good guy.
Fans of Matt.
Yeah.
So, with hops and funky beers, there's kind of an issue there. We said that in Belgium they're using older hops,
Right.
but
for lambic.
In some of your talks, you've talked about that the presence of certain hop acids will actually slow the growth of something like a lactobacillus.
Yeah, lacto specifically, but not pedio.
Okay.
So pedio can deal with hops, but lacto cannot, and that's why when you research or talk about lambics, that there's rarely any lactobacillus involved in the acidification of the beer.
So how is it? It's mash?
It's all through the pedio that lambic beer in specific is getting its sourness. So it's the lactic production
from
pedio, not
I
lactobacillus.
see.
And the difference in flavor is that lactobacillus is cleaner and a more crisp type acidity, and pedio tends to be more complex and have more depth. And to me, the best way to taste that is in a good Berliner Weiss. A Berliner Weiss is made using lactobacillus as the acidifying agent.
Okay, that's a good example.
And when you drink good, like to me, if you're ever back in Philly, Notting Head Brewery makes a phenomenal.
I had it.
It's amazing.
It's very good.
I mean, and that's if I'm in Philly and I had a go-to beer, a local brewery, it'd be Notting Head's
Berliner Weiss.
Berliner Weiss. It's amazing.
Okay.
I think I just had one from New Glarus. We did an exchange with Dan Carey where we sent him a case of beer, and then he sent us a case back for our Christmas party. And their Berliner Weiss is aged in barrels, I think, and has some wine grapes. It was a little more complex. But anyways, a good Berliner Weiss, you can taste that really clean acidity, and when it hits your palate, it's there, and then it's gone.
So it's real one-dimensional.
It's one-dimensional.
Gone.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
well,
especially in like a Berliner Weiss where it's low alcohol and it's thirst quenching.
Yeah,
I mean, God, there's nothing better than a summer. That's a beer I've never brewed before, and I would love to someday.
You should do.
I'm gonna get Kurt Decker drunk one night on Blind Pig from Notting Head because he loves Blind Pig. I'm gonna steal the recipe from him.
We had a homebrewer, Icky, do a great version. In fact, he did a talk at NHC a couple years ago about Berliner Weiss, and he had some really nice ones. And he really turned me onto the style with his homebrews. That I just because I agree with you, it's just so refreshing. But it has that sour quality, that a little bit of acid that I really enjoy.
I think that's a great starter beer. It's not a barrel beer per se.
Yeah.
But if you're a home brewer, you want to kick around making a sour beer. I think Berliner Weiss is a great way to start. Because you can buy a pitch of lactobacillus from through Y yeast or white or whoever, and
do that.
It's a good way to start. Yeah, but pedio leaves more depth and more mouthfeel, and it's more complex, acidic.
So give me an example.
Flavor.
So Beatification, possibly my favorite sour beer in America. Is that a pedio beer?
More pedio than lacto on all of our beers. All of our sour beers are more pedio.
But there is lacto also.
There is, but if you put it under a microscope, you'll see that the pedio is dominant and the lacto is almost non-existent.
Okay.
Because we are using a fair amount of hops in the beer, and plus our house culture that we call yeast gone wild.
Yeah,
is
nice.
Is
2 payments in 1999,
but it keeps coming every month until you cancel.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, it's. I mean, if you put it under a microscope, and we've sent it to Y yeast, and they've told us the same thing. Like, it's mostly got pedio in it. The lacto has just been dominated out, but
so they do compete.
It started out more because
probably different parts of the beer, different earlier in the fermentation.
Yeah, we pitched early on. We pitched them separately. Yeah. Now we have this quote unquote house culture. That is mostly pedio, but it's got some other. It's got Brett in it and other. It has some Saccharomyces in it too.
Okay,
but we're not trying to keep it consistent or anything. But putting that aside, because we are using aged hops there, but it's a quantity of aged hops. But on our more mainline sour beers, the Temptation, the Supplication that we're drinking, or the Consecration, we're using a lot of hops in them. And so the lacto won't survive that, or not much of it.
I see.
But also, it's a flavor contribution in that if you have too hoppy of a beer, it's going to be fighting the acidity, because you have bitterness fighting acidity. Right. And then if you bottle it and you throw on it the carbonic acid from the CO2, now you have three things that are all
acidic
and sharp on the palate.
Yeah.
So the most recent batch of Consecration, I was going to pop one of those next. We actually lowered the CO2 by like 20% on it, because we saw that the taste in it. We just emptied 66 Consecration barrels the other day. It's about 100 beer barrels, 3,000 gallons of Consecration, 3,100 gallons to be exact.
Wow!
And I taste it.
Thank you.
I taste every barrel. It's the
sure.
I always go home drunk.
Oh, you
days.
must.
It's about half an ounce per barrel. I used to be an ounce, and then I couldn't function after noon.
Right.
But so I taste every barrel, and after the first two bottlings of Consecration, I said to myself, it was rhetorical. Why is it that I like the beer better on barrel days and not as much in the bottle? I mean, the bottles are still good.
Yeah.
But they weren't as good. And I associated it to the
acid.
CO2, the
it's carbonic
flavor
acid.
Component
the addition of the more acidic.
And
Interesting.
And this batch, we've lowered the amount of priming sugar, which lowered the carbonation. And I think it's a better beer now, because more of the flavors they're rounded, and you don't have the sharp, acidity fighting the CO2, and then some hops mixed in there.
So
somewhere.
what is a lot of hops? You said a couple times that these beers have a lot of hops, and it's not something I would expect to hear out of you with these beers.
For the sour beers, we're talking only in the high 20 bittering units.
Okay.
Because a lambic is going to be in the teens.
Right.
Yeah.
Or lower.
Or even lower.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know the
it's
exact.
Yeah.
So I've got a question about the lacto versus the pedio. As a home brewer, how can we manipulate that? We want lacto. Probably we want to deal with it in the first part of the fermentation, and then the pedio maybe later.
And you want to make sure that. I guess it depends how you want to do it. If you want it to be subtle, you could pitch it right initially, but keep in mind that they're not real big fans of oxygen.
Yeah.
So if you add it when you add your primary yeast, and there's all that oxygen there from wort aeration, you can have some issues there. So our program is, and I guess we'll call it the Russian River Way, is you primary ferment a beer, say with some Belgian yeast, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It could even be
Cal yeast.
It could be anything.
Right.
I don't know.
Primary
if you ever,
yeast. Yeah.
Did you ever have the Isabella Proximus? It was a collaborative beer we did with Dogfish, Avery. Next time I come, I can bring some. But that was fermented with we did that at Port Brewing at Lost Abbey.
Mm-hmm.
That was fermented. I think we used their lager yeast.
Really?
It turned into a sour beer. So that beer in particular goes to show that you really could use anything for the primary yeast. I mean, for God's sakes, we use a lager yeast for it, and I can't remember what Tommy fermented it
as long as it gets all the sugars, what's the matter, really?
Yeah, but at that point, we then go, whatever the primary yeast is, we then fine out most of the yeast, go into the barrel with Brett, and let the beer sit with Brett for 2 months so that the Brett can do its thing, kick into work, create the secondary fermentation, and then at 2 months we top the barrels with a combination of lacto, but it's mostly PDO, lacto and PDO. But that we do that specifically so that the Brett can grow. Because if we add the Brett, the lacto and the PDO at the same time we add the Brett when we fill the barrels, in some cases it'll dominate.
They'll take over.
Yeah, it'll take over, and the pH will drop too fast, and then the Brett can't work at a certain pH.
Yeah.
And so you have the first time we made the spontaneous beer, the Sonambic, which becomes beatification, that's exactly what happened. We had this beer that was so tart. I mean, it was
I
it was
like
like
that.
biting into a lemon.
I love that.
And it was too tart, and there wasn't any of the Brett Funk there from the Brettanomyces, and that was because the pH just dropped so fast, and that was because specifically we had the wort too warm in the initial fermentation, and in doing the spontaneous fermentation with the pH dropping too fast, the yeast couldn't survive because it was just the wrong pH level.
Well, this is exactly what I like to do. I like to, the more complex and the more timing I have to do, and
it's that challenge that you
like. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
Yep. We ferment it first. Then when do you throw in the Brett? Let the Brett do its work, and then I want to have oxygen's gone, so now I can introduce the lacto and then the pedio at the end, and just work it that way.
And I like these beers too because of the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
As professional brewers and as home brewers, sometimes we get too wrapped up in the precision of things. And Justin, you just got back from Cantillon.
Yeah.
I don't think, where's the lab at Cantillon?
No.
It's on the
lab,
wall, isn't it?
The lab is
his Jean's palate.
Is Jean and his and
Jean-Pierre.
and Jean-Pierre's palate. One of the greatest compliments I've ever been given, and I mean, if it wasn't that I had to do it, I would rather just be a hermit and stay at home in the brewery and not go out and whatever. But I took a trip once to Belgium. It was about 3 years ago with Dave Keane from the Tornado, and I had met the Van Roy family at Cantillon on previous trips, and so I emailed Jean and told him I was coming, and he knew I was brewing spontaneous beer.
Okay.
And he called it American Lambic.
Really?
You know how sacred that term lambic is, but here these are, I mean, arguably the godfather of lambic and Jean-Pierre, Jean Jr.'s father.
Yeah.
And they all, call it American. Oh, you bringing your American lambic? so Dave and I showed up the day before the open brew day, and so Jean sees me. Oh, I can't wait to taste your American lambic. And then his dad, Jean-Pierre, who is, like I said, he's like the godfather of lambic beer.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't wait to taste your American lambic.
He said that too.
And then Jean-Pierre's wife, Claude, said the same thing. She's like, I hear you brought some American lambic to taste.
So cool.
And
that was
like that was like taking the Pope holy water.
I guess, yeah.
So
or your ring to kiss.
That was the first batch we'd ever done, and that was the batch that I'd said was too acidic because of the processing, and so their criticism was just what I knew it would be.
Troubleshooting more than criticism.
Yeah, but certainly constructive and positive. But taking spontaneous beer to those guys is like taking the Pope holy water.
It is.
Well,
Last
think
night,
about it. They're from another country. I mean, they're getting
and
there.
how many?
Well,
they've been doing it for 100 and
exactly.
Jean is now what,
they own it, as far as I'm concerned, and even if you look at the history, they actually own it. Like this brewery now they're the ones who can decide what is a lambic and what is not, and what is a goose and what is not, and it's by history, it's by handing it down. And it's just when you talk to these guys, like when you talk to Jean now, and like you said, his lab is his palate.
Yep. And
And when you hear him describe blending a beer and how excited he is about the process he makes, you just can't argue with it. I'm not a very starstruck guy, especially in the beer world. I get to meet a lot of you great brewers, amazing people, and it's why we do the show so that the BNers can listen to you. I stood there like an in-sync little sissy girl fan in front of just listening to Jean.
Good thing you wore a diaper that day.
I mean,
That offends me.
Like I literally
Justin
get
Timberlake.
I think so. One of these, but that's how it started. Because to me, their beer speaks to me in a way, and there's so much history behind it. Like you're saying, this kind of family thing.
Yeah,
blows me away.
A lot of days you'll see Jean's wife name is Natalie. And you'll see
amazing coincidence.
You'll see John and Natalie's boys there, hanging out at the brewery.
He talked to me about those guys, saying that they're probably going to take on the brewery. Because I asked him, I said, Sean, is this it? What's going to happen? Yeah. And he said, no, I think my boy's going to.
He's got two boys, I think.
Yeah,
and it's a special place, and it's brewing history and heritage. And
That's right.
I also love that it's the only place you can buy a Cantillon shirt.
That's right.
They don't have a website selling shirts. I love that. If you want a Cantillon shirt,
go there.
You got to go there.
Wow.
Your friend has to bring it back for you. You
My
know
friend
what I mean?
brought one back.
I love that.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that about Cantillon.
Yeah.
Too. It's not commercialized, and I've been there with buses have come through and stuff.
Sure.
But they're. Yeah, I think the best thing we can say is his palate is their lab,
and he'll be the first one to say thank you, America, too. That we've really kept him in business over the last few years, or at least we've let him thrive over the last because 5 years ago it really wasn't the case. He was in a lot of trouble, and they were having trouble keeping. They registered as a museum. It's a brewery museum. And anyway, he'll be the first to say thank you to the U.S. market for accepting his beer. I got a caller for you, Vinny. Philly Beer Geeks on the line. He's got a question about bugs for you. What's happening, brother?
Hey, man.
You got a question for Vin?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, first off, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Hello? Oh. First off, I was at the De La Seine Cantillon beer dinner at Monk's in Philly, and you're right. He thanked every single person there for buying his beer.
Yeah.
Yvonne was there as well then? Yvonne Debates from De La Seine? Yes. Yep. Yeah, he's opening a brewery right now. For anyone that doesn't know, the De La Seine beers, the Taurus Bulba is their main beer. And De La Seine, you will hear about them. They're building a brewery in Brussels right now. Yvonne and Bernard are dear friends, and they're great stuff. There hasn't been a brewery in Brussels built in years.
Is that right?
So,
we need that.
But I was going to ask. We do a big group brew every year where we fill 55-gallon wood casks with our beer. And every now and then, because we're brewing lambics on site, it's our friend in the homebrew club, the biggest basement, gets all these casks, and we fill all these casks up. And every now and then, since we have lambics going on site, one gets infected, and a Scotch ale got infected with pedio one year. It's like a nutty, acetic sweetness, very sour, and everybody else decided to chuck theirs, and one homebrewer decided to pitch in Brett. And the Brett, he added some blueberries too. It tasted like a lambic by the time he was done. Everybody else's beer tasted like vinegar, but the only thing I can think of is the Brett decided to eat up the diacetyl and everything else and kind of rounded it out. Do you think that's what happened there? Or?
Yeah, that's an important component. If you are using Pediococcus, you absolutely have to use Brettanomyces, because the pedio is major diacetyl building, and so the only way to get rid of diacetyl is to have some sort of yeast reduce it, and the Brettanomyces is the perfect engine to do that, and so it'll start breaking down the diacetyl, and then in time the diacetyl will go away, and yet you'll be left with this beautiful, complex, acidic, not acetic, but acidic character.
Yeah.
And now, if some of the others had acetobacter or vinegar, that's more oxidative in that you've got some sort of oxygen coming in contact with the alcohol, creating vinegar, because that's how acetic acid or vinegar is created, is the presence of oxygen in conjunction with O2.
One of my least favorite flavors.
Me too. The only thing I probably hate more than diacetyl, which I hate
me too
pretty strongly, is acetobacter. And Brett will make a tiny little bit of acetobacter, but it's pleasant. But you leave something, a barrel half full or not topped, and you'll end up with acetobacter. And another reason, was this in a barrel or a carboy?
Oh no, we brew in our big brew. We basically purchase a bunch of bourbon barrels, rack into them.
Right.
But a couple of years ago, we decided to start doing lambics and doing like Solera method. So like if you go in this cellar at this place, we've got like white mold growing on the ceiling and everything.
Right.
But So every year we go, after maybe 7 months after we brew, and we go back and grab everything out and rack into kegs. And normally the kegs are fine, and then lately they've started picking up some bugs. But all of us started getting this Acetobacter type thing, but it's not just this harsh acid, which made me think with our Scotch ale. I mean, it was like butterscotch, vinegar, and peanuts, or like.
But the butterscotch, if there's no Brett, that's where that's coming from. The other thing is, if you're picking up oxidation. Sometimes the Brett will help reduce that because the Brett can, depending on what container it's in, if you're in kegs, it's probably not the case, but if you're in a barrel, the Brett will create a pellicle, the film yeast, which will protect the beer from too much oxidation.
Are you guys topping up the barrels?
No, we pretty much, when we rack into the barrel with bourbon in the bottom, and then we let it ferment out, and then completely kill it, and then throw out the barrel after we're done. The guys that live there, they are doing a Solera, but the rest of us, we're just pretty much empty the barrel and keep moving on. And we rack into kegs and decide to finish it how we want to.
Right.
And we all chucked it this year, but the one guy decided to rack in some of that blueberry Oregon puree and then put some Brett in. And I tasted it a couple months back in the bottle, and it tasted like a lambic.
So did you throw yours away?
No, I slowed it down real hard and then gave it to some friends.
Attaboy.
You wishing you wouldn't have given away, huh?
Yeah, now. Could have fixed it.
Yeah, I wish I would have pitched Brett.
Yeah, Brett's an amazing yeast, and you have to be patient though. That's the thing is you need to be diligent with it, but you have to forget about it almost too, and let it create that film yeast in the barrel to protect it, from oxidation.
See, I have to get over this patience hump now because it's the beer that I've become most passionate about.
They take the longest to make,
and they take the longest to make. Yeah, so I got to get over this.
I've done two-year-old lambics at home, and but I just didn't think of it for this one to give it a second chance.
Right.
So.
All right, Philly, thanks for the call, brother.
So Vinny, that's interesting. The two flavors I hate in beer are diacetyl and Acetobacter. I just cannot stand them. And I've got a really low threshold for these two.
I'm working on this project right now that I will talk broadly about because it's not official and public, but we're going to be making some English-style type beers on this project, let's just say.
All right.
And I'm working with some other brewers on it, and I was like, okay, I just got to throw this out. There could be no diacetyl.
Absolutely none.
In this thing.
But in some English styles, it's expected, isn't it?
I don't care.
Mean I like
you don't care. You want it out anyway.
It's acceptable. It's not acceptable.
I really thought it was just me.
I hate
both those two.
And my mom taught me that hate's a strong word.
So you can't eat microwave popcorn anymore.
I can't.
Just don't want it in
and
your
I
beer.
love popcorn. I love popcorn. I'm the popcorn fucking master, man.
Is that right?
I'm going to go in your kitchen right now and make you popcorn.
But you use real butter and...
and real
I
oil.
walked into my office on Friday after lunch, and somebody had made popcorn and I about...
In the microwave.
Yeah, I can deal with that. I just don't like it in my beer.
You know what? It just carries over.
Yeah.
Hey, going back to that question about Acetobacter, would it be an appropriate time to talk about like barrel size? Like you were talking about the thinner stages.
Yeah, we were talking before we came on the air, and barrels are such a great media to work with, but as a home brewer, what do you do? The guy from Philly that just called is a good example of what you can do. You get a bunch of buddies together or homebrewers together, and you do a club brew or whatever, just to brew amongst your friends, and then you can fill a 60-gallon barrel. But the reality of that is it's not that realistic. So you're coming up with ways to deal with it, and even an 8-gallon or 5-gallon barrel, which are available, you're going to have two issues with that. One is that you're going to get it brand new,
and then
you're going to have tons of oak flavor. Might be exactly where I was going with
a
it.
Small amount of beer.
So you have to strip. You have to first strip the barrels of oak.
Can you do that just without wasting beer? Can you hot water?
You can do it with hot water. Yeah. But it'll take a while even then.
Buy some cheap wine, or put a beer in it that you want to oak. That much?
Big old
or
Pilsner.
blending beer, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
big old porter.
I think like a porter, or exactly. I one of these days want to do a. It's not oak, but there's some other woods that I'd like to run our porter through. That I think would have nice flavors. But to get back to the barrel thing, so then once you have a barrel that is usable, let's say it's a 5 or 8 gallon barrel that's had the flavor removed, or the oak flavor removed.
The first run, at least.
Yeah, whatever it is. Well, then you're stuck with the problem that the staves of a 5 or 8 gallon barrel are so much thinner than a 60 gallon barrel that you're going to have too much oxygen diffusion over time. So you have to come up with some sort of program. And some of the presentations I've done, like at the AHA conference this past year, I've talked about maybe you start out in the oak barrel for the first 6 months, and then at that point, and you're going to have to taste it along the way to see. But then at that point, maybe go to a carboy or something. And
then do another beer in there, and then maybe you can start blending back.
And blend it in. But the key to a barrel, though, whatever it is after you empty it, I mean, and if you like Acetobacter, don't rinse the barrel, don't clean the barrel. Just put beer right on top of it, and eventually you'll develop that acetic vinegar flavor. If you don't like that flavor, rinse the barrel really good. If you're a home brewer, just fill it half full with 150, 160 degree water and just shake it. Put it on the ground half full and just roll it. And if you really want to get crazy, and been to Cantillon, you know that they use chains in their barrels to clean them, and they have this medieval torture device that's the coolest freaking thing I've ever seen.
It is cool.
And to see that thing work is amazing. It twists the barrels in all directions, and they put these long, like 10-foot stainless steel chains in there that have kind of sharp edges. It's not your, regular old chain you buy from Home Depot.
It's like torture. It beats the shit out of these things.
Yeah. And you hear it rumbling.
What are they knocking off out of there? What's in there?
They're knocking off just some of the buildup of the
like beer stone or something.
Yeah.
And they don't use any chemicals, so it's a method of just
mechanical.
The same thing you would use PBW for.
They're just scrubbing
Steel and elbow grease.
Yeah.
And then they're hitting it with some hot water and steam to get really deep into the pores of the wood. So as a home brewer, you're going to have to improvise and come up with ways. So hot water and just rolling it, around, trying to get it cleaned up, get some of the yeast out of there. All those things, are going to be usable methods. And in some cases, you're not going to be able to replicate. A home brewer is not going to be able to replicate what we do, just because our barrel cleaner is what it is. I mean, it's our barrel cleaner is 1,500 PSI, 1500, at 150 degrees, and you can go up to 180 degrees. It's the same barrel washer that Firestone Walker uses, and they clean their barrels to as close to sterile as you can get, where we're just trying to knock out a good part of the population.
I would kill myself with this device.
Launch a barrel.
Yeah. Leave it to you.
I think I'd be more worried about, I got a new barrel, and I'm going to ruin 60 gallons of beer.
Well, let's take a quick break. We've got a lot of barrel questions, and this is a great topic to get into. So what we can do to use barrels at home. I've got a comparison from Matt Brynelson for you, Vinny, that we'll talk about when we get back about wood chips or barrels. So a lot more barrel stuff. 888-401-BEER's the number, or join the Beeve in the chat, and you can get your questions that way. Hang in there. It's The Session with Vinny.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Where were we? You stole an oak barrel from the Mist of Ravenwood, and Lord Zinfandel the Avenger is in pursuit. Do you drop the barrel and run?
Hell no.
We need it for our Flanders red.
I'm gonna cast Pediococcus damnithus on the barrel.
Sorry, your ghosts are imprisoned in his winery forever.
Ugh, I hate it when Greg's the brewmaster.
This sucks.
What do we have here? Orville Rodenbach?
Buzz off, guy. We got a brew session going.
Is that an actual beer?
Yeah, I crafted it. I don't really use the dice anymore. I'm a 10th level beer nerd.
Are you a 10th level beer nerd? Do you get a long-lasting foam stand when you think about wheat malt? Then you're in good company at Northern Brewer. Northern Brewer has all your beer nerd needs, ingredients, equipment, and knowledge at northernbrewer.com. Plus, fast, cheap shipping, only $7.99 for the contiguous USA. And check out Northern Brewer's huge selection of dorky beer kits, including the pre-prohibition lager.
Perfect for steampunk.
And the single hop best bitter.
Now on cap and 10 forward.
Make 10th level at northernbrewer.com.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Writing a review of WLP 400.
What? You're reviewing yeast?
Yeah. White Labs has home brewer reviews of all their strains. Are you new to these interwebs? Check it out.
That's awesome.
White Labs, your source for great yeast, invites all brewers to visit whitelabs.com to read and write your own reviews of all their yeast strains. Get real-world tips and tricks from other brewers who have made the most of their vials and post your own experiences. It's another way White Labs brings you closer to the best yeast on the planet.
And send. There you go.
You misspelled flocculate, dude.
What? Mother...
White Labs. It's all in the vial. Attention homebrew shop owners at Fermentap. They know you're tired of buying the same old gear that everyone else has. That's why Fermentap offers the newest and most cutting-edge brewing equipment known to man. Since 1998, Fermentap has been leading the fight against the boring and mundane by offering strange, unique, and just plain smart equipment. Like their stainless domed false bottoms. Never deal with the floating plastic hassle of other false bottoms again. And since they're made from stainless steel, they'll last a lifetime. Fermentap's line of copper wort chillers are the best on the market, designed to cool your wort faster and more efficiently than other immersion chillers. They actually invented the equipment to make these chillers not only work great, but look great too. How about a fantastic line of ingredients, including vanilla beans, sorghum extract, blue agave extract, hop bitterness extract, unique wine yeasts, green coffee beans, sake kits, all stuff you can't find anywhere else. Fermentap carries all the standard products and equipment you need as well, such as all-grain systems, stainless hardware, kettles, carbonation stones, you name it, they've got it. Fermentap's entire line of products has been helping retail shops meet the demands of their customers for nearly 10 years, and they want to help you too. For more information, see them on the web at fermentap.com or call Jason at 1-800-942-2750. Fermentap, better beer through innovation.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of 13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of 25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess. The More Beer deal of the day. Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Keeping the ass out of Brewcast. This is the Brewing Network.
All right, welcome back to the program. Still hanging out with Vinny from Russian River Brewing Company, of course. Guy only needs one name now, as far as I'm concerned. You reach a certain level and you become like Cher.
Yeah,
and
we stop mispronouncing the last name. Just go with one name.
Go, it's Vinny. Yeah. There's not another Vinny.
No.
I mean, there's one.
Not my world.
There's two black brewers, but there's only one Vinny. You know, you've got. You see what I'm saying?
There is a second Vinny though.
Oh,
there is
Vince Marsaglia from Pizza Port.
Oh, that's right.
But he's Vince.
Who did well this year, by the way.
He doesn't go by Vinny, though.
He's Vince.
Well, if you talk to Tommy, though, they call him Vinny.
Uh-huh.
Only as respect.
We don't.
See, Vince and I once had this discussion that we should open a brewery together, and it'll be two Vinces will brew for you.
Nice.
And he would do the food, and I would do the brewing. And he's an awesome cook. If you've
really
ever had Vince's
Vinny and Vinny.
See, of all the copyright battles you've avoided, the trademark battles you could have gotten into, I say you get into the Vinny one. This one you protect.
Yeah.
All right, so we are drinking the Consecration now from Vinny too.
Yep.
And this is the newer batch.
This is batch 3, which we released a couple months ago.
It's nice to have it side by side with the supplication, and I know that they're a different process, but so a lot more wood character since we're talking about barrel and stuff now in the Consecration.
Absolutely, because they're always new to us barrels, new barrels to us.
Oh,
we try to turn them every time.
I see,
and so I always have Cabernet barrels coming out of my ears.
Got it.
That's a surplus.
There's always a surplus of them. So I'm going to start selling them as planters on Craigslist. I'm serious.
Really?
You should try to recoup some
They're
of the money
stacking
from
up
them.
out there.
Yeah, they are.
Get the intern with the chainsaw.
We just emptied 66 of them, as I said earlier, and we're filling 60 new barrels. Next week.
You mentioned because they're Cabernet barrels, the tannins and the things you have to deal with there.
Yeah.
You also mentioned the acidity in the Consecration. Those two things actually go nicely together. Some of that wood and tannin character.
It's the sharpness that's.
It still has the sharp acidity.
Yeah.
I know you said you dropped down the CO2,
carbonation, yeah,
but it's still there.
One of the things that you'll come across on the Consecration is that the beer is 10% alcohol, and PDO doesn't like to work in the presence of a lot of alcohol.
Oh, is that right?
And so you'll get softer, more subtle. Acidic, sour, tart flavors from a higher alcohol sour beer.
So it will work.
We did that on purpose. So the flavors are softer, and we ferment it really warm, like in the 80s.
Yeah.
And you get a big fruity character from the beer. And it's what's amazing is tasting Consecration before it goes into the barrels, and then you taste it after.
Yeah.
And even if you can imagine getting and stripping out all the sour tart flavor, just the general flavors, the currants, the cab, the tannins, everything.
Yeah,
you wouldn't even know. It's amazing. And the base beer for Consecration is almost Salvation, our Belgian style strong dark.
Okay,
very similar.
So it still has. So your base beer has a Belgian yeast. It's not like some mild or something like that.
This is the 530 Abbey Ale yeast. Is the base yeast for Consecration. But this was the batch that we lowered the priming sugar by I don't know 10-20%, whatever it was. So the carbonation isn't as upfront, but I think the beer's more rounded now. It's softer. It was everything that was wrong. If there was anything wrong with the first two batches, it's splitting hairs. I mean,
it is splitting hairs.
So, did you raise the alcohol in the third batch to cut off the PDO?
No, it's been the same ever. It's always been about 10% in the bottle.
Trying to cut the PDO off.
Yeah, and the way that it came about was when we made the Toronado's 20th anniversary beer a few years back.
Yep.
That was 5 different beers blended together. And the first of the base beers was done in Firestone Walker double barrel ale barrels that Matt had given me. And that beer was like 12% alcohol. And then we did 2 other base beers that were, I don't know, the 10% range.
Yeah.
And they were so soft in acidity. And as we started to experiment more, it was because of the alcohol.
Is that right? So I had a question come through, actually, about Brett tolerance in alcohol also. And it was actually Nathan Smith helps us out on the show quite a bit. He said, that he found the Brett tolerance is typically about 12%, according to Y Yeast. Will actually kind of write that on there. Have you found instances where Brett can go beyond this? You have any bigger beers?
We haven't really gone beyond it other than in the component number 1 of the Toronado beer that was about 12% alcohol.
Yeah.
That was the one that went into the Firestone barrels. And the Brett was still working.
It was.
At that level. But if you think about it, this is all kind of secondary, but if you think about wine and how freaked out winemakers are with Brettanomyces, and you think about alcohol levels of wine, 12%, that's like, what are you trying to do, tickle me?
Yeah.
In California winemaking
like
now,
Yeah.
everything in California is 14, 15%. It's absurd what wineries are doing. And winemakers barely even check for, sugar content. They're doing it all on flavor and acidity, pH and, acidic levels. But putting that aside, wine can pick up Brett at 14, 15% alcohol. So
okay, good point.
The limit that I have no firsthand experience, but I know from the wine industry. I just got a bunch of barrels from a winery that were full of Brett, and their wine is 13.5% alcohol.
Got it.
So
it's
we get
still
barrels.
thriving.
We get barrels all the time from wineries that are full of Brett, and we are under like secret lock and key. We can't say who that winery is.
But they're glad to get rid of them.
Yeah, they're glad to get rid of them. In most cases, they just give them to us.
They don't even know.
They don't.
Or do they know?
No, they know.
They know.
Yeah. There's some pretty prominent wineries, deal with Brett.
Sure.
But Brett's in wood to begin with in the barrels. Matt Brenelson learned that new barrels even come with Brett. He learned that from me. It's probably the greatest thing I've ever taught him because it freaked the shit out of him.
Really?
He's like, la, 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 la. So,
right.
But,
he doesn't listen.
Which is why you mentioned they try to almost sterilize their barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wineries, Brett's, it's in the wood. And even if you have beer in a barrel and let's say, hypothetically, because I've never heard it happen, that it eats through all of the sugar in the beer.
Yeah.
Or it eats through all the sugars it can. And the selbiose, which is created, it's the sugar that's created when the barrels are being toasted.
Yeah.
It can eat through that sugar, too. So it can eat through the sugar in the wood. So if that's a simpler sugar to the Brett, it'll choose that over, I don't know, let's say,
whatever
dextrin,
complex sugars,
whatever complex
in
sugar
in
the beer.
Interesting.
If that is a simpler sugar, it'll go that direction. So Brett can eat through, literally anything. It'll get a quarter inch into the wood itself, and we have this technique where
it's the cockroach
drill.
Of
Yeah, it is. we drill a little nail hole into all the barrels.
It's a little one.
7/64 diameter drill bit, and then we have these stainless steel nails. That's where we get samples out. But then at the head of the barrel at 6 o'clock, so if we're looking at the barrel straight on at the bottom, that's how we empty the barrels. And our corks, from the bottles before they've been used, fit in. It's a 15/16 drilled hole.
Okay.
And the cork goes in, and then when we empty the barrels, we pull the cork out and stick a 15/16 OD tubing in, and that goes into a strainer. And some of these barrels that have come from wineries where they're aging wine for like 36 months, the wine is like, let's say the wood is an inch thick. The wine sometimes is like 3/4 inch, because you can see the red color, is 3/4 inches deep into the...
Wow.
So if the wine's that deep, I think 1/4 inch is actually conservative on how deep Brett can go. Obviously, it depends how long the wine...
Why wouldn't it go as
beer.
far? Yeah.
So, and when we started doing the barrels at the pub at 4th Street, we brought like 8 or 10 barrels from Corbel and started them up. And at that point, it was just Brett. We hadn't started using lacto and pedio. When we started making supplication, we introduced lacto and pedio into the mix. And about a year later, the Temptation in the barrel room that still only had Brett in it had lacto and pedio in it. So the bacteria had gone through the wood.
Wow.
Outside in. And
it's amazing.
And then at that point, Temptation always had lactone pedio in it.
Yeah.
So
You meant to do that.
Like it or not.
Yeah.
I meant to do that.
So.
Born that way.
Well, here's a good question about the use of barrels, and it does pertain to Matt. Brittelson was once made the comparison that aging on oak chips or cubes, like a home brewer is more wont to do, in stainless steel compared to an oak barrel, is like using malt extract as opposed to all grain. You've used both over the years.
I thought Matt was going to say, it'd be like, masturbating instead of making love or something. I don't know.
He might use something. We might have cleaned it up, actually.
It's been cleaned.
But now you've done both. You've used in fact, you handed out some nice
the dime bag of oak chips.
Those are famous.
Yeah. So I was looking at I have a dime bag.
Oh, you
at
do have
home.
it, yeah.
Yes, I do.
I've seen
And
I think I saw those on eBay,
I
actually.
was playing with that today.
So what do you think about the difference between a barrel or using oak chips?
I mean, I understand what Matt's saying, and to a degree, it's totally different. I mean, not to a degree, it is. It's totally different because you don't have the oxygen diffusion through the wood, which goes back to the last segment where I was talking about how thick the stave is.
Yeah.
And if it's thinner, you have too much oxygen diffusing through the wood on the alcohol, which makes acetobacter or vinegar. So that's why a thicker stave is important. And so the bigger the barrel, you have less contact of beer with the wood. And then you go to a place like New Belgium or Rodenbach where they have the big foeders, the upright tanks.
Yeah.
But then at that point, how do you clean those things? You could go the other direction with a foeder where you don't do a good enough job cleaning. You leave beer behind that's stuck in the wood. The foeder sits empty for, week, 2 weeks, and suddenly you have acetobacter growing.
Yeah.
So that could happen. So going back to, your question, it's
give and take.
It's a give and take because you can, I think you can create a sour beer as a home brewer, and I talked about this at the AHA conference with my presentation. You can come up with some sort of program that, say, you start out, you have oak chips that are infected with or impregnated with Brett and lactone, PDO, whatever, and you throw that in to, say, a bucket of beer, 5 or 6 gallon homebrew bucket, and I don't know the exact numbers, but in Jeff Sparrow's book, he's got a graph or a table in there of the oxygen diffusion through plastic buckets, through glass carboys, through a 5-gallon barrel, a 60-gallon barrel, and a punch-in, which is 120, and then a foeder, the 2,000-gallon or so. And he has a table in there that graphs out all the different oxygen diffusion you'll get, and it's amazing how much oxygen gets into a 6-gallon homebrew bucket,
right?
That you buy at your local homebrew store. So I think you can easily take oak chips that are infected, and the oak, to a degree, you don't necessarily need it, but oak is a component of these beers. Whether you're trying to make a lambic,
absolutely,
or like in our beers, we're trying to get not just the wine flavor out of the barrel, but some tannins and some different oak flavors as well.
Yeah.
So and it goes back to the segment or two back where we were talking about precision. Some of these beers aren't precision oriented.
Right.
You're going to have to figure it out on your own, and it's not as easy as just following a recipe. And that's the excitement of barrel-aged beers. It's definitely philosophical. I mean,
sure.
I'm
but it sounds like you
now.
But you have a great. You're very optimistic about us using cubes and saying that it's not like making some kind of it's not a half-ass way for us to do it.
It's not the end of the world. I think the biggest thing is if you're using a bucket and say you're using cubes or chips or whatever, it's tasting the beer, say at 3 months, and deciding like, well, maybe it's getting too much oxygen, and maybe at this point you move it to a carboy and then finish it off in the carboy. I don't know what the exact answer is or what the exact formula is.
Right.
But
you have to have a really good palate and know what you're doing at that point, it seems like.
But like going back to Cantillon, if you talk to, and not even Cantillon, you go Cantillon, you could talk to Armand at Dréfontaine or Frank Boone. Those are 3 of the most well-known lambic producers or blenders. Those guys talk about, and Armand from Dréfontaine and Jean at Cantillon, like they've been doing it for how long? Armand's dad was a blender and of lambic, and then Jean grew up with his father, Jean-Pierre, and Jean-Pierre's been doing it for like 20-some years, and he's still learning the art of blending.
Yeah.
And so, I feel like a baby compared to these guys in Belgium.
Well, you are probably
that have been doing it for like 20 years,
exactly.
30 years, and I've been doing it for what? 10 barely.
It'll be 20 pretty soon.
So
you're an American.
Yeah.
What about spirals? Have you had any experience with those?
I've never messed around with them. They would certainly work, but I think they're too big for a home brewer.
They fit in the bung, and they got a lot of surface area, so they would work okay.
I think cubes or chips or whatever are just as good.
Okay,
or dregs from a bottle would work just fine. But I think a home brewer can make a good sour beer in some combination of a bucket or cubes, and then to a carboy, or even if it's a 5 or 8 gallon barrel that the staves are super thin, maybe only go 6 months in the barrel, and then you rack it to a carboy, and then you put another batch right in, and like McDowell was saying, you just start blending, and blending is the funnest part of these beers. It's scary. It's scary.
You mentioned that really sour beer that you maybe almost accidentally made. You use that to blend back.
We often now keep a hard sour beer that's
almost undrinkable.
I mean, parts, and there's usually the spontaneous beers that are.
I would like to try that.
Damn near undrinkable.
She says he can drink it.
I don't know. I've only had one beer ever that was too much of, and actually it was a home brewer from one of our longtime listeners, Bug Eater, and he sent it out to us, and he said, "You're always saying that no beer is too sour for you." And he was right. This motherfucker, it was like thinner. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah. Like acetone.
But I'm curious to taste that and how you blend with that. Well, is this consecration blended?
This consecration is typically not blended. What we're looking for more in consecration is good barrels or bad barrels. So I taste every barrel when we empty barrels. And on consecration, it's looking for a barrel that's got Acetobacter is really what we're looking for. If it's got Acetobacter, any trace amounts, it'll just go down the drain.
Got it.
We'll just dump it.
How long does it take for you to know that? How long has that barrel been sitting around before you know?
Consecration's 4 to 8 months.
Okay.
And we typically, I'm just tasting it as we're emptying them.
So it's not till bottling day or
our blending day. We'll go through and taste the barrels along the way. And if we taste them, we just chalk the barrel, check for aceto, or whatever it is that we say.
Okay.
So we'll mark the barrels. The barrels are written up. And the flip side to that is you taste through these barrels and you find barrels that are magical, that are just slightly better.
Your favorites.
And up until now, we still just blend them into the total blend. We don't have a reserve.
Doesn't it hurt?
Yeah, what's your magical market? If a check is aceto, what do you mark for magical?
You get that one magical one. Doesn't it hurt to blend that back in?
Our thing is pluses. So like 2 pluses are, absolutely phenomenal. 1 plus is probably normal.
I see.
A negative is one negative or dash is it's probably passable, but we should taste it. 2 dashes or 2 minus signs is
maybe not.
Like we really need to think about this barrel. And if I taste a barrel before we're emptying it and I actually chalk it, check for aceto, it's probably going to get dumped.
I see.
So
I want to. This is a little off topic, but it has to do with how precise and wonderful the consecration is. The cork that I just popped that bounced off the ceiling actually turned off the webcam. It landed on the one spot in the entire studio that could turn off the webcam, and it did that. So
that's great.
Good stuff.
It's a good.
So is it back on?
It's a good omen. I put it back on.
All right, I'll put her pants back on.
So just to kind of backtrack. So you're saying basically for a home brewer, oak chips are going to kind of give you benefit of the doubt that you have the good bugs that you want in there versus having to decide. So chips are a better way of keeping that certain strain of bugs.
I kind of like the oak chips too because it can go forever. I mean, you literally could probably sit on those things for a long time.
In a carboy.
And you know what you have in those versus...
Yeah, well, even dry.
Yeah.
How do you
might have been sitting in my drawer for a
long
time.
Now those chips that we gave out, we've done it twice. We've given them out at the...
This is Denver, maybe?
Denver, and then we did it at the Northern California Homebrewers.
Right.
The only thing that, from a homebrewer standpoint, that I think you have to be careful of in reusing them is that it goes back to the whole Acetobacter thing. If you don't clean them with hot water and soak them with some hot water, and I don't have a lot of experience dealing with the oak chips on the cleaning side, but if you don't clean them and there's still beer impregnated into the oak chips, then at that point you can have the oxygen working on the oak chips, and then Acetobacter is going to develop. So they're not void of Acetobacter,
but they do become void of oak flavor, don't they?
Yeah, in time they do. Yeah. And so for us, we're using the barrels to contribute some oak flavor, and we're always calling barrels out and bringing fresh ones in.
Yeah.
You know, with this dime bag, I'm not looking for oak flavor. I can buy oak chips.
Right.
I can buy oak cubes.
It's the certain strain.
It's the Vinny flavor.
It's our house culture.
Strains, yeah.
So, and for that matter, if you have a bottle of beatification,
Just
which
dump one in there.
only comes out every once in a while, that's the house bugs of our brewery. But I don't know. I think there's something about the oak chips too. They are adding some oak flavor, and there is a little bit of oak flavor that you get, and it comes down to personal.
Would you say
preference,
culture
of
your
course.
buccal mucosa? Dump that in there.
So, in terms of bugs, what about the ones that we can buy in the vials?
Right.
Keeping in mind that White Labs is a sponsor.
Right.
No, I want you to, they don't care. I want you to answer honestly. I mean, stealing your bugs is such a wonderful thing for homebrewers.
It's fun.
Not only because we can taste it in your beer, but what do you think about the vials?
And it's not just our stuff. I mean, you can get Orval's Brett, you can get Cantillon, Dre Fontaine, Boone, Girardin.
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys, it's in their bottle.
Yeah.
Are these the bottling strains?
Well, in lambic, it's not so much that it's the bottling strain.
Well, I mean,
it's just that it's in the beer and
Boone.
it settles out.
If I can take the dregs of Boone and I dump it into something, I'm going to get close.
You're gonna get their bacteria and Brett and whatever else.
Good.
Yeah, I mean the beer that I'm about to open, Sanctification.
Thank you.
Is our 100% Brettanomyces beer, and that is fermented with a Brett strain that Avery Brewery cultured from a Dre Fontaine bottle when Adam and I went to Belgium together with Sam and Tommy and Rob. And he just was enamored with Dre Fontaine that he brought back these bottles, and then they isolated the Brett out of the out of the beer, out of the yeast slurry, and then now he's
it's all available.
They're making their 100% Brett beer with it, the one they did for their anniversary beer, and then I've since used it a few times. Now this isn't quite ready to get released. When I open the bottle with this.
You pointed at me for it. I told you to point it at Chad.
That's Bowman, though.
What's going on around here?
But this was sick when I tasted it 2 weeks ago.
Bottle shock sick? Is that what you mean?
Sick is a Belgian term, meaning that the PDO. See, when I'm pouring it, it's still almost like lava lamp. Like when you pour it in,
lumpy,
and it's and that's
weird.
That's the PDO still working. So we were hoping to release this on February 5th with the
still finishing my consecration
with the younger and supplication, but I don't think it'll be ready.
So this is not on the shelf yet?
No, not on the shelf. So
I'm going to hold this up to the microphone so they can smell it.
Batch 4 Sanctification. We haven't bottled this in probably 2 years. But if you take a little bit on your finger and then you put it together and see how it's sticky. That's the ropiness of when they talk about ropiness, that's it. So I brought this specifically figuring that we'd be talking about. It tastes great, but it's kind of a weird consistency in your mouth when you drink a beer that's ropey. And in Belgium, the lambic brewers will talk about sick beers, or someone once told me a beer with demons. But sick is the more appropriate term, and it just basically means that the PDO is kicked up, and it's creating ropiness,
and it goes away.
And in time, it gets broken down. So the long chains get broken down and get shorter and shorter and shorter, and eventually they go away. So in this case, the beer is the second time it's been sick, and it bloomed up because there was fresh sugar added to it for bottle conditioning.
It's got a really creepy mouthfeel to
isn't
it.
Also. Yeah, creepy is a great way to describe it.
It's kind of creepy. It's not as if there's something wrong with
it,
but
like
it's
a false mouthfeel.
It's creepy.
It's slickery.
It's
presents itself and it's gone.
Yeah. Isn't it weird?
It is weird.
It's slickery.
We were at Cantillon once, and Natalie and I were there, and it was just like a month or two after I had been there with Sam and Rob and Adam and Tommy, and we had just really were getting into the barrel stuff at that point, and we had beers getting sick, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. I'd never heard of this term sick or noose. I mean, I've heard of ropiness, but I didn't know. I'd never seen it in beer, and Jean he talked about sick, and I'm like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And
Is it good or
he described
bad?
it to
Yeah.
me, and I'm like, oh my God, my beers are sick. And he says, oh, it's a good thing. You know, all beers that are sick will get a more depth of sourness and more richness. And but then, like, later in the week, we went to Boone and Dre Fontaine, and Frank Boone and Armand from Dre Fontaine were like, oh, the beer should never be sick. You know, they were
really?
talking about. So it goes back to, you know, personal preference.
Yeah.
But then 2 months later, Natalie and I were back in Belgium just for our own vacation, and we went to Cantillon. Natalie had never been. And so Jean started pouring us beers out of barrels, and the, you know, tasting we were like comparing stories. We're like, well, my beer's been this sick, and he had one where he took a glass and he like poured it, and it was about maybe 6 or 9 inches apart.
Yeah.
And it was one long string. It looked like
you're
snot.
kidding.
It looked like snot. And then Natalie
That's really
throw up.
Natalie took it and tasted it, and she's like,
It smells different too. It actually doesn't have that nice kind of clean soury smell.
It's not a sharp taste.
It's just not as sharp. That's all. It doesn't smell bad, but it's not sharp.
And this, we've changed Sanctification, our 100% Brett beer. We've made it less acidic. We're adding less lactone pedio to the beer when it's aging. We now have all these barrel beers. I mean, if you live in the Bay Area, Temptation and Consecration are both year-round beers.
Sure.
Your local bottle shop will have both those sour beers year-round. We have them on tap at the pub almost year-round. Consecration for sure. Temptation, we're trying to.
Yeah.
And we're going to do the same with Supplication. We're holding enough back, so hopefully it's on the shelves in the Bay Area year-round too. So when someone comes and visits us, you know, at least they can find these sour beers. It's not just a one-off random.
That's a really,
you know,
and it's got to be difficult to do.
Cool.
I guess now that you have, I've seen your barrel room, which I don't even understand how you get around in that thing to figure out how everything is doing and keeping track of it. It's now a huge. Compared to the brew pub, you now have a big-ass barrel room.
With a giant-ass roll-up door.
And you have to be like Cirque du Soleil to get around the thing.
Yes.
You got to climb up on that.
Yeah.
It's a maze of...
And we have another warehouse next door, another 5,000 square foot warehouse, and we've now got another 1,000 square foot of barrels over there now too.
So cool. So that's how you're able to keep them rotating.
That's why I'm going to find it on the shelves. Okay, good.
Yeah. So we now own probably 650 barrels are in our program now, and it's getting to be it's a figure of speech, but a full-time job. But it's getting to be a pretty
gotta have your own barrels.
pretty busy job, and that's my. You know, I'll give up brewing and, you know, day-to-day operation, you know, brewing transfers.
Yeah. Keg cleaning.
Bottling.
Sure.
Yeah, keg cleaning, of course. But the barrels are something that are, you know, because I have a lot of brewer friends that expanded, like say they built a second brewery or they grew, and then they couldn't brew anymore. And they became... a
bean counter.
Or almost like a dysfunctional brewery owner because they weren't involved day to day anymore. Because they missed.
I know some guys that did that. We're not going to mention their names.
I mean, you know them then. And
it's my goal for the BN. That one day I can't host shows anymore. I'm just a retard in the corner.
You're going to make yourself obsolete.
Absolutely. So, I would love it.
But like the barrel beers,
knobs is all you're going to be doing.
The barrel beers to me are the stuff
you're never going to
that you want.
Yeah, that's what I love.
I hate to always bring it back to Cantillon, but I don't really hate to do it. But but to understand it and to be a part of that. You don't feel comfortable just handing it off to somebody else who hasn't grown up with those barrels. I mean, those are part of your whole thing.
I was on jury duty call last week. I didn't actually get called in, but I kept dreaming about, and I'd put it off for like a year. So they finally were like, "You at least have to."
Ran out of excuses, sir.
Yeah. So that started last Monday, so a week ago tomorrow, and I was thinking about, okay, what am I going to say? Like, because Friday we emptied Consecration barrels.
Okay.
So like, what am I going to tell the judge? Like, it's my palate. These beers are based on what I taste.
That's right.
And I still haven't given them up.
That's right.
That's the one part of the business. Like, you know, our brewing crew, it's Eric or Guy or Al or Mike, they can do everything in the brewery without me.
Yeah.
But the one thing...
You're the guy with the chalk.
No,
it's put two X's.
Two pluses or two minuses.
2 pluses and 2 minuses, man.
But that's something that I won't give up yet.
You never do anything else. You want to do that.
So there's something about
No, that's how it should be.
I mean, those. And it seems absurd on the surface, but when you think about it, you think about a winemaker.
That's the whole year.
Yeah,
that's the whole year on out.
Yeah. Eventually we need you to have a protege, right? Because what's going to happen, Vinny? I mean, you're going to get old.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, you have to put it out.
You could lose your palate.
Yeah,
you put it out to the point where your low season.
Maybe it could be a BN contest. Who will be Vinny's next protege?
Vinny's puppet.
Oh, jeez. Don't bring that up.
Just like The Apprentice. We can make it just like The Apprentice.
Yeah, exactly.
You're fired. Is that what he says?
Yeah, you're fired.
The BN could produce that show for you, Vinny. You can be hardcore. You can sit up there and just...
Vinny, it's going to have to happen. Sooner or later.
You know what? You're not thinking about that yet, are you?
No, I'm not.
You're in denial.
That's good. You're very optimistic. Yeah. I think about death too much not to think about that, Vinny.
Yeah.
I'm worried about your beer coming out.
I mean, in all honesty, it'll happen organically. At some point, our business will be to a point where, the crew isn't just, all right, we're filtering today, we're racking, we're kegging, we're bottling.
They will get it.
They're creating beer.
Vinny doesn't know what day it is.
No, because it'll happen organically. And one of the guys will be that person that knows
that guy.
The barrels and not necessarily
he gets the piece of chalk.
Appreciates them. Yeah,
Paco with the chalk.
It's actually part of the
janitor that's got the best palate.
It's actually part of the BN business plan that eventually we will plant Chad in some position, and he will take over. It's all in the works.
Yeah.
We've started already. You just haven't. You don't even know it.
Interesting strategy.
Yeah, it started with Tasty infiltrating with a nice beer, and Chad just sort of follows along.
He's taking pictures.
Before you know it, man, he'll be running the show.
Yeah,
or at least the centrifuge.
And his dad.
It'll just happen organically. So, that's how it should be.
All right. I'm going to take our last break. We're going to come back. We're going to wrap things up with Vinny. We will now take your Drunk of the Week calls. I know it's a holiday tomorrow, so there's probably some good Drunk of the Week calls out there.
Be.
Any last questions for Vinny? Get them in now. I've got a few in front of me, so we'll answer everything, and we'll get out of here as soon as we can. Vinny's got a long drive, so hang in there. We'll be back in a few.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hi, this is Push from the Brewing Network, and I want to tell you about the Brewmasters Warehouse and how you can get 10% off your next order. I'm a pretty techie guy, but I've never seen an online store like this. It's awesome. Go to brewmasterswarehouse.com and click on Brew Builder. You can whip up a custom recipe so easily even Sven could do it. Seriously, it's slick. You can share your recipe with your own logo and notes to the Brewmasters database if you want. And the best part, it keeps a running tally of the beer you're building while you're doing it. Then bam, click Buy Recipe and your cart is filled and ready to go with helpful suggestions in case you forgot something. This thing is amazing. Brewmasters Warehouse is run the way a home brewer would do it, with great service, fast turnaround, and $6.99 flat rate shipping. Brewmasters Warehouse and the Brew Builder blew me away. Check it out today at brewmasterswarehouse.com. I'm serious. And don't forget to put BNARMY in the discount code box for 10% off your order. Check out brewmasterswarehouse.com. Cheers.
When Blickman Engineering set out to design a great brewing stand, they knew it had to be strong, adaptable, and last for a lifetime. The top-tier brewing stand is now proudly available at BlickmanEngineering.com. It grows with your brewing skills and equipment. Start with 5-gallon coolers on its heavy-gauge stainless steel shelves. Then move all the way up to 30-gallon pots on the high-output burner tiers. Speaking of burners, the custom Blickman Engineering top-tier burners are extremely powerful, efficient, and amazingly quiet. They have safety stops to center your pot, and they'll last a lifetime and won't rust. The top-tier brewing stand allows virtually infinite combinations from traditional gravity systems to 2 tiers to completely horizontal. Configure your stand the way you want and have the freedom to change it at any time in the future. Your brewing stand should adapt with you, not force you to learn a new process. Visit BlickmanEngineering.com today to configure your top-tier brewing stand and to find a local Blickman retailer. You'll be surprised with all the flexible features and the competitive price. Start brewing with Blickman from the top tier.
Downtown Joe's, located in the historic Oberon building in beautiful downtown Napa, California, offers an award-winning brew pub experience from 8:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. For 15 years at the corner of 2nd and Main, Downtown Joe's has been voted Best Night Spot 7 times and Best Brew Pub for the last 4 years in a row. Brewmaster Colin Kaminsky's handcrafted ales, like his Tail Wagon Amber Ale and Double Secret Probation IPA, are the perfect accent to riverside dining, live music, and a relaxing outdoor patio. Don't miss the Beer of the Month, special rotating taps, and the BN Army Member Special. Wear your BN gear, get 10% off your beer. Visit downtownjoes.com to make reservations, peruse their extensive calendar of events, or just read more about their fantastic beers. Come enjoy the fine beer, food, and music. Downtown Joe's, the award-winning brew pub where you'll feel at home.
What's going on, man? Oh my God, it was the best time. We hit like more than 30 breweries and totally the best of the best, you know. Russian River, Firestone, the brewery dudes, 21st Amendment, Lagunitas, friggin' Triple Rock, the Double Daddy guys, Speakeasy, Linden, and Firehouse, Gordon Bees, Drake's, dude, on and on. Ale Industries, Moonlight. It was totally awesome, and it was the first annual. You know, I got to be at the birth, the inception. You only get one first time, baby. What's that? Oh, it was the Brewing Network's first annual Winter Brews Festival. Live music, great food. Man, it was Saturday, January 30th. You really should have gone. Check out thebrewingnetwork.com on tap to see what you missed, or did you?
The first annual Brewing Network Winter Brews Festival is coming up January 30th. Don't miss it.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to stop. I'm brewing my own beer, and it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back. Wrapping things up. Couple things left to do.
Yeah, like drink some more beer.
Drunk of the Week phone calls. We're going to be doing that here. And Chad's got more information about our winner of the Best in Show deal.
I did hear which beer it was from Donnie that won, and it was the Imperial Rye Red named Red Velvet.
Uh-huh.
The winner of the Doug King Memorial
I like
competition.
Red Velvet.
By the Maltose Falcons, right?
Put on by the Maltose
Red
Falcons.
Velvet cupcakes. They're delicious.
Ah. Was that right?
Totally off topic. But
Yeah.
delicious.
Explains that big ass, Bevo.
Shut up. Lost weight, jerk.
I'm not.
Sorry, I totally noticed.
That would
Hate
be
your
fine
face.
ass to you.
Yeah. 888-401-BEER. We'll take DOTW phone calls. Don't forget, every DOTW puts you in the running for Drunk of the Year, which we just did. We had our last week's show was our Brewing Network Awards.
How do you pick the Drunk of the Year?
Well, it's usually based upon the comedy of their phone call, is what happens.
I should be a judge on
Or
that.
their in-studio antics.
Because
on that.
I'm my own Drunk of the Year.
Well, not only that, you must get to meet a lot of Drunk of the Years, especially
really.
BN Drunk of the Years as you travel.
We apologize for them, by the way.
You get a lot of BNers come up to you when you show up to events?
We get a lot of drunk people anywhere.
In general.
At the pub,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Boy, Natalie and I should write a book on...
You should.
Yeah, we once had a deal where this guy was picking up on a girl. We knew both of the customers. He was profoundly drunk, probably more intoxicated than he should have been in our pub.
Yeah.
And she didn't want to have anything to do with him. She said, get away. He didn't.
Okay.
No means no.
Yeah.
And she took a pint glass and broke it on the side of his head.
Oh, shit.
Like a full-ass pint glass.
Was she drunk too, or that was just her being... Okay.
But that wasn't the end of it. Then she WWF'd him with a chair, took a stool, and hit him
Bravo!
She is truly my hero.
Yeah. Wow.
And we had this on the surveillance camera, so Natalie and I watched it over and over again, like it was a bad car accident.
You got to YouTube that shit, man. Mr. No YouTube. That'll get a lot of views right there.
I can see it happening in chat.
Oh man,
should post. Yeah, tell us when they're going to be up there again. We'll come up and watch.
I bet a lot of bar owners get to see that.
Coffee table book right there. You know, you're going to have all these great stories of.
We did a panel discussion at GABF this year, and it had Chris Black on it, and we were just talking about pub culture in the U.S.
Yep.
And the thing I really tried to pin down Chris about was Chris Black owns Falling Rock in Denver.
Oh my!
And so I just said, for one, he's nuts. Chris Black is insane.
Yep.
And then being one of these great beer bars that he has, he gets a lot of insane people coming through. So we just had him tell stories like you've told, and oh man, he's got good ones.
Yeah,
people he's had to drag out of there, and distributors included.
Oh yeah, I once when we were 6 or 12 months into the pub, we had this bartender, and she was opening, and she was tough. I mean, she was big, she was strong, she was
no frills.
She was badass. Yeah, and she comes running into the brewery crying. I mean, she was crying. She's like, and she was gasping, like your child would do when they've injured themselves or whatever.
Wow.
They're crying and
trauma, shock.
Yeah, and she's like, there's a guy in the bathroom. And I go into the women's restroom, and there's a homeless guy that had come into the door after she had unlocked it, and he was masturbating.
Oh. And all of that sounds like me at Cantillon. I was hysterical. I was masturbating.
I'm not sure where he was at. I grabbed him.
What do you mean Cantillon?
I grabbed him by his neck, and then he fell, and I grabbed him by his leg, and his pants were up around his waist at that point, and I just dragged him out and kicked him out onto the street.
Oh, please write this coffee table book. This is great. And it could just be illustrations. Since you don't have photos, just get somebody who draws creepy illustrations.
I'd pay to see that.
I'd buy that one.
Yeah, there's I'm sure every bar owner has
this happened to you?
Just stories like that, just like you're saying Chris had. You know, it's just oh my God, these people are.
Yeah,
I
love it.
We've had people walk behind the bar, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't in your house.
It'd probably be great to get a few of you together and do this, so that it's so every page is really an amazing story.
It's I can top that.
Well, exactly. And the commonality too.
I can top that.
Yeah.
This is really
that's
is
the name
kind
of the book.
This really kind of right up the BN's alley. Maybe we should make this our first endeavor into publishing. I'll let you. I'll get with you guys, and this is really this is our people's kind of story.
Yeah,
right
I can top that.
Yeah. All right, 888-401-BEER. Listen to me right now. Call in for Drunk of the Week. Bevo's trying to pay attention to the phones, and because we're going to get out of here real soon.
Hammered and belligerent.
We're going to go have some Russian River pizza.
Vinny, I'm kind of reading the chat room, and somebody wants you to make a beer called Masturbation.
It's already been done.
Another shun you have?
Marin Brewery. Arnie made it for us for our 3rd year anniversary. They actually made a label for us. Shane, one of their former brewers, is a great artist. Actually, Shane drew the two-man saw on the collaboration label between us and Avery.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, Arnie made us a beer called Masturbation. It was a gag gift for Natalie and I for our 3rd or 4th anniversary. But I have every bottle of beer we've ever done in my office.
That's in there, too?
And there's a bottle of Masturbation. So, there was another one that never got made, but when the Liars Club was open in San Diego, Louis Mello, the owner, was a dear friend of mine, still is, and he took the Trident off the Damnation label and made it into a Bident. And called it Double Penetration.
Nice.
And
there's so many shuns that can be.
And the slogan was it hurts so good.
Oh yeah,
that's good.
I'm not really sure how I feel about that. There's somebody on the phone.
Yeah.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't know what he said when I asked him what his name was, so have fun with that.
Could be a good Drunk of the Week call. Caller, who are we talking to?
It's Baumgartner.
Oh, got it.
Baumgartner.
Baumgartner?
Where are you calling from, brother?
Wisconsin.
Ah, good old Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Is this a Drunk of the Week call?
Yes, sir.
All right, give us the resume. What do you had?
Bomber American Bastard Ale.
Okay.
Some Dogfish Head Worldwide Stout.
Did you drink the whole bottle?
You finish a bottle of that?
Oh, you're a badass motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's just like Quentin Tarantino's wallet.
Badass motherfucker.
Why would you open the bottle and not finish it?
He makes a good point. Okay.
Yeah,
Finish sentences.
All right, what else?
Some Samuel Smith Brown Ale. A couple of my Imperial Dark Side Imperial Stout. A little Star Wars label on that. And,
Star Wars.
I have it hanging next to my lifesaver. Okay.
He laughs but didn't deny it.
Yeah, true.
Hey.
Baumgart, are you single?
No, I have a girlfriend.
Sure. Is she two-dimensional?
She lives in Russia, though. I haven't seen her.
Is her name Mom?
Ah, Vivo. Okay, all right. Just checking. Do you have a job?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Arby's.
Arby's.
Awesome.
Does Arby's still do the curly fries?
I like that Vinny has a question about Arby's.
Yeah, I was listening to that the Frolitos, the French fry blog.
Yes.
Where they were going on about the
Jay.
where it was
With
like
Jay Brooks.
Jay loves them French fries,
He's a French fry
man.
connoisseur.
Exactly.
So you still have the curly fries?
Yeah, they have curly fries. But you had a guest on that was talking about like mashed potatoes squeezed through a fucking net and then fried.
Oh, yeah. Carl's Jr. used to do that.
Ah.
That kind of
I like those.
All right, you are definitely in the running for Drunk of the Week, man.
All right.
Is that all you drank?
No, I
didn't think you were done. I didn't think you were done.
Says there's more.
All right, Gary, what else?
That's what's
Sorry.
on my computer desk.
That's just what's in front of you there.
Yeah.
Can you remember the other stuff?
There was a couple other like homebrew pale ales and
Perfect. Good enough, man. All right, you're in the run. I'm putting a star by your name.
And
2002. We know how that goes.
All right, brother. You're in the running.
Yeah,
Thank you.
if you
Thanks,
guys
man.
are going to be going for the drunk of the week, start out with a list.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind,
Because
too,
you're
Doc.
going to forget.
Well, tonight's good, too, because you got to keep in mind, tomorrow's a holiday for most places. So these guys...
start out early.
We should be getting some Drunk of the Year candidates tonight.
Oh, they should have been drinking since noon.
Yeah.
Answer the phone, Bevo.
Because it's a football day, too.
888-401 beer.
Really? Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't even showing it was ringing until you said that. Chill out.
All right.
Chill out.
I'm watching it over here. I'm on you. I'm watching you.
Got it, whore.
We had a staff meeting this week, a 2010 staff meeting. I don't think we've ever had a staff meeting, Vinny.
For this?
Yeah.
For this?
Exactly.
Like
There's some sort of organization here?
That's what they said to me.
Is it staff if you don't pay them?
No, yes. It is. I've become very serious about this, Vinny. I'm very serious now.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And that's what I said to
It's about as serious as my
Desperate for
cat.
attention here.
It's a professionalism.
You sound like my staff, Vinny.
I'd
It's
fit
bub.
in.
It's Boob.
Boom. Hey.
Yeah, so we
Twice
sat
in
down
2
for a
weeks.
very serious staff meeting, and I told everybody that they need to be more professional.
I'm glad I missed that.
You know, I once fired a volunteer at Blind
JP
Pig.
cried.
JP cried.
Then he
You
cut
say that
himself.
again?
I once had to fire a volunteer.
You did?
At
Wow.
Blind Pig. Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty serious when you have to fire a volunteer.
That's very serious. I don't have the balls to do that.
I do that.
You fire volunteers?
Oh, yeah.
Well, your work is more serious than mine.
It's all serious.
You have to fix teeth.
Well, it's fun to fire them.
You know what? It's never fun to fire anybody. But you know what? They deserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Firing is no
They're
fun.
hurting the team.
Yeah.
I was
be a cold hustler.
I was in Doc's chair last week too. Well, it wasn't really Doc's. It was Janie, the teeth cleaning Nazi.
Yeah.
This woman, she uses that. She has that teeth cleaning hook. I'm pretty sure that she cleaned out my liver from my gums. She went all the way.
You're clean, aren't you?
This woman's amazing. Yeah,
Oh,
I come out of there feeling fantastic.
Yeah.
I needed Vicodin for the fucking gum disease, the gum pain I left with. No, she's
Bleeding.
awesome, actually.
There you go.
Aren't you the only patient that gets nitrous for the cleaning?
I get nitrous for just showing up.
Oh, I see.
I call
you come by for nitrous.
Yeah, I come into the
I wanna be
waiting
on that
room,
list.
and they're like, "Oh, Mr. Crosley, come back to the nitrous room."
We've been expecting you.
Yeah, I have connections at the dentist office. Hey, Boob, what's happening?
Hey, I'm calling about the anniversary party because I just got my birthday present a couple weeks early, and it's going up there for the anniversary party, so I need to book this shit.
Oh, is that right?
He's talking about...
Oh, wait, are we talking about the
beer fest?
The beer fest?
The Winter Beer Fest.
In 2 weeks? Or
he's talking about
the anniversary party.
He's talking about BNA 5.
Okay.
Well, Boob. Well, what exactly was your birthday present? Was it to come to California, or was it to go wherever the...
No, it was go up north.
Okay.
Out north.
I
North
see.
from...
We'll be there.
I know.
Because BNA 5, it looks like, is going to be in Minnesota.
Right. That's what I understood. And
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know if I can do the whole NHC thing,
Yeah, you
especially
can.
if there's a BNA party in front of it.
Right.
'Cause I'm just going to get fucked up.
That's a shocker.
Hey, Bob, just, you're in for the whole count.
You can't just come for the
No, you
BNA
can't.
5.
Sorry.
Dude, at $120 a night for a hotel?
You know what?
No, you
sleep
can...
with Brew Tattoo or something.
Exactly.
You probably could.
Exactly.
I'm sure somebody will share a room with you or their
Dude, my
floor.
ass can only take so much.
Vinny always gets double beds. You can maybe have the other bed in Vinny's room.
Yeah, I'm sure Natalie would love that.
I'm sure there's a Motel 6 nearby.
Who's this creepy short dude with a beard?
Yeah. Well, okay, so it's definitely happening in Minnesota. There's some things that are up in the air because...
You're a slacker?
No, because we're trying... So we had this great
We're trying
idea.
to make it bigger and badder than ever.
The deal is we have this wonderful idea that we want to do it on a riverboat, and we're talking about renting actually 2 riverboats that connect to each other once you get out on the river, and you can walk in between them just to accommodate all the BNers.
That's just freaky.
There's one major snack. Everything is set up.
myself a package,
It's
Chad.
all a piece of cake. We've got beer ready to... the whole thing is there and ready to be this badass party. We have one major snag, and that
People are going
is...
to die because they fall into the river?
No,
Whatever,
I don't
wear a
mind
life
that.
vest.
That doesn't bother me.
More people from the West Coast can swim.
The major problem is that the Wednesday night before the conference, which I want to be our night forever, is sold out for some strange reason. There's something happening
On
that
the
we've-
riverboats.
that we missed the boat, so to speak.
Okay, here's a novel idea. You probably haven't thought of it yet. But Wednesday nights are not a very popular night. Obviously, apparently for riverboats, old ladies in hats, they are. But strip clubs, you can rent out a whole strip club, and it'd be the BN party with, like, strippers.
We are looking for alternatives.
Veto.
I'm listening.
Bevo, you don't have veto power over this.
Veto.
Especially when it comes to strippers. You're out.
Yeah.
We're hoping we get the boat and the
absolutely veto.
strippers.
Once stripper gets involved, you shush. You don't get any input unless it's being on a pole.
I'm like 2/4
So
stripper.
you are... Now you are a stripper.
Well, now she's... Okay.
So
and I get to veto it.
anyhow, either way, it's there. There's a possibility it might happen Tuesday if we really want to do this riverboat thing, but I think that's going to be a big problem for a lot of listeners.
That'd be dragging it on.
Yeah,
Riverboat could be
How are you
bad.
2/4 stripper? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that'd be 1/2. I'm just not that smart.
The other 2/4 is to stop yourself from doing it?
She has done a strip. You'll notice she has a stripper pole right there next to her.
Yeah.
In
Evil
Studio
pole.
A, which is where we were the last time you were here.
Evil pole.
We actually put up that stripper pole in a usable fashion. And both Doc and Bevo have done a striptease for us.
I see.
Doc, it ended up tragically. He's still injured. Bevo, however,
I had
was
to seek
not so
loads of
tragic.
therapy.
Yeah, there was lots of lows. We'll say that.
Had to go to church a lot more, too, for forgiveness.
It was awkward.
All right, Bub, I got to go. But the short answer is it's happening in Minnesota.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, 888-401-BEER, Drunk of the Week calls. Bring them in. Question for you, Vinny. Came through a bit earlier. Kind of a serious question. Back to serious topics. 30-minute hop edition.
Not stripper poles.
No stripper poles. It was a 30-minute hop edition question where there's a lot of talk about how, it's just sort of this weird range where the aroma is all burnt off at 30 minutes. The question is, should we really be doing this or should we just move it to a 20 or a 15 or a 10?
Right.
What's this middle of the boil
And
bullshit is the
more
question.
of that.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I think that any place you put hops into the boil, no matter what it is, it's going to affect what you do.
It does, right?
It's going to affect what you do. It may not be what you like, but it's going to affect, what you do. And it has to. Otherwise, that'd be like saying that a certain hop variety, in the smallest amount isn't going to contribute any flavor. If that's the case, it's like, well, we should have never gotten away from Cascade and Cluster,
right.
So,
Well,
I just think that it's, you may not think that, but for those that don't think that hops can do anything at mid-boil or early, contribute this or that, make a beer and only put Chinook in at the bittering addition and don't put any mid-boil or finish in. Put enough in so you get enough bitterness and see how much hop you'll smell out of Chinook. It's a perfect hop to use as a
because it's a carryover hop.
Because it'll carry over.
Like Northern Brewers.
Certain hops don't carry over. Right. So maybe the question needs to become more what will carry over, not necessarily whether it's good or bad. Because it comes down to personal preference, really.
Well,
but
I'm with you when you said about changing one thing. And if like the 30-minute thing, let's change one thing. We'll put it at the 20-minute thing, to the same thing, instead of 20, and see if it makes it what you want.
Yeah,
it's a good question though, because there's so much talk about the volatiles being burnt off, and
but it if you think about first wort hopping, a hop like Cascade or Centennial or Simcoe Emerald, whatever, those are all high in myrcene. Those types of hops are not good for first wort hopping.
Yeah,
but then you take something that's got like a lot of humulene or whatever, something similar to that. They work actually really good on first wort hopping, and that's why it kind of started in Germany.
Yeah,
at Spaten or whatever brewery it was, where they accidentally dumped
it'll stick
some
around
hops,
for a while,
into a tank that was just a kettle that was just being filled.
Okay,
and this is a George Fick story.
Probably
that
an intern,
he told
right?
years ago. Yeah, probably an intern.
Yeah,
and then an old timer at the brewery was like, "Oh, we used to do this all the time. We used to add the hops," and then first wort hopping was like rediscovered, reborn. But so that it's probably relative to what variety you're using too. And that maybe some hops work better and some don't for whatever type of beer you're making.
All right.
It all turns out too what kind of beer you're making. We've talked about things dropping out so soon right after we make the beer.
Yeah,
and stuff is gonna it's gonna peak
stick
and
around.
then it's gonna go down. And what do we want to make that beer to do?
Yeah.
We want to put it in a little early to make it last a little longer, a little later, and have right up front. We're going to lose it really soon.
Peter Buchart, the brewmaster in New Belgium, he gave this presentation a few times that I saw. It was called 10 Minutes of Pleasure, and it was not that kind of pleasure.
That's impossible.
And it wasn't with a stripper pole behind it.
Yeah,
but the presentation was about, as a brewer, you make this beer. And the consumer is basically going to drink it in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And he was giving it from a commercial brewer standpoint. And that in 10 minutes, that's it. So basically you have the consumer's attention for 10 minutes.
Right.
And then the beer's gone. But in that presentation, he also talked about how you can only work with what you have. And so some things you can't control.
Right.
Some things you can. And if there's something you can't control, so be it.
Sure.
What are you going to do?
Let it go.
Yeah, but if it's something, so to take that idea and sort of extrapolate it out a little based on the 30-minute thing, if it's something you can control, there's no books written on 30-minute hop addition, for example, or diacetyl or acetobacter, things that we don't like, but there's someone out there that does like it, and so I think you have to be you have to control your judgment, I guess, to quickly judge something.
Sure.
To then say, well, it may be right for person A, but not person B. But as a home brewer, it's experimenting.
I'm putting out a more realistic beer this year called 30 Seconds of Pleasure. And,
yours?
I think it's going to be
the Justin Chronicle.
It's going to be a big
Justin
hit.
Chronicle.
It's going to be a real big. People like realism. Caller, you're on the air. Who are we talking to? That's you.
Me?
Yeah, that's you, brother.
We're talking to you, baby.
What's going on?
No. Hey.
Hey, talking to the phone. Who are we talking to?
No. I'm here.
Yeah,
I was on hold for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, my bad.
That happens.
What's your name?
Philly Beer Geek.
Philly, what's up, man? Yeah, called earlier.
Calling in for Drunk of the Week, yes.
So since your last coherent question, you've had a few beers, I guess. And
I had a few beers before my last coherent question, too. I just can keep it straight.
Let's hear about them.
At that point.
All right, give us your resume.
Since, 2, I've had, say 7 Guinnesses, and then I went to the six-pack shop.
Yeah, but Guinness is only 3% alcohol.
That's true.
Well, no. Let me finish.
What are you, Irish? How many people drink 7 Guinness anyway? Go on.
Well, no. I get them in a case, but in
that's right,
Pennsylvania,
you're in Pennsylvania.
To get beers.
Yeah, you have screwed up laws.
You got to buy the case.
A couple 750s of wit beer, St. Bernard's wit beer, and Brewery Autumn Maple.
Oh, good beer.
Yeah, very good beer. And
it's distributed out there?
Yeah, it is. The brewery. I was at the bar that sold it.
You know Patrick, Vinny? Down at the brewery?
Oh, yeah.
He's just...
I do know Patrick.
I love this kid. He's making great beers.
Yep.
I just picked up a bunch of his beers this last...
All right, let's hear the rest of your list.
Go on.
No, and, what was the last one? Oh, it was, Dogfish Head Sati. It's chai tea and juniper beer.
All right.
And then I switched back to the Guinnesses, and I had 5 more. Ran out of Guinnesses. And I'm at the girlfriend's place, so I switched out to vodka tonics and had a few vodka tonics.
What does the vodka tonic have to do with the girlfriend?
Because he wasn't drunk enough.
It's gonna get all looped up.
I gotta be honest with you. You don't sound
she's a girl
drunk.
and she doesn't have
He
beer.
doesn't.
No, because I brought the Guinness up to her place, and I housed it. So
which brings
all
me
I had
back
left
to
was
my
liquor.
point about
And she's
Guinness.
letting you drink her vodka?
Yeah. What is Guinness?
I'm drinking her
5%?
vodka
Not even?
now.
4.
Under 4.
Dude, I was
Under
laying horizontal on her barroom floor
Yeah,
until
you were.
you guys finally picked up the phone.
And what's the floor made of?
Well, the Guinness probably
Yeah,
wore
but
off.
was the room spinning?
It's barely, man. I'm on. It's a patio converted to a bar room, so it's
You're slamming,
it's 48 degrees here, and I'm wearing a t-shirt and underwear.
Is your girlfriend awake?
And, no, she's not, and I'm not waking her ass up. I know you guys.
Come on.
Because, that'll...
You could win.
Hey, you want this? You wake her up.
That'll help.
You want this? You wake her up.
I don't want to be I don't want to find my penis in clothespins in the middle of the night, man.
Doesn't she have the King Day off tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, she doesn't. Neither do I, actually. I'm on the East Coast. It's 12:30 in the morning here.
Okay.
Honey,
and,
wake up.
I have to work at 7 in the morning.
No, nudge.
Okay, that gives you points. All right, Philly, I'm going to clear the line. You're in the running, brother.
Hi-yo.
Let it.
They're also in retail.
He's laying on the floor in his underwear. That helps.
You know what? He could have woke her up.
Good visual.
Could have woke her. Exactly.
That would have been good radio.
If he wants to be in for Drunk of the Year, you got to do shit like
number. We call her directly.
You got to do shit like that for Drunk of the Year.
One of the guys who was in the running for Drunk of the Year this year called in, and he was obviously drunk. And he lives in an apartment building, and he could hear music coming from next door. He was kind of complaining about it as he's drunk on the phone
down the
with him.
hall.
So I said, "Do you know your neighbors?" No, I've never met them. Okay, so why don't you go over and bang on your... Go over. And sure enough, he goes right out there, and he didn't just knock. He did the police bang.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Cop knock.
It was nice. He did the cop knock. So
all the music goes off.
Oh, yeah. The lights go off.
You can tell people are looking through the hole.
Yeah.
They would not enter him.
This is how you make drunk... Either that or you call and you cuss me out. These are the two things that will get you in the running. So
yeah. Or you call me from my
Hey, what
house.
are we drinking here, Vinny? This is... fresh
Fruit
blind
tattoo.
pig?
Blind Pig, yeah.
Oh, man.
Also 4 days old.
I'm still drinking the Redemption.
Yeah.
I got it, beef.
Yeah, the non-Brett Redemption.
All right, caller, who are we talking to?
Brew Tat.
Hey, Tat.
Hey, Tat.
What's going on, brother?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, I might have missed it, but in Chet's rundown of the beer events, did he mention the Lafayette Park Spa and Hotel Cicerone?
Oh yeah.
I did not.
On the 29th.
No.
How are you going to diss our girl, Nicole?
I just did, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, my
This
God.
happens.
Hot Nicole.
Yeah, that's right. There is a beer dinner the Friday right before our BN Brews Festival, and it's put on by Nicole, who is now a Cicerone, a certified Cicerone. It's a Belgian beer dinner at the Lafayette Park Hotel, which is not too far from the Rat Pad. which doesn't mean you can come here.
Closer to my house.
You can go to Doc's, though.
Close to my house.
Karen will love that.
Close to Doc's house.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going?
Hey, Doc, I need a date.
I'm toying with whether I'm going to that or my men's book club.
Did he just say that shit?
Drunk of the week, Doc. Yeah.
I don't think he has to repeat that.
How you gonna? I am cutting that out of this archive.
Men's book club is it's a drinking club.
I see.
It's what it is. It's like a bunch of guys get together and we bring a book and we drink.
Was anybody
Take it back,
fooled
Doc.
about
Take it back.
this?
Do you guys talk about books
Do the
or
wives
not?
think you really do?
We say, "Here's the book,"
But that's it.
Where's the next picture of margaritas?
What do we have next?
What's the book, Twilight?
Yes.
It doesn't matter what the damn book.
Don't hate.
I see.
I'm just saying, don't hate.
And actually, it's going to be right down the street. I think it's going to be like about a block down the street.
Yeah.
Where you guys are.
Maybe the BNer should crash your men's book club.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going, Tat. You have your ticket, I assume.
Well, I don't for the Lafayette deal because I don't want to go alone.
I have not said that I'm not going to the Lafayette deal because that sounds like a really good
I'm sure you won't be
deal.
alone. You'll be surrounded by beer lovers. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Lafayette's very safe.
Lafayette is about as safe as it gets.
It's not Oakland.
Yeah, there will not be a black person in the room. I'll tell you that right now.
No, there won't.
Yeah.
Nor American Indian or Pacific Asian or anything like that.
Or anything
What do you mean by that,
else.
Justin?
Well, I mean, it's Lafayette, and it's about as white as it gets, my friend.
The Anglo there.
It's pretty. It should be called Anglo-ette.
Their tickets still available,
Like
I'm
people
sure.
make you nervous?
See, I'd be
Not
surprised
me,
if there
no.
was tickets
But they
still
make
available.
Lafayette people nervous.
I think they can expand a little bit. So.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to.
That should be on my radar. You're right.
Nicole.
Yeah,
All right, no, I'm
you're
glad
right.
you did.
You're
It'll
right.
be in the announcements next week. Good call. Shat's a dickhead.
Yep.
Cha-cha.
Okay, dickhead shot.
Thanks, Tat.
You're
Clear
welcome.
the phones for Valicious.
Word.
Valicious is calling in.
Word. All right. 888-401-BEER. I only have two people in the running right now for Drunk of the Week, and I'm not going to sit here all night taking these phone calls. So
2 more calls, baby.
Let's do it quick. Also have some Belgian candy sugar to give away, courtesy of Dark Candy Inc. As always, I will give it to the Drunk of the Week.
Finney, you ever use dark candy sugar or any kind of candy, Belgian sugar?
We use the syrup, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the consecration, salvation. And
Oh, you do?
Experiment, yeah.
Cool.
We use a fair amount of it.
See, if that's not a plug for this stuff right there, I don't know what is.
You get the big jugs, the big...
Yeah, they're like 56-pound, 5-gallon.
It's so easy to
containers.
use.
And it's great on pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
No
everybody
shit.
says. Yeah.
What do you mean everybody says that?
I hear that a lot from brewers.
So good.
Yeah.
Just plain? Just straight?
Well,
And ice cream.
We grew up on
great
Caro
ice cream,
syrup.
too. Yeah, but yeah, we use
Heat it up a little bit.
We use 2.5 of the 5-gallon
Yeah.
cubes. So 2.5 of those per 50-barrel batch of consecration. We use a lot of it on. It's like 10% of the fermentables.
But it melds in there so easy.
No, it's such a great
You
flavor.
don't have like the solid crystals to dissolve and everything else. It's
And
so
where do you
so
add that?
easy.
At what process? What point?
Sometime in the boil. Yeah, early parts. Again, gravity. So keep it consistent.
They worry about the gravity more than the fermentability of it, so they've got to keep consistency.
What about the burning of it, though, like the caramelization? You put it at the beginning of the boil, you don't worry about it.
Nah, it melds in.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, at least in our case.
Do you have a direct
Yeah.
fire or do you have steam? He
Yeah.
has a steam jacket.
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't worry about it.
Okay. All right, Wood's on the phone. Wood, what's happening?
Wood!
Hi, everyone. How are you?
You're not drunk.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Oh, no. I am quite drunk myself, and I have quite a bit to say.
You sound like a Martian.
Thank you.
I feel like
I mean that in the most endearing way, though.
Yeah.
I'm
Hello.
just nervous because it's Vinny.
Yeah. Vinny's a very nervous-making guy.
And I hope you understand that was one word. I just nervous Vinny.
All right, what do you got?
Okay, I had a temptation.
Mm-hmm.
You're good. Okay.
I had a consecration.
Okay.
I had some of Kim's breakfast stout. I had some of Kim's Belgian blonde. I had a brewery black orchard. Let's see,
The full bottle, a
$7.50. $7.50.
Mm-hmm.
Vinny.
Which was not as good as consecration, I have to say.
Oh.
No.
Now you're going to
And
start
I'd
a
like
war.
to sing a I'm not masturbating, and I'd like to sing a song, if you don't mind.
We never mind song singing. I don't know what it has to do with masturbating, but go on, please.
I'm not masturbating, but I'd like to sing a song about something that makes me want to masturbate.
Can you do it at the same time? Can you sing and masturbate?
Sure, and gosh, I just miss Doc. I mean, I got to say that.
He's back.
I'll make you do it.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wood.
Okay. This is a song, it's about consecration.
Okay.
I just want to, I'm going to throw this out. It might be a little loud, so I'm just going to say that right now.
All right, I'll adjust.
I like Metallica. So.
Oh, I could sing Metallica. I'll sing this in the feeling of Metallica.
Okay.
Just in the key of G or D?
Drop
this is
D.
Key of drop D, ass D.
Okay, good.
Or ass drip.
All right, the floor is yours.
I like that.
Thank you. Here we go. I'll just sing the first part. Excuse me. Here we go. Hey, mama said the way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove. Ah, child, make you shake that thing, gonna make you buzz, gonna make you sting. Hey, baby, oh, baby, oh. Hey, baby, when you walk that way, watch your honey drip, can't keep away.
That's the best mouth guitar I've ever heard.
Wow. Not bad.
Good job, Wood.
I can keep going if you'd like.
No, that was perfect.
Well, I don't know if more would
keep
help.
going. I like that.
I didn't hear the consecration part, but I guess
the connection.
You're an artist. I can't tell you what your art means.
Here comes the consecration verse.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Consecration didn't take long for I find out what people mean by consecration.
Perfect.
It took my class out of Genesis. Consecration. Shouldn't go this time.
You've now had 3 songs written for you, Vinny.
Man, you're getting quite the body of work here, Vinny.
Oh, yeah. Consecration. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, Wood.
Consecration from Russian River.
You're in. Thank you, Wood. Now in the running for Drunk of the Week. That was good.
He's probably still going.
Make sure I write that down so I don't forget he did it.
It's people like that why Natalie doesn't come to the network.
Shit.
Damn. Clean it up.
The one thing I can't fix, Vinny.
Yes.
All right.
Good stuff.
So now I have 3 people in the running for Drunk of the Week, and let's call it a night, huh? Let's get out of here. We have Bumgee, I think is how he pronounced it.
I think he did.
He was from Wisconsin.
What was his name again? Yeah, exactly.
From Wisconsin, and he had not only an impressive list, he sounded real shit-faced.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You might remember. So he's contestant number 1. Contestant number 2, Philly Beer Geek. Did not sound drunk.
Sober.
Yeah.
Plus he was drinking Guinness.
He was a lot of Guinness.
Vinny questioned him on his soberness.
Yeah. And the one thing he had going for him, I guess, is that he was laying behind his own bar in his underwear, but he did refuse to wake up his girlfriend.
He was laying on the converted porch on the floor in his underwear.
Right. And then finally we have Wood.
And 48 degrees, I thought he said.
Yes.
That's not that much in Philly.
Yeah,
they're used to that, right?
Yeah,
That's like spring.
That's 80 degrees to us.
Yeah. That's a sunny Pacheco
We're
day.
We're basking in that.
Okay. And then finally we had Wood, who, of course, sang a song to Vinny about that he wrote about consecration.
Oh, yeah, he definitely wrote that. I could tell.
Oh, yeah. Performed so well.
The words like...
Can we hear that again?
Blended right in there.
I'd like to hear that again.
All right. So those are our 3 contestants. The winner not only will be Drunk of the Week and will earn their Drunk of the Week medal, but will also be in the running for Drunk of the Year and will win Dark Candy Sugar from Dark Candy Inc.
Dark.
Our wonderful sponsor has been donating Dark Candy Sugar for a long time, even if it takes you a long time to get it.
And the winner's also taking over my weekend because I'm giving it up. This would have been my 3rd year in a row.
Wow. Oh, have you
my
won
weekend.
it 2 years in a row? You're on
Martin Luther the King is my weekend, baby.
What happened? Are you just not feeling well?
We didn't know that.
Because after last year, I threw up for like 2 days straight because I was so drunk that
But you could have gotten drunk on really good beer here
I
tonight.
didn't drink for like 2 months after that. No, I'm cool. Yeah. I just remembered how sick I was. I don't ever want to feel like that again.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Ooh.
All right, folks in the room, you've heard your contestants. It's by show of hands. Remember that Bevo's the only one who's allowed to vote twice. Everybody else can only vote once.
Where's
Because
that
I have
come
breasts.
from?
It's definitely
I get
like
to vote
Afghanistan.
once for each boob.
She gets to vote once for each.
That's what I was thinking.
Would you like to argue with this logic, Doc?
No, I'm not. No way. No.
Okay, if you raise your hand.
Perfect sense to me.
Raise your hand if it's Bumgarner from Wisconsin. That's 4 votes in the room. 4 votes in the room. Philly Beer Geek. Not a single vote in the room. And finally, singer of the song Wood. That's 3 votes in the room. So close, Wood, even though you really brought it with the song.
You brought it, baby.
I voted for you, Wood.
Our true drunkest caller was Bumgarner from Wisconsin.
He said.
So close, Wood.
When you wake up in the morning and you hear this, send me an email with your address. You will get some Dark Candy Ink, courtesy of... you'll get some Dark Candy Sugar, courtesy of Dark Candy Ink. And also your Drunk of the Week medal. So Justin at thebrewingnetwork.com. Send me an email, and we'll get you taken care of. All right, there we go. That's our show, right? Are we done?
Done.
Did I cover everything?
That's it.
Vinny? Thanks, man.
Good to be here.
I'm so glad you came down.
Yeah, we'll make it a little sooner.
I wish you would. We have a couple things we could still talk to you about. We have shows until the next decade we could do with you, so come on back. And
I will. Thanks for having me. That was fun.
And if you can, come out to our festival. We'll get you nice and liquored up before you go hang out with the mayor.
And then surely impress her.
And then you'll really speak your mind,
You got to bring Natalie this time.
Yeah.
But we'd love to see you out there. Even though the brewers do not have to pour at our festival, we would love for you guys to be able to mingle with the listeners and the folks and just be able to talk beer.
Absolutely.
So if you can make it.
Tell Natalie if she was here, she would have had 2 votes, too.
Yeah. She also would have had 2. And maybe 3, 1 for her knee. We would have given her 3 votes.
Maybe 3 votes.
A sympathy vote.
Yeah. 4, 1 for the second surgery, the poor woman. That's give her our best, please.
I will.
Have fun in Belgium.
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Damn you.
Yeah. I want to go back.
Already,
man.
I know how you mean.
Just love that place.
Know what you mean, baby.
It's just a good place to hang. All right, everybody. Next, it's kind of West Coast month at the BN. We didn't plan it this way, but Brian Hunt is back on the show. Speaking of long spaces between, we thought that maybe Brian would never come back because we really hit him hard last time he came on about his regional beer style philosophy. But I think he knows that it was all out of love. We just had a great topic. He's coming back next week. Brian Hunt from Moonlight.
Awesome.
One of my all-time favorite guests, actually. So I'm excited to have him back on the program. He'll be here next week.
Cool topic, too.
And then, of course, end of the month, just after our beer festival, we've got Dan Gordon, who will be christening our new studio. Beta is
the day after?
Beta is over. Yeah, the day after.
Oh, my God.
We do have a show the day after the beer fest. Yeah. I know. And an important show.
Remember what happened last time we had a beer fest?
I know. I know.
I lost a kidney.
I couldn't do it. We had to do it. It's when Dan could show up. We need to christen Studio B. And
I'm here.
Beta testing is over. So
I'm here.
Dan will be here. So we got a good month planned for you. And then next month it gets lots of good stuff all year long. So don't forget to sign up. Join the BN Army. You get entered into our raffle. That'll happen at the end of this month and every month. Also, don't forget to support our sponsors. More Beer is now the official sponsor of the Sunday Show, and there's a whole plethora of good people to support. Send them emails, tell them thanks, and buy beer and wares from them if you have a choice.
Yeah.
Is that it? Everything?
Finito.
Yeah? Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Vin.
Thanks. Great to be here.
We'll see you guys next week. Cheers.
Sweet.
Out. Double and triple on my best friend. I think I'll have them all over again. But don't you give me that American truth. For the one a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me. Well, I'll have me one right now.
here on a hot summer day. A bark will do me when the skies are gray. I'll take a Belgian brew anytime, and the women think that lambic fine. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real home brew. Home brew, don't you really love it that a home brew? Can't get enough of it. Home brew, it blows my mind. I love home brew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me, well, I'm the one right now.